Time for the 49ers Rush Podcast. And here's your host, John Chapman.
What is going on, faithful? It is day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft, and I am so pumped because the draft yesterday was great, but today we actually get some Niners picks guaranteed, and with me, as always, if it's draft coverage, this guy's going to be right next to me, at host Chuck B, the bestie. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. I just would like to clarify that I also pull for the Niners just from the beginning. I'm an Eagles fan, but I like the Niners and I follow the Niners as much as anybody. So I'm excited for the day 2 picks for the Niners to see what they do. I love your predictions and how you do all this work. So pumped to see it.
Love it. Love it. And if you were with us last year, this guy, he is the 49ers Rush. Brian Carter, 99. He's got his own show. Draft work extraordinaire. How are you, my friend? How are we doing today, Brian?
I'm doing good. The football gods blessed me with an afternoon off. So somehow work decided, hey, we're going to just get done at 2:30 today. And I was like, that's perfect.
Dude,
so thank you, football gods.
I love it, man. And you know what's so great? I'm seeing so many awesome names. Eric Meisner, he runs our Instagram. He's incredible. Yatsik, who we hung out in Philly. Alvin, I see you on Facebook, my buddy. We've hung out too many times to count. Mosquito Killer, David. The community continues to grow, and I'm so excited about today. Now, we've got a lot in store. We're going to have guests popping in and out as well. Hopefully, these two knuckleheads can be with me most of the day. And if you don't know Brian, he's one of the draft correspondents that worked with us on our draft book. Now, if you have not, head over yet to our Patreon. I don't know what you are doing. We have our 49ers Rush draft book available right now. You can sign up for free. We got a 7-day free trial, 294 player profiles. Who have the 49ers met with? Comps, all that stuff. So if you want to know more about these guys we're talking about, that's the place to go get it. You're going to get my work. Plus, I also published Brian Carter's draft work. How many players did you end up doing on your profiles?
So when your deadline was up, I think I gave you about 40 pages with about 90 guys. And then I felt like I was just shortcutting myself. So I kept grinding for like 2 more weeks and ended up with like 220 something and like 85 pages.
There we go. There we go. And I mean, yeah, we've done our work. There's no doubt about that. I'm seeing, here we go. The 49ers picked up the option of Brandon Ayuk. Just came across the Twitter sphere. I'm seeing that CMC. I have not seen that from Incredible Sports. Nick says CMC just restructured his deal. Not saying that's not the case. Nick is the man. He is always fun to interact with on Twitter. One of my favorite things about Nick is he will always check me if I am incorrect. And we got Johnny Dale, which is awesome. So, a couple things that we need to talk about. Brandon Ayuk. We knew this would happen. Lynch said they weren't going to make their decision up until Monday. Now, what happened with Ayuk? I don't know if you saw this earlier. He posted on Twitter that he got a call from his agent this morning. And as soon as he saw it was his agent, he flipped out and said he was about, because he thought he got traded. He said he was going to drive up to the facility and start turning over tables. He doesn't want to leave. He wants to be here. And
that's
so
commitment.
That's what's up. It was about the 5th-year option, I assume, which just got announced, which is great news.
I think that the words that he actually used was kick in doors.
There we go. Yeah. Which, hey, man, he's a Frankenstein now. Nick says that Phil Yates tweeted it. So I thought that Christian McCaffrey, the restructure, would be the number one thing that they would do right off the bat. Like, of all the players, because he had $0 guaranteed dollars. He was due $12 million. So the restructure is going to help out a lot. Let me see exactly how much I can open. I can get this going. Give me just a quick minute and I'll be able to do this. But with the announcement of Brandon Ayuk's 5th year, that means Javon Kinlaw did not get his fifth-year option.
Hmm.
That hurts a little bit. So, you kind of get the good, you get the bad, and I don't blame them at all not picking up. Now, no words come across that they have done that, but it kind of makes sense. It makes sense, right? Like, is there anybody that's shocked that Javon Kinlaw fifth-year option didn't get picked up? No. Not at all. Now, the restructure, according to Over the Cap, these are raw numbers, frees up $7.2 million cap space.
Wow.
This year. Which, why would they do that now? Why would they add on to this cap space now? That is the question. $9 million in cap space, trade incoming. Hey, there's teams that are selling vets. What do you think, Chuck?
There's plenty of guys that are out there. It's just I'm not really sure who would be that next person. My question back to you is there somebody that needs to be signed longer? Is there some way to take this capital and to get somebody to be a Niner for a little bit longer?
Well, Nick Bosa is going to get his deal done in training camp. That's going to lower his cap as well. So the 49ers, they're building some cap space. Now, to sign this draft class, you didn't need much. Because of the rule of 51, it wasn't really going to change that much. And so, like, you're talking 200, 300,000 needed for the cap space with their current picks. If they trade up, maybe that's where some of that money goes. Field Yates just put out, thank you, Clayton, the man behind the scene who's running everything smoothly. He says $8.5 million in cap space created per Field Yates. Over the Cap had it as a 7.28. So, yeah, we'll have to see the terms and all that stuff. The Over the Cap just gives a generic ballpark figure for every player if they restructure. So that's kind of where we're going. Look at this. Johnny Dale saying, what about a Commander's Edge player? Montez Sweat, Chase Young, both those guys out there.
I was just thinking, do the Niners have a precedent of trading picks for players? Like, I know that's something a lot of teams do is they'll be like, hey, we'll trade you a fifth for this player. I don't think the Shanahan era has done very much of that.
The one time they did was Trent Williams. I can't think of another opportunity. They traded away Matt Breida. They traded away Dakota Watson, I believe, their first year here, an edge guy. I'm trying to think of other players that they traded away for picks, but yeah, this would be something new. How they're going to kind of do, juggle that and what that looks like, we'll see here. So, Clayton, you guys in the chat, help us out. We're going to be focusing on the draft, which resumes in about 2 minutes. We'll see what's up. And yeah, Sweat or Young, that's basically D4 2.0, but it's such low cost. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Both those guys would be low cost. Chuck, what do you think?
I think that Chase Young is the guy. One, there's been rumors that organization's ready to move on to him, has more of a belief in Sweat. So I think Sweat would get worked out there. I don't want that as an Eagles fan. I would like to see Sweat move. Just because Chase Young, as high as his ceiling is, his potential is, there's some injury concerns, there's lack of production. But if there's anybody, if there's a football team, one of them, the Niners has to be one of those teams that could turn him around. And you put Bosa and Young on each side, that's cray. So that's the next level.
Yeah, and maybe those things could happen. I'm pulling up Montez Sweat's contract currently. This is the last year. His cap number, $11.5 million. If he got traded, that's what you'd have to pay, which the Niners had too. They got 8.5. I'm not a smart man, but I do know what love is.
It's pretty close. Pretty close.
Pretty dang close, man. So, go
ahead. You may assume too that if the Washington wants to get this deal done, like in other trades, they may take on some of the cap hit, right? Or is it mandatory that they take on that hit?
No, it's not mandatory. You can negotiate kind of all those things. We just saw the same thing happen with Allen Robinson, for example, right? Where the Rams kept, what was it, like 10.5 million, and the Steelers only had 5 million. So you can kind of finagle a lot of those things around, which this is relatively new thing. But we'll see. The Niners are notorious for rolling money forward. So just because they have the cap space does not mean they have to spend it. The timing of the restructure does make me scratch my head. That's kind of where that's at. Now, let's shift quickly until we get some more information. Brian, we didn't have you on yesterday. what are your generic kind of overall thoughts of the draft so far? Was there anything that stood out to you or kind of made you scratch your head that was just like awesome or maybe not so awesome?
I mean, all the trades that was really fun. Like yesterday was a lot of fun just watching the draft. The Texans going back to back was crazy, but getting arguably the best edge and quarterback in the class. I think it's interesting how the Seahawks decided that they want to build their team compared to ours.
Yeah,
because they probably got
different.
the best. They probably got the best receiver and maybe the best corner. But like we're just going to be having pressure up the middle, and they can't stop the run. So, like you were saying, I think in your show this morning, like you got to build your team to beat the division. So, like they got two really good players that makes sense, but it doesn't really affect our play against them so far.
Yeah, you build inside out.
The Lions were interesting, going running back and linebacker. I mean, they're really good players, but probably not what I would have picked just in terms of
I think the only thing that the Lions could do to kind of bring this back is if they draft a safety. Because they got the running back, they got the linebacker, they get the safety, the three least important positions in the NFL. I'm hoping they go for the trifecta. I'm hoping. Chuck, what are your thoughts on the Eagles, man? You've got to sleep on it, and you guys are the talk of the draft right now on Twitter and everywhere. So
we had a good day, I think, and I don't want to piss off too many people because last time people were mad about it.
Chuck.
Let me say this. Is it a home run? It's what it looks like. But there's a few things that are concerning. And just to take it from like a realistic fan's perspective, an NFL fan and not a fan of your team. One, Jalen Carter got passed on by 8 teams. That's nothing to like just turn away from. There had to be enough concern that people said that's the best guy in the draft defensively, and we're going to let him fall maybe out of the top 10. So there's question marks. Don't get it wrong. Then Nolan Smith, that everybody had projected top 10, I would have hated it there at 10. He is a project. He needs weight. He has the explosion. He can probably be an impact player this year past week 10. But we'll see. There's work to be done. Can Fletcher Cox and BG bring this guy in and turn him into a real pro? And if they can, then it was a smash. And if not, then we wasted a top 10 pick.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's interesting. It is. They went after the antithesis of the Seahawks. And I've always said the 49ers and the Eagles always build the same way. Sean Ferris, he says, going to Vegas for a wedding tonight. What bet should I put on the sports book? We made some money yesterday. 4 consecutive years we have made money on draft day. I dropped 4 bets over on our Patreon, patreon.com/49ers Rush Podcast if you want to jump in. But the bet I like the most with the 49ers first pick will be a defensive lineman. That is my bet 5 to win 15. So it's 3-1 odds. That's what I would put in there. I've got some other bets up there yesterday. It's interesting. The ones that we hit on were wide receivers. We took a lot of long shot bets on wide receivers. We nailed Quentin Johnson to the Chargers, Jackson Smith-Njigba to the Seahawks, and then also Bijan Robinson to the Falcons, all for huge paydays, which we made a lot of bets with some long shots, and those long shots carried us, which is awesome. So if you want to make some money with us, bet with us at MyBookie. They do a hell of a job. 49ers, just type in 49ERS whenever you sign up for MyBookie for your deposit bonus. That's what we got. All right, let's do some Will Levis talk. Brian, Will Levis dropped out of the first round. He's already came out and said he's not going back day 2. He is the modern day Bo Callahan. Is there a team that you think would be willing to draft this guy, or is he just going to keep falling? He's got to go eventually, right?
Yeah, I think so. I already I tweeted out my opinion on why he dropped. Did you see that?
I missed it. No, I missed it. So fill us in.
It's really simple. He puts mayonnaise in his coffee and he eats bananas with the peel on, so he's a psychopath.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's different. That is totally.
I think that's legitimate. Like, is this guy really our leader? No, I'm not too sure. There's definitely going to be some teams that it makes sense for, especially now that you get a little bit later into the draft, 2nd round, 3rd round. Like everybody's basically said, the strength of this draft is in the depth. And there's a whole lot of guys in rounds like 2 through 4 that are pretty similar in terms of their talent level. So now it makes a lot of sense for somebody who wants a developmental quarterback to be like, hey, we could get, a tight end here in the second round, or we could wait till the 4th round to get a tight end. And if this quarterback works out, it's, makes a much bigger long-term impact on our team. So I don't know who specifically, but any team that might want a developmental quarterback, there's probably 4 or 5 teams out there that it would make sense in the second round.
Yeah, Josh right there. Levis to the Rams, which is crazy because the odds-on favorite for the Rams is a quarterback. That's what Vegas is putting their money in. I don't know. I just can't buy into that. I can't predict what the Rams are going to do. They got Stafford back. His salary is nuts. They could use a backup quarterback, but I don't know. Chuck, I'm looking at the teams. Here's the teams that are next up. You got Pittsburgh, Arizona, Detroit, Indy, Rams. Is there a team that you think would take Levis before the Rams, or do you think another team would be willing to jump up for this guy? Everybody's passed on him once.
So I would say that there's 2 scenarios for me. I think Rams are a likely place. That's just for me. But it's almost better for his value if somebody trades up for him, because it means that a team believed enough to give up capital to go get him instead of let him fall. If he falls somewhere, and I mean well into the second, his value is going to bottom out pretty bad, I think, where they're just going to say, we're going to give this guy a shot, and he's not somebody we necessarily believe in. So Rams are my pick.
Rams, that makes sense. I hope it's the Rams.
Prediction.
Oh, let's hear it, big guy.
Well, I'm looking at the draft board right now and the teams that are picking up. I think he's gone by 41.
Tennessee is the pick at 41. So you're thinking Tennessee or somebody jumps up.
Well, not only that, but it's like Lions, Rams, Raiders, Saints, Titans. All of them have
a stopgap at quarterback.
Exactly. And that's 5 teams right there in like the first 10 picks. And if it's not one of them, it would make sense for another team to say, hey, one of these guys might snag him, trade up into the early 40s or late 30s.
The Patriots are at 15. And if this talk about them not really being that supportive of a Mac Jones, you could see them maybe taking, that'd be a weird pick, but man, Levis.
I put Levis to him in my mock draft a few, like 2 mock drafts ago, and everybody got pissed. But Bill Belichick don't care about people's feelings at all. He didn't care about his fans. He just doesn't. I see in the comment section, Nate D says, you guys want Kirk Cousins? Hell no. Do not want Kirk Cousins. I do not want Kirk Cousins ever, ever, ever. David, thank you. He says, please no. So here's my question. I think somebody asked this earlier. Yeah, David, again, Hooker or Levis? Who goes off the board first? Which quarterback is going to be taken first?
To me, it's still Levis. I mean, Hooker is so old. I mean,
25.
Yeah. He's going to age out. He's going to age out of the 7th round. The ACL, the injury concerns. Tennessee is a Mickey Mouse offense, and I just, got to put that out there. He's throwing to spots versus like really, reading defenses. It's
all go routes, man. It's all go routes.
Thanks.
Yeah, Baylor offense from way back in the day, just like yikes.
I haven't done a ton of analysis on Levis or Hooker, but I heard some interesting discussion. I don't remember where exactly, but they were talking about Levis and Hooker and the reasons why they might be dropping. Like you were saying with the offense that Tennessee ran, I forget who it was, but the percentage of throws that Hendon Hooker took on a second or third read, it was one of the smallest. Exactly. It was like 5% of his throws were like after first read. And if you're not going through progressions, that's one of the most important things in the NFL. Will Levis has some concerns, but I think the biggest concern with him is that it's like a footwork thing. And I feel like footwork is something that you can teach somebody in a year or two, because I mean, look at how bad Scangarello was.
Yeah, he had one of the worst quarterback coaches that got fired immediately. We know about Scangarello here, obviously. Every quarterback got better as soon as he left, everywhere he's been. But as this goes on right here, the draft has started. Pittsburgh is on the clock, and we go a lot faster day 2. Each team gets 7 minutes to pick, And man, yesterday we kept clamoring about this guy. Joey Porter Jr. is the top guy on my board. Dad played there. They've got a team need. They lost Cam Sutton last year. Gosh, if they stay here, and again, we could keep saying this and we could be wrong every time, but Joey Porter Jr., cornerback, come on, Steelers, make us all happy. Pull on my heartstrings. Let's go, baby. Anything else that you can think of? They went offensive line earlier, and round when they jumped up, which was awesome. Broderick Jones skipped over the Jets, which was hilarious. The Patriots helped them do that. But, if we look at this team, the Steelers, they're a good team. Obviously, my favorite coach in the NFL, Mike Tomlin. But, yeah, their corners, 49ers fans, their starting corner is Ahkello Witherspoon currently.
I was with John when that pick happened, and he was not happy. That was one of the low moments for him. He supports that guy, but he was like, I think, who did you want there? There was somebody you were really aiming for. I don't remember
who it was. My problem with Witherspoon was he did not like to play football. He's a flag football player that's an athlete that does not like contact whatsoever. And so I think he's one of the guys that made the 49ers adjust the corners and secondary people they brought in, because if you don't want to hit, the Niners stay the hell away from you. And I think a lot of that came after Ahkello.
It's going to be an interesting pick here, though. I think that they've got so many options, but if you're not picking Joey Porter here, it means that a lot of evaluators, because it's not just the Steelers who've let him slip. The NFL let him slip. We're talking about a guy who was projected to be 15 to 20, and here we are in the second round. If he continues to slip, we've got to consider a medical report or something we're unaware of if he doesn't go here. In the top 5 to 10 picks, then I'm going to be definitely scratching my head.
And that's one of the things we never get. We don't get the medical reports. Those are confidential. We don't get them. So if there's something out there that we don't know about, that's usually what happens when you get these players that fall. And, man, I see in the chat, the reason why they got this pick is Chase Claypool. Can you believe that the Bears traded this pick, 32 overall, for Chase Claypool? Now, Chase Claypool's a decent wide receiver. He sure as hell ain't worth the 32 pick.
No.
No, it's just not. It's not great. Now, if we're sticking with the best players that are on my board, Joey Porter Jr., Michael Mayer, Will Levis, O'Cyrus Torrance, Jalen Hyatt, John Michael Schmitz, Darnell Washington, we're gonna get a huge tight end run. That is gonna happen. How soon that happens, I don't know. But I've got 4 straight tight ends that are top 50 players, and Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, Sam Laporta, Tucker Kraft, that they're going to be coming off the board. Like, this is a deep tight end class, man. And whoever gets these guys, they waited because there's so many. Can't wait too long because those guys are great. Those guys are just absolutely incredible.
I think the Chiefs, too, started the run at edge at 31 last night. It's also interesting, too, that technically this pick is kind of a first-round pick, right? Because of the forfeit.
Right.
This is technically the continuation of the first round today. So I think it only makes all the sense, Joey Porter here to return home. It's just, God, it would be such a feel-good moment.
It would be nice. Man, we have 70 picks being announced today with all the comp picks added, which is so freaking fun. And I do want to say thank you guys. I appreciate everybody being here. Obviously you, Chuck, and Brian and Clayton behind the scenes, but man, this is incredible. Dreams are going to be made. The Steelers pick is in. We got 70 new homes for players. This is a great thing. Now, I will say this. Try not to tip the picks if you can help it. I know we're all on different timings and all that stuff. I'll announce every pick as it comes across on my screen. But, again, we just don't want to take away for those that don't. They want to live through the actual, timing of the pick and how it's announced and our reactions. We don't want to take that away. But if you want to go find that elsewhere, Twitter is the place for that, which is awesome. But yeah, we're going to be going real time here, announcing every pick. I'll be bringing those up. We'll see here. So the Steelers didn't trade out. And, one of the things that cracks me up every year is they talk about that first pick of the second round. Oh, they're getting all these calls. Oh my gosh. And it's never traded. It's never traded. I cannot remember the last time that the first pick of the second round was traded.
Well, it's because the Steelers have been sitting there since their pick last night, wondering who they get. They've had all night to think about it. They know who they want. They're ready to run up there. They're excited about this pick, I guarantee you.
Mm-hmm.
I love it, man. The crowd seems strong again out in Kansas City. And again, if you guys are going to ever go to the draft, just please listen to me say this. You don't want to stand in the crowd. That is not the choice to do. Go party, be around all the people. The city atmosphere is amazing. Find private parties. Trust me, you will thank me. Staying in that crowd is rough. You got to pee, you lose your spot, all that kind of stuff. Oh, Alan Faneca. Joey Porter Jr. off the board, baby. Woo! There we go. See, aren't we all happy?
Yes.
Right? This is awesome. This is seeing a blockbuster, membership card. This is happiness in a bottle. I freaking love it. Great player, great kid, great fit.
I can't wait. I can't wait for his dad to get on there and be like, you guys waited too long. He has to say that. He has to say that.
He's not the nicest guy. That's for dang sure. He is a mean man.
Yeah, dude. Incredible. I was thinking about that Steelers team today and just the linebackers they had, the Polamalu era when Big Ben just started. That was a great time to be a Steelers fan. Great roster.
Yeah, and it makes sense. So now Akello will be your number 3 guy. You move him back. You get the physicality. It's awesome. I mean, it was the number 1 player on my board for a while. He's number 9 on my big board. He wears number 9. I didn't do that on purpose, but smart play. Now we got the Arizona Cardinals up. If we look at the Cardinals draft, good gosh, they have been absolutely insane with trading. They picked up the Texans' future pick. They've had an interesting, just everything overall. Now, here's the question. They got the tackle. They have so many freaking needs. So
don't they have like 4 offensive tackles now?
They do, but almost all of them are really bad. I don't know what else to say there. So here we go. I'll read you their tackles for the Arizona Cardinals. I did like their pick, Paris Johnson, for sure. But if we just look at their tackles, here we go. Paris Johnson Jr., right? Kelvin Beachum, DJ Humphries, Josh Jones, who they drafted in the past. Those are their top kind of guys. Julian Davenport, who's kind of like a utility guy. They got a lot, but their whole team is bad. I like their first pick.
John Breaking 80 says, would love ending day 2 with Breland Bergen, either free safety named Brown and Edge Young, probably require maneuvering. Thoughts?
Yeah, I think Breland. Okay, let me just put this into perspective with my board. I have all those guys really high, like Byron Young, the edge out of Tennessee. He's number 46 on my board. If we're sticking with, Matthew Bergeron, he's 69. Nice. Jaylen Brown, 70. I've got these guys rated really, really high. And so, yeah, Breaking 80. Hopefully it falls that way. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate that. But man, if we look at this roster for the Cardinals, their defensive line is by far the worst in the NFL. Their starters, if they're doing, this kind of what Philly has done where you got 5 linemen and all that kind of stuff. Majai Sanders, okay, liked him a lot last year. Cameron Thomas, again, rookie last year. Yeah. But then you look at them up the middle. Carlos Watkins.
I think we had a trade.
Oh, we got a trade coming through? I'm telling you. Yep. Trade possibilities coming through.
Is it the Cowboys to move up for mayor?
The Titans have traded up.
Yeah.
Is this the Will Levis? You mayonnaise eating mamma jamma? Come on, baby. Come on.
What a third place move by the Titans. Great job.
Yeah. Just double yikes, right?
Right.
It's just like, man, really? But that's okay. That's okay.
They're in the same division, aren't they?
No,
the
Arizona
Titans
Cardinals. It was the Cardinals.
No, the Titans.
Could you imagine if it was Hooker here, though? Just it feels like a Mortal Kombat finishing move on Levis. Poor guy. I hope it's him. Pulling for him.
There we go. So the Cardinals trade the pick. Once I get the parameters, I'll be sharing that with you. But you trade up, man. It's for a quarterback usually. They need a quarterback.
The pick is
they
in.
Need a whole bunch. Oh, yeah. Let's don't tip the picks if we can, guys. In the chat, appreciate y'all though. And again, just don't want to take that away from somebody else. I wanted to go through as realistic as possible. Our organic, perhaps.
It's the one,
dude. I do like the people being there. There's an Oilers jersey up front, which were some of the best uniforms of all time. We've been robbed. The Tennessee Titans uniform is trash. The mascot is trash. Oilers was the best.
Absolutely. Lorenzo White, Moon, just what a fun time in football. Gosh.
Incredible. Just incredible. So I love it, man. We had 6 day 1 trades, which was a lot. And we got 2 picks in, and we already got another trade. This is just, we're going to have a good day today, gentlemen and ladies that are watching this. I freaking love it. I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
And now let's look at the Titans roster. They're interesting, to say the least. Not a lot of talent. They kept Derrick Henry, Oren Burks. Gosh, man, they just do not have wide receivers. Kyle Phillips is a starting wide receiver. So is Nick Westbrook-Akine.
Wow.
Not good. They got Skoronski, which I really, really do like, and they've got a lot of movable pieces on the O-line. Tannehill, $35 million quarterback. I guess you just focus on the offensive side. Okay, here are the terms. Here we go. The Titans acquired 33 and 81 for Arizona, and they got the 41st, 72, and a third rounder next year. So now the Cardinals have gotten a first next year from the Texans and a third next year from the Titans.
They're
Gosh,
doing well.
I hate it.
Yeah, they're doing well.
I hate it. Here's the pick. Goodell's up there with the 33rd pick in the 2023 draft. The Titans traded up to select none other than, come on, man, better be a quarterback. Let's go, Goodell. Come on. There it is. Will Levis off the board, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. He didn't have to fall too far. He didn't have to fall too far.
I told you he was going to go fast.
Interesting. Chuck, what's this mean for fantasy, for all those fantasy dynasty people, like our league?
It means Malik and him are going to have an epic battle in the preseason, and so we're going to be very lucky to get to witness that.
No, Malik is gone. He's gone. I guarantee you that was somebody in our fantasy league. Am I correct?
I don't think so. I don't even know that happened.
That wasn't your dad or your brother calling talk fantasy trash?
No. Apologies.
So do you think the Titans are going to let Levis compete for the starting position, or do you think they're going to keep Tannehill around for one more year and train Levis?
If you could move Tannehill, perhaps. But yeah, I don't think anybody wants Ryan Tannehill. I just don't think it is. So you let him play out his deal. Let me look up his numbers because it's gross. Like, people don't understand how bad these contracts are for these quarterbacks. He's a $36.6 million cap hit this year.
You don't pay average quarterbacks elite quarterback money. It's just not a good idea.
He's got a void year next year for $9.2 million. So this is the last year. You let him walk. Perhaps he retires or signs a deal somewhere else. But yeah, the writing's on the wall. They took Malik last year and they were hoping he'd step up. This is they're admitting they were wrong. They were wrong. And look at this. And we're going to be going quick today. Detroit Lions are on the clock. Detroit Lions, the pick is in.
Mayor.
I absolutely hate their draft, top to bottom. They had 2 picks yesterday. The only thing I can say that's positive, they traded back to get some value, but then took a running back, even though they're stacked at running back, and they took a linebacker.
It's pretty terrible.
I don't know. I hope they go safety just because it would be the 3 least important positions that they went with 3 top 34 picks. But, do they go wide receiver here?
You're going to hate / love this.
Oh, you can't do that, Brian. You can't do that to me, man.
Okay.
You're killing me.
I will say nothing.
You are a brick wall.
I've got the PFF feed tracker on, and it's like 2 minutes ahead of this feed. So
who's behind that feed? Is that Florio? Is he running it?
No, he's not PFF. That's PFF.
Oh, no. PFF, not PFN.
Sorry, I misheard. It's a trigger around here for
this
sure.
This is like
Florio,
Steven Sam or whatever.
Florio gets me quit. He gets me upset. That dude hasn't been right in ages.
Dan Campbell definitely drafts with his heart, and I love it about him. He's all new
He's so fun.
Yeah.
I love Dan Campbell, the human.
Sam Laporta. They went and got a tight end, which was a need. They traded the tight end away, and then you go get Sam Laporta. I love Sam. He's a hell of a player. He's one of the top players on my board. That's a great pick. I'm fine with that. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And they keep going after.
Wasn't he on your board at like 34 or something?
Sam Laporta?
Yeah,
he was pretty high on my list. Did we already mark him as gone?
I'm checking it.
Adam 39.
So pretty close.
So he went 34. Pretty dang close. And so, what's funny is they traded an Iowa tight end and Hawkinson. They traded him away, and then they go and draft the guy that replaced him at Iowa. Which is funny. Iowa tight ends, I'm a big fan. This was a lot of 49ers fans' targets. We love Iowa tight ends with George Kittle, obviously. And we got another trade. The Colts were on the clock, and the Raiders have traded up. Could this be the last quarterback?
No way.
Before the Rams. Is this Hendon Hooker territory?
No way. If
wow.
it is, I will just literally just fall out. I can't even. I will
This is
be
awesome.
blown away.
This is awesome.
Al Davis from the grave, just bam, just got it.
I almost feel bad for Jimmy if this is a quarterback, because his entire career for years and years is just somebody breathing down his neck.
It's never going to stop. He's just not he's not good enough to not have that. Look at this. The Godfather's in the chat. What's up, Nicholas? He says, crazy draft so far. Loving it. Even yesterday while spending round one at MetLife Stadium, I saw those pictures. Looked awesome. Do you guys see the 49ers making at least 3 trades? Most of their picks are bunched up in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 3rd, 5th, and 7th. I said I would put the over-under on Niners trades at 2.5. So if I was doing the betting odds, I'll take 3 trades. I with the way this draft's going, everybody's trading around, man. I freaking love it. This is fun.
Yeah.
I really hope they don't. Okay, here's the trade parameters. The Colts get pick 38 and 141 for pick 35. So the 141 pick to jump up 3 spots. Why would they jump up 3 spots?
Man.
They jumped up over the Rams. They jumped up over Seattle. Both teams that have been rumored to possibly get a quarterback. It makes sense.
You know what? This is such a Mike Mayock definitely just in there bullish on Hooker. Like we're gonna fool everybody. We're gonna get him with this pick. Man, hasn't worked so far.
I will say this: the Raiders roster is not great. Not great at all. If we look at just kind of what they came up with out of the draft, what's it called? Yesterday, who was their pick that they got? They went edge, didn't they?
The Raiders.
The Raiders? Yeah, they went with
they went edge. Tyree Wilson. They got Tyree Wilson.
Right. Oh, great pickup though.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I mean, huge value. They got him at 7. A lot of people were saying he could go as high as 2. But I mean, edge, they're loaded at edge. They need a right tackle. They need a backup quarterback. I would get them an offensive lineman. They could use offensive linemen anywhere. I'm just going to be honest.
I agree with Craig in the chat, though. I think Michael Meyer to help Jimmy. I mean, they lost Waller. Man, this puts Jimmy G in a good spot. Getting a guy like him.
They signed Austin Hooper, which he's not a needle mover, but he's not bad. Well, if Kyle Shanahan's his coach, he's pretty damn good. Outside of that, I don't think he's had a good year. But yeah, I'm curious to see what this is going to be. And now we're into the commercial stage. They're going to commercials already over here. Come on now, you got to keep the ticker on the bottom, ESPN.
Yeah,
got to keep that on there. Now, my problem with the Raiders is this: Josh McDaniels, like he's on the bubble. Like if they have one more bad year, he's gone. He should have been fired last year, but Davis doesn't have the cash to bring in a new coach. So we'll see.
He could just get a job filming other people's practices. Maybe he could just be a consultant, for the Patriots next year.
There you go. And the Colts getting that 5th round pick number 141 for dropping back 3 spots. Nice value deal. They're not going to take a quarterback because they took Anthony Richardson. Did you guys see Jim Irsay's tweet this morning?
Rough city, dude.
Yeah, he's like, maybe we'll take another quarterback. Steve Young, Joe Montana. Dude's just a
what's
mess,
he?
man.
I swear, like, what are you doing? Like, take his phone away. Somebody get him a publicist. This is ridiculous.
All right, here we go. The Raiders selection. They are on the clock right here. This is pick number 35. They traded up for this. Michael Mayer, you called it.
Man,
that is a great freaking pick. He was the number 1 player on my board. Gosh, I had him number 12 overall, Chuck.
Yeah, he's great.
Now, I was going to say Jimmy's got Devontae Adams, Hunter Renfrow, and now add Michael Mayer in there. So Jimmy's got some targets to work with at least.
Love it.
For sure. I wonder who has them in our fantasy league. Just curious.
Oh, yeah, that's right. John does.
I'm Team Desmond Ridder and Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll take those value quarterbacks all day, baby. Value QBs all day.
John knows the deal, for sure.
I do, man. I do. I'm not good at many things in life or fantasy football for that matter. All right. So they went and took them. Now, if we look at just kind of where the board is. Okay, the Rams are on the clock. Hendon Hooker's there. I don't know if a 25-year-old quarterback as a backup makes much sense. I don't like that at all. What did I bet? I put a bet on there today for what position they would take first, I think.
If Hooker and Stafford went to the same team, though, at least they would get each other's references. You know, they'd be close enough in age to really understand each other. Probably become best friends.
I do like that. I said cornerback. I said corner was the spot that they would go here. They lost Ramsey. Of corners, DJ Turner, Kelly Ringo, Cam Smith, all these guys on the table. Thanks, buddy. My son bringing me some food, man. He's a good kid. But yeah, I think corner would make some sense here. Yeah. Or Brian Branch, the safety. They love some safeties. I hope they go punter. I'm with you, Debster. Yep. What's up, Deb? The Rams are on the clock, and it's going quick. There's only a minute and a half left.
What about?
And I love that ESPN went to commercial and didn't even announce the Raiders trade up and pick. It's little victories in life. It's the little things.
Yeah.
What do you think about interior offensive line? I mean, there's still like O'Cyrus Torrance, John Michael Smiths.
I love John Michael Smiths, man. Now, and here's the thing:
center or guard.
They need everything. They have a terrible offensive line. They have a terrible defensive line. They have 3 quality players and then just a bunch of, I don't want to say just a bunch of guys, but like everybody is going to have to take major steps up. The pick is in. Yeah,
I mean, when Sean McVay inherited that team, the strength of the team was O-line. They were just mauling people, and Todd Gurley was, figuring out the NFL. But they got to get back to that.
Yep. And we've got back-to-back NFC West picks. The Rams pick is in. Seahawks are officially on the clock. So we'll see how this goes. Oh, what's up? Jordan, thank you, man. He says, great content, fellas, even with an Eagles fan. Yes.
Appreciate
we want to keep it like it's not one. Again, let me just say this. The 40 Rush podcast doesn't happen without Charles Barr. He's the one that kind of forced me into doing this. That was a long time ago, man.
Well, first of all, the very irony that the person's name is Jordan Matthews played on both the Eagles and the Niners.
Jerry Rice's cousin.
How about that? Yeah. How about that?
I was going to say, is that the Jordan Matthews?
Yeah, right. He's in here. Dude, we appreciated you. We did.
Love it. Boo Eagles. Yes, boo the Eagles. But Charles brings some pretty solid analysis, I'm going to be honest. And he's not a homer. He is not a homer.
No, I hate my team every day, but I love him and support him because, that's what it means to be a real fan. You have to have some anger towards your team at some level.
I'm going to say that sounds like a true Eagles fan.
Yeah, right.
Hate is at the origin of all of their stories. It has to be. Okay. I do like that the Rams get their first pick and both ESPN and NFL Network are on commercial. Suck it, Rams. Whose house? Whose house? You're not in anybody's house. You're not even on the TV in anybody's houses right now.
These people talking. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think a fun game to play whenever it's a division rival is who do you want them to get least?
Yeah.
Because we have to play them. So
Let's see
real
here.
quick before it comes out, because I've already seen it.
On Michael Smith is definitely top of the list. Darnell Washington, he's up there as well.
Ooh, that'd be scary.
Those two I do not want. Worst record by defending Super Bowl champion in NFL history. Love it. Love it. Love it.
Not the fun fact you want to be known for.
Yeah. Luke, he says, does McCaffrey's restructure mean we're trading for a veteran? The timing would suggest so. It's pretty unprecedented for what the Niners have done, as Brian brought up. I've never seen them do a restructure like this. I'm curious if the restructure was done a long time ago and they just now announced it, which happens a lot with the Niners. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be, but it alludes to that. I will say that. Here we go. Here's the pick. 36th pick in the NFL draft. The Rams' first selection, Steve Avila, guard. The first guard off the thing. Smart pick. Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick at all.
Is there a better guard on the board, though?
It depends on what you want, right? You look at kind of Steve Avila and what he brings. He's a big old dude, man. TCU 6'3", 332. I had a second-round grade on him. He was my number 3 interior offensive lineman, 23 years old. Here's what I put on there. Tiny hands. He's got some of the smallest hands ever for a lineman. Bad angles, loose footwork and pass protection, but he's just a mass to get around. He's so wide. Like, he is just wide. Think Aaron Banks with a little more width, which is crazy.
Listen,
wider Aaron Banks.
Yes. Yes.
And listen, from personal experience, you can overcome small hands. You can live your dreams. Yeah.
Just saying. One of the best commercials ever. I don't know if it was McDonald's or Burger King. And it's like, man, I can't eat that burger. Makes my hands look small.
Yeah.
I love it. The Seattle Seahawks pick is in. Let's go over. They did a lot. They built on the outside. They got some good players, man. Let's just be really honest. At number 5, they got the number 1 corner, Devin Witherspoon. Then on pick 20, they got the wide receiver Jackson Smith-Njigba. Man, we made a lot of money on that one, which was a lot of fun, but I'm not happy he is there. What is it that they need a lot?
What do you want them to have least, since we need to play them?
I want them to get a quarterback here. I think a quarterback makes sense. Safety makes sense. Defensive tackle. I don't want them to get Keanu Benton. I don't want them to get Keanu Benton. That would be a good pick. So
also,
here we go.
Branch is still on the board.
I know, man. Safeties fall, man. Safeties fall. The pick is in. Derek Hall, you son of a B. That was my favorite trade-up candidate for the 49ers. That was my favorite trade-up candidate. I said it for months. You SOBs, man.
Dude, and they took Mafe last year, too. I really liked Mafe.
Yeah. So, hey, good pick. Good pick.
Condolences.
I really did like that dude, man. Ugh.
It's tough.
I'm really crossing my fingers for the Missouri guy, Isaiah McGuire. Like, out of anyone who's left, if we get him, that would make my day.
Steve Wilkes coached him. He was the DC for Missouri 2 years ago.
Yeah, and here's the silver lining too, is just that it's such a deep edge class, John. That was your favorite guy. It doesn't mean it's the only guy, and he's in a tier of guys. So I absolutely think that the Niners can take somebody of his same quality and develop beyond him. So there's some fun ones out there, even ones I know you don't like. That kid from Notre Dame, I know he's not your favorite, but he's one of my favorites.
He's a guy that could be there. So edge players that I have left that I really like: Byron Young, Tennessee; BJ Ojulari; Keon White, Georgia Tech; Yaya Diaby; Andre Carter; Isaiah Foskey. There's Isaiah McGuire. There's a lot of guys. We're getting an edge. Yeah. We're getting a lot. So, but yeah, got to give it to him. Nice pick. I hate you, you gum chomping turd.
Yeah,
that's okay. That's all right. Falcons are on the clock. They took a running back. They addressed their team through free agency. They've just gone so many free agents on the Falcons roster, and they could do a lot. You know, this could be a Hendon Hooker. definitely a possibility for him to go here. I hope they don't go quarterback. I think they're all in, because if they don't win this year, I think the coaching staff's fired. So I don't know about a backup plan is really a good idea. I think how much they paid Tyler Heineke, I think, says a lot. We'll see here. Oh, yeah. Man.
I know they paid Heineke. Just is there any part of that contract, though, is that's incentive laden? I don't know if you studied that contract or not.
The Falcons traded up for this pick. We missed that. It was the Colts pick. Falcons traded up. They got
this was the Raiders, right? Because there was the Raiders, they traded up with the Colts, and now it was the Colts that got traded to the Falcons.
Yeah, it just keeps going. So here we go. To get to number 30, they gave up 44 and 110. So pick 44 and 110 to jump up 6 spots to number 38. So they saw somebody that they really, really wanted. Again, they took Bijan, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, they have not made sense in their drafting. For me, they took a sexy pick yesterday. It's understandable because he's so good. But in terms of the long term, about like when you're going to get your quarterback and when the extensions are due and all these things, I hate the way they're building their team. It doesn't make sense. So
he's trying to keep his job. That's what it is. That's all it is.
This pick could be anybody. It really could, because they're. It's got to be defense, though, because they're so stinking terrible on defense.
Another Niners guy, offensive tackle Matthew Bergeron.
I was going to say, I really wanted him. He's awesome.
I don't get, they have Clay Matthews, they have McGrary, they have 2 of the most athletic tackles, and they don't even need guards. Their guards are Hennessy and Lindstrom. I don't understand this. This is the best player available, but they traded up for him. So my guess is they had a first-round grade on this cat, and they just waited. Oh, look at you.
He's like, they know you, John. They know you.
It's right here, baby. It's right here. I'm just saying. That way,
I got a fresh bottle too.
Man, dang, man, I did like Matthew Bergeron. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe. They have 3 tackles that are – it's a best player only, I guess. I don't know what else to say.
Listen, I told you it wasn't going to make sense. They're probably going to start running 6 linemen behind Bijan. And so, who knows?
Cool with that, man. But
honestly, like if Bergeron is your 6th offensive lineman, that is a dang good offensive line.
Wow. Yep.
Wow. So with that pick, the Russell Wilson trade is now complete with that Seattle pick on number 37 overall. So this is the entirety of it. The Broncos got Russell Wilson and Ioma Uwarazarike. Okay, that's all they got. Here's what the Seahawks got. Drew Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Tyreek Smith, Devin Witherspoon, Derek Hall. Yikes. Oof. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They got 5 starters out of that.
And Russell Wilson looks terrible.
Bad.
They really got 4 starters. Boye Mafe's not starting yet. Tyreek Smith's not starting. Shelby Harris not starting. Drew Lock not starting. They got 4 starters. Harris
has kind of been like a solid 3-tech for a while.
Solid, yeah. Yeah, and Johnny says they think they'll kick Bergeron to guard. So who are you moving out? Like, I thought Matt Hennessy was awesome. I love that dude. Chris Lindstrom, they just paid. And so I guess maybe you kick Hennessy to center. But you got Drew Dahlman there. He was all right last year. I think it's just best player available. And I do think you're right. They would kick him in. But, man, that dude
maybe somebody's on the trade block.
Maybe. Dude, I would take McGrary in a second. But they just paid him. So
we got Panthers on the clock now.
Yep, there we go.
What should the Panthers do? That's kind of curious because
Jalen Hyatt maybe here and get Bryce somebody to throw over the top 2. I'm not sure if that's his guy, though. I'm not sure if that's the type of wide receiver.
Here's his wide receiver core. Terrace Marshall Jr., they got the vertical threat. DJ Chark, vertical threat. And Adam Thielen, their slot guy. Hayden Hurst is their tight end. Offensive line's not bad. It's not bad. This is not a bad team.
Available. There's like Josh Downs, Tank Dell, Jalen Hyatt, Cedric Tillman, Rashee Rice, Marvin Mims.
Oh, Marvin Mims.
That would be really good with Bryce Young.
I've also heard
really like him.
I heard that NFL scouts are higher on Tyler Scott than like the dynasty fantasy community people evaluate.
I'm pretty damn high on him. That dude
I didn't
was
like him.
incredible. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I remember you kept telling me that. I love that dude. You look at what he was able to accomplish with different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Mingo,
Yeah.
Mingo should. This is the territory where I expect Mingo to go off the board.
But he shouldn't. But I'm saying based off of like where he is as a prospect, he is talented. But if you're looking for an impact player now, I think Mingo still he's raw to me.
Oh, he's very raw. He's got to go to a creative play caller. No doubt about that. But I still think that
Are they
he's
creative?
Awesome.
We'll see.
Frank Reich? Yeah, relatively. Hey,
He's a good
but I
coach,
have
though,
Mims
right?
76. And then where do I have Mingo at? I'm looking on my board right here. I need to put up my.
Josh Downs is a potential as well, for sure.
I have Mingo 85, right? So, like, yeah, this is a little bit of a reach. But if you want, like, that strong, physical, big-bodied wide receiver, man, you're struggling. Cedric Tillman, I think, would make a little bit more sense here. I'm higher on him.
Agreed.
Cedric Tillman would make sense. But I don't know. Part of me thinks they go defense. They've got a good, corner group. But, Brian Branch sitting there. That's huge.
It's crazy. We haven't seen a single safety go off the board yet.
Not
Like
one.
we're basically at pick 40 and not a single safety. There's going to be some good safeties available for us.
Feels like when you miss on a safety in the NFL draft, higher in the draft, the first and second, that there's just more consequences when you miss on, say Jamal Adams, or when you miss with some of these guys and you think they're going to be these big impact players. Derwin James, who got hurt, not his fault, but it's like you need a safety to be basically impactful soon as training camp happens. You really can't wait on them too long.
Yeah, nailed it. Here we go, baby. Jonathan Stewart making the pick for the Panthers. I like it.
Oh,
I love all these different announcers, man. He was. 39th pick in the NFL draft, the Carolina Panthers, Jonathan Mingo. I kept telling people, man, this is a reach, but you want Bryce Young to be successful? Yeah, gosh, I love Jonathan Mingo. I didn't think he'd go this early.
A big, strong receiver who can develop.
Yeah.
I remember watching Mingo, and the thing that really stood out to me was watching the Senior Bowl and seeing his footwork, because he's got some fast feet. So I think he's got some untapped potential as a route runner.
Yeah, I really liked him, but they liked him more. You bet on the frame. Scarcity is so important in the NFL draft. What is there not a lot of? Those always get pushed up. And so if there's not a lot of big-bodied receivers, they get pushed up. If there's not a lot of offensive tackles, they get pushed up. And we're seeing that. That's exactly what it is.
There's a lot of tight ends, a lot of safeties. They're
fall
dropping.
down. It's
a lot of edges. They're dropping.
Well said, Brian. Man, that's crazy. And I do like that they are surrounding the kid with options. I hate when teams draft a quarterback and just say, figure it out. It's the goldfish principle, right? Like you're going to grow as large as your environment allows you to do that. Oh, what's up? We got somebody joining us. Let's bring him up here. The man, the myth, Rohan. How are you, my friend?
Hey, I'm good, man. How are you?
Oh, dude, having a great time. We got Chuck, we've got Brian, we've got Rohan with us. Want to say thank you to Nicholas Parra. Thanks for the super chat. He says, I wonder what players get picked with the CMC picks. It'd be good to stack them up and see what it looks like. F them picks regardless. CMC the GOAT, who just got restructured. Yeah, we'll see. They used a lot of those picks to trade. The CMC trade allowed them to trade up and get their quarterback in the future without losing all those picks. They still have a normal relative draft haul, I guess, or picks.
Yeah.
So, Rohan, how you feeling about the draft so far, my friend?
Interesting one. I'm tuning back into it right now, but I mean, we see round 2 has been interesting. We see a little bit of the tight end run going on with Laporta first with Detroit, and then obviously Michael Mayer at 35. Raiders obviously trade up because it seems like someone was going to get Michael Mayer at that kind of spot. Obviously, most interesting one, it was Will Levis at 33. How you feel about that pick?
I think it made sense. They jumped up and took him from somebody they got to move on. They can't build a roster around Tannehill with the price he has. And so I kind of get it. I get it. That's kind of my stance.
And I mean, reports were suggesting the Titans were high enough that they could even consider selecting him in the top 10. To get him at 33, I think is a pretty solid investment. And I think that, I mean, right now with the way that the draft's going, he's a guy who you probably get to develop for a year, and then you can see what he's like at the cost, obviously, of a second round pick. Cheaper salary wise, guaranteed money wise. The only knock now that on Will Levis is you don't get him for that 5th-year option.
Right. Yeah. I wonder if they had to have been trying to trade up. They had to, because why would you trade up at all? But it just didn't work. That 5th-year option is so viable in today's salary cap, and the teams on the back end of the first round are all competitors. They're contenders. They need the salary cap relief more than anybody. And here we go. The Saints are on the clock. The pick is in. Roman Harper. Oh, I loved me some Roman Harper back in the day. Dude, I love these kind of legendary team picks. We got Joe Staley's going to be picking for the Niners for their first pick, which
that'll be a fun one.
Yeah.
I'm pumped.
Yeah. Anytime Joe Staley he makes me smile. He just warms my heart. That dude's incredible. So pick number 40 overall. The Saints, they went Brian Bresee earlier. Bresee, there's lots of different ways. Isaiah Foskey off the board.
Wow, okay.
Charles loved that dude and just brought him up, and now he's gone. What are your thoughts there? Did you like Foskey?
So I didn't watch a lot of him, but I watched like one game, and I did like him. Just a very powerful edge rusher, great frame. I don't remember everything. It was only like one game, just because I didn't think he would drop to us. But I remember thinking, like, this guy's probably a 2nd-round talent. He seems legit.
There we go. Did you like him a lot?
I thought he
Rohan?
was solid. I did. I honestly thought he was a guy who could have snuck in at the end of the first round. Another edge rusher went instead. Felix. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the last name. But,
Felix E.
Yeah, Felix. FAU is what people called him. But I thought he was good. He had a good Senior Bowl, and I mean his pass rushing moves I think is pretty solid. He's got a good long arm. And I think he's a situational pass rusher guy who can really be a solid contributor.
Yeah, and I do like the Saints. They went defensive tackle, then they went defensive end. Good teams build in the trenches. I mean, it's just simple.
They really like to stack their D-line.
Yeah, and I like it because, one of my favorite players this past decade is Cameron Jordan, who, he's long in the tooth. And so Foskey could just kind of learn and try to step into that role. He's not that type of player, but same position. We'll see. The Cardinals pick is in, but we have gotten some Christian McCaffrey cap news from David Lombardi. He says, Christian, I'll just read his tweet. Christian McCaffrey's new 2023 cap hit after the restructure is $3.4 million. It was 12. Now it's down to 3.4. Base salary is a $1 million. CMC paid out 10.7 of the signing bonus immediately, and they prorated the cap to 2 void years. The Niners are doing this like crazy now. So $2.1 million annually. So it's after Christian McCaffrey leaves, he will be making $2 million for 2 additional years on our salary cap, which the Niners, they keep borrowing from the future, but it's small amounts, but those small amounts add up. What do you think there, Rohan?
I think this was a move that we had to expect because McCaffrey was not going to play, I thought, on this contract. Not only, I don't think there was going to be any issue necessarily, but he has no guaranteed money over the final years of his deal prior to the restructure. I think the restructure also helps the 49ers get some cap space in an area where you don't want to restructure some of the longer contracts, right? The Ark Armsteads, the George Kittles, the guys who have already been restructured once, They are already seeing significant cap hit increases over the next few years throughout the duration of their contract. McCaffrey, on the other hand, he's a guy who you can restructure, and it made sense given he didn't have guaranteed money. I like this as a win-win. Obviously, the 49ers just created about $8.6 million in cap space, but the other part about it, looking on the player side, McCaffrey had no guaranteed money. He just gets $10 million guaranteed automatically with the signing bonus that he gets with this contract. That's, I think, the other part that fits into the puzzle.
I love it when people get paid. It makes me very, very happy. McCaffrey gets $10 million, just got engaged to Miss Universe, going to get a Super Bowl ring hopefully soon. Just get it all, just freaking check, 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 check. Now, let's shift our focus.
Living the good life.
Yeah, living the good life. We have an NFC West team on the clock, the Cardinals, who have traded back, and then traded back again. Now they're on the clock at 41. They've picked up an additional
I thought you
rounder.
said they traded back one more time.
Oh, no, 3 times so far this draft.
I was about to be like, God damn.
The pick is in, number 41 overall. They've only added 1 player so far, which, Paris Johnson Jr. is awesome. I totally get that. There's a lot of different ways they can go. Their defensive line is not good. Wide receiver options, I feel like they've invested a lot there. I think they'll stay away from that position. But, running back, they need lots of stuff. But defense is just, it's not good. It's just not good.
They really need just some defensive tackles because they have nobody to stop the run.
Keanu Benson's on the board.
They have to play us.
I think I brought him up right before you jumped on. He's by far one of my favorite players in this draft. And the top defensive tackle available. Him and Gervon Dexter Sr. out of Florida. So, yeah, there we go.
And they both should probably go.
You like Gervon Dexter?
In this kind of area.
I do. I like Gervon Dexter a lot.
I didn't like his tape.
You didn't like it? Didn't like it.
It was like all the athletic traits were there. Like, I think in my notes, I said that he had like a 2nd round body, but the film was like 5th round film.
Gotcha.
If that makes sense.
One thing I do want to say before the Cardinals get on the board, I know they're a division rival. Gotta praise them for what they've done. This is honestly, I'm very impressed with the way that Monty Ossenfort, first-year GM, has maneuvered the board. He traded down from 3 to 12, accumulated a significant amount of assets, including that 2024 first-round pick from Houston, and then traded back up. Good amount of assets that they get as the pick seems to be coming in now.
I like it. So here we go. I missed who's announcing. Oh, Aeneas Williams. Yes. Love that dude, man. The old free safety thumpers that could kind of do everything. He was a lot of fun. So here we go. The 41st overall pick by the Cardinals, who have traded back so many times. Let's see who they take here. They need everything. Build in the trenches if they were smart. So we'll see what they're offensive tackle early. They took BJ Ojulari, one of my favorite players.
Ojulari, yeah. Okay.
Tackle in the edge. Smart picks.
If it was Steve Keim, he would have taken him in the 1st round. It's a linebacker.
He would have. I don't think Ojulari is going to be playing linebacker. He was, in that 3. Well, he's going to be playing the role that Ridgeway played. Hassan Reddick played for the Eagles. That's his job.
Mm-hmm. That 3-4 outside rusher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked him. I hate that my favorite players are going to the division rivals. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. But smart pick, and they've got a lot of picks in the future. He was just a fun guy. And anytime you see somebody in LSU wearing number 7 or 18, you got to perk your ears up and pay attention a little bit more, because those are the guys that, the players, the team vote on as the most electric players on the team. And so that's Ojulari. He's just perfect captain, great dude. That was awesome. Happy for him. Hate that he went there, though. I hate that he went there.
Yeah, I mean, talking again on the Cardinals, just another nice draft so far. I talked about the trade from 3 to 12 to 6. You essentially get an extra 1st round pick and then move up from the 2nd, move up into the 2nd from the 3rd alongside another additional asset. And the trade back up to 6 was also a good one, where you had a couple you got assets there too, and you didn't give up too much as Goodell.
Oh, the Packers, man, that was quick. Packers pick is in 42.
They got their guy.
The pick is
Musgrave.
in. Here we go.
There it is.
Luke Musgrave right there, right off the top, man. And
Boom.
So Musgrave's weird. He's weird because he's uber talented. He was like an Olympic skier type, whatever. Like, there were sometimes I watched this film, I couldn't stand him. And then other times I was like, oh, wow, this guy's amazing, like crazy talented. So we'll see. I do like that they got somebody for Jordan Love, because it's the worst wide receiving core in the NFL. So I think that's key. But yeah, taking steps in the right direction.
They're trying to help out their new young quarterback. They're gonna, You know, hey, Jordan Love, here's a big fast guy to throw to.
There you go. There you go. They do not like wide receivers. They do not like
But I
wide
mean,
receivers.
Musgrave, we'll see. It's another option, and I think that they were. I think they were considering tight end at 13 too. If it might have been a little early, but they were considering it, and it seems like you get your guy. They've got young receivers in that room that I think they trust a lot more than people anticipate. In Christian Watson, obviously there, Romeo Dobbs, obviously there. They've got a couple of options that they like. I still assume they draft a receiver, but in a pretty good receiver class in terms of depth. Seems like they, seems like they're patrolling the board well right now.
Jared says, a bit of smoke saying the 49ers trade up in the second round. Do you guys think it happens? Now, here's the issue. What would it cost to get there? I think every team wants to trade up. The problem is, are you willing to trade a second-round pick from next year's draft to do so? Because I think that's what it would cost. And my answer is absolutely not for this draft. Again, you look at my board, which this is just my take. There's not a big difference between, where we're picking now in the 40s to where you're going to be picking in the 70s. Like, that's the same tier. And so there's no real reason to jump up unless you had a first-round guy that's still there, which I doubt. But what did they say, 14 players with first-round grades? I don't know.
It's a lot.
So
I was looking at the order of the draft last night. I was just doing like a kind of instant reaction, and I was thinking about trade-ups, and you had mentioned 75. I think 72 or 73. Because if you look, 72 and 73, it's the Titans and the Texans.
okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Just as like
early third. I think early third's in the cards. I don't think that late second just seems a little tough. I think early third, and if we do it, I think a prediction I'll make is don't be surprised. We have a lot of assets in this draft, 11 picks. Don't be surprised though if we deal a 2024 third rounder. I think that's definitely in the cards.
Ooh,
also, are we really using 4 7th rounders? Like, I highly doubt that.
Now, the way that I look at the 7th round is it's essentially just an early access into the PFA pool. 7th rounders, especially the 247, 53, and 55, you're just ensuring you're getting that PFA, and also it kind of gives you a little more team control. So wouldn't be surprised if they kept them. Obviously, though, those could also be packaged in the trade up.
There we go. The Aaron Rodgers just got a new center, Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin.
Wow.
So there you go. That's one of your boys down there.
Super tall.
Yeah, he's a fun player, man. I really liked him. I really, really liked him. I think he's a center-only guy, but again, you've got to fortify Aaron Rodgers at his age. He can't move around. He can still move somewhat, but you don't want him getting hit. You had to protect him. I think they got leapfrogged in round 1 for their tackle. So they went interior. Not a bad pick. I value the center position much more than most people do.
And they don't really. Who is their center?
Are you talking about from the Jets?
Yeah, the Jets.
One of the Connor McGoverns. There's several of them.
Yeah, I thought it was McGovern.
Yeah, there's 2 Connor McGoverns. And so there's one for the Cowboys, and then there's one for the Jets. But yeah,
is he the not as good one?
No, he's better. No, he's the better one.
Oh, okay.
No, I think this one's the good one. Or the better one. Yeah.
Yeah. So there we go. Oh, here we go. Here's somebody. F the Cards and Hawks. Thank you, Debs. You're the absolute best, man. That is incredible. I absolutely love it, man. This is fun, guys. I'm really enjoying this. And the draft's picking up. Colts are on the clock again. They've been kind of crazy. They've traded back. Did they trade back twice in the second round?
Who are they going to give Anthony Richardson? Do you think they go give him someone to help Anthony Richardson?
They love big players. They just like
love big
bodies. Yeah. And so if you're going to stick with that, this wide receiver class is not for them. Cedric Tillman, he kind of fits into that idea. I mean, Isaiah McKenzie, Alex Pierce, and Pittman are their starters. Tight end, Mo Alley Cox. They do like tight ends.
Tucker Kraft.
One of those. I love Tucker Kraft, man.
Darnell
Washington. We talk about big bodies. Darnell Washington sitting there.
And that is a guy who I think Chris Ballard's a huge traits guy, huge guy into athletes, and that could be very well this pick.
Oh, look at Paul Hope. over from England across the pond. He said it's 1 a.m. over there trying to stay awake for a pick. I believe in you. You did some good work earlier today on Ted's show, man. It was awesome, Paul. Really appreciate it. Appreciate what you do, man. Nick says, any other centers you think we draft with our picks? I don't think center's a giant need for the 49ers. I think we've got like 3 of them. John Michael Smith's I love. I have a first-round grade on him. I am such a big fan of that dude. He ain't going to be there whenever we pick. I do like Victor Oluwatimi out of Michigan. I think he's will be there. Luke Wibner, Jarrett Patterson. There's some decent centers in this draft class, but with signing
Scruggs is probably someone who'd be available in like the 5th.
Like Scruggs, yeah, he's way down. But yeah, so there's a lot of centers. But man, you paid your guy to come back, Jake Brendel. You have lots of Feliciano's played center. You've got the guy you drafted last year out of Fordham.
Zakel. Yeah.
Zakel. Jason Poe took some snaps there too. So there's a lot of bodies. I'm not sure if you're fine with any of them being the number 2 guy, but I don't think it's a huge need. But hey, best player available.
I do agree with you. Yeah, I agree that he isn't the biggest need. Yeah. But we'll see, because with 11 picks, if they stay with a lot of picks, you definitely could see a pick like that.
There we go. Colts, the pick is in finally. Let's see what they go with. Yeah, I think Darnell Washington makes the most sense. But, these tight ends, they're starting to come off the board. And we'll see. Do they go another quarterback? I don't think so.
How do the Colts look on defense? Because
they're not bad. Okay. They got Samson Ebicom. They got him from us. Buckner, they got him from us. So they got a couple of our guys over there. Quiddy Pay, Darius Leonard. They've got some players. They really
what are
do.
They? I'm assuming this could be O-line or corner.
It could be Kenny Moore and Rogers. Isaiah Rogers.
They got Moore, but they might want an outside guy.
Yeah,
because they lost Gilmore. They lost Gilmore, right? Or do they still have him?
No, he's with the Cowboys.
Sorry, Cowboys.
Yeah. So they lost Gilmore, so they probably want an outside.
Julius Brents, you called it. One of the most athletic, biggest guys. We just said Ballard likes traits. Biggest, longest, fastest corner. He's an interesting guy. He's interesting for sure.
I really liked him. I mean, he's lacking some deep speed, but I think with just like the range he has, just in terms of like length, I don't think it matters all that much because he ran like a 4.55 or a 4.57. But I mean, he's got
we got a trade. We got another trade, guys. Lions just traded up with Green Bay. Is that an interdivisional trade? The Lions and the Packers making a trade, says Tom Pelissero.
Do you think they finally actually go wide receiver?
Well, no, I think the Lions traded up. I think the Lions traded up with Green Bay here. Is that correct? 78? No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong round.
Yeah, you're right. The Lions are on the clock.
So, yeah, pick 44. Oh, they trade up with Atlanta. I apologize. Did I miss something? Tom Pelissero saying they just traded up. So
the Lions went with Laporta. So they got their tight end.
Yeah, Packers traded to the Lions. I was correct.
Yeah.
So
they should go defensive tackle here. That would be.
They went running back with Gibbs. They went linebacker, and then they went tight end. So they need wide receiver help, man. They need wide receiver help. We lost our buddy. He cut out. I hope his internet's good, but that's all right. We're gonna keep running with this thing. We appreciate y'all joining with us. We're gonna be here all day, baby. Yeah. All day. What would you do here?
I would go defensive line. I think that they definitely have more pass rush now that they brought in Hutch and who is it, like Houston, the other kid they drafted that they like, but they had one of the worst defenses.
Oh, the worst defense. Yeah, it's terrible.
So, corner, although they added corners. Yeah, probably defensive tackle. Stop the run.
Because I'm sure that I want to keep saying his name.
The Vikings run the ball. The Packers guaranteed are going to be running the ball. The Bears are going to run the ball. Those are going to be 3 run first teams in your division. So it would make sense to bulk up your defensive line.
Yeah. And here's what they gave up. I can't believe the Lions and Packers traded. That's hilarious. But you see this sometimes in the draft. The 49ers have traded with the Seahawks in the past. It happens. The Packers got pick 48, and they gave up, 48 and 59 for the Lions to jump up 3 spots to 45. So to jump up 3 spots cost the number 159 pick. They may take another. Yeah, 159.
Okay, well, 159. That's like a what? 6th rounder, 5th rounder?
159 is it's a 5th rounder. It's a middle 5th.
That's right, because we have the one in the 150s.
Right.
Yep.
So there we go. Yeah, we'll see here. D line just makes a lot of sense. Still no safeties off the board. There's interior offensive linemen. I'm looking at this roster. Go ahead.
I was just going to say they jumped 3 spots, and I've already seen what the pick is, but they jumped 3 spots. Why would they jump
quarterback? Would it be quarterback?
Why would they
Atlanta?
jump the Patriots?
I don't know. We're bringing in Chucky B. He's back.
Or the football team, Commanders. Why would they jump them?
Quarterback, baby. Let's see Hooker go off the board here. Daryl, thank you for the super chat. He says, JC, stay grinding for all us family. Hit the like button. Yeah, if you haven't yet, easy freeway. Hit that like button, the thumbs up on this YouTube page. That helps us. It helps the algorithm. It suggests us to more people. Free way to support the channel and support what we're doing here. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Daryl. You're always the best, man. Thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. You are the man. You are the man. So, Chuck, we just got an interdivision trade. The Lions traded with the Packers to jump up.
Wow.
Is this going to be the quarterback? Is this going to be him?
I thought the Colts were going to draft Hendon Hooker to be a mentor to Anthony Richardson. But
I love the ageism jokes, man. Keep bringing it. As a 40-year-old, keep it coming, man. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Yeah, but they didn't.
They did not. No. They did not.
You know,
Chuck and I are the same grade. We went to college together.
Same grade.
That's how we met. Yeah, he was flirting with my non-wife at the time.
Yep, tried.
He tried. Appreciate
Failed.
that.
Tried.
That's right. We got good taste. That's all. That's all that is.
That's right. We like the same draft prospects. We both had a round 1 grade on her. I thought she was a top 10 pick.
There we go.
And,
there we go.
Good job, John.
John got her first overall.
Just saying.
Great GM. He figured it out for himself.
I love it, man. I love it. All right. So here we go. I really hope this is Hendon Hooker. I think it would make sense with kind of what they've done. Well, hold on. Nothing makes sense with what they've done. I think it's the worst draft so far. But with their roster and kind of what they're building, am I crazy to be out on the Lions? Everybody wanted to write them as contenders. Do you guys see them as – Chuck, you're not a Niners guy. Do you see the Lions as a contender in the NFC?
Ooh, so if that defense starts playing really well, I think that they're going to be a problem. Are they at the Niners level? No. I don't think that Goff can hang with the pressure that the Niners bring. And that's sort of the big deal now. Can you get outside the pocket and create and improvise? They don't have that.
Yeah, I like it. Here's the pick. Goodell, 45th overall, the Lions select. Here we go.
Here we go. It's your favorite position.
Waiting for it. Brian Branch, safety. These guys, what are they doing? They traded up for a safety. What are they doing? He's
a slot corner. He's a slot corner.
Bring your kid to work weekend. Now, Brian Branch is incredible.
Yeah.
You do not draft a running back, a linebacker, a safety, and a tight end. The 4 least valuable positions in the NFL. That's what they spent their picks on. The Detroit Lions are a freaking joke. I'm sorry. I'm overreacting.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. This is hilarious to me.
In their defense, I do think that this is a very good player, and it's probably a smart place to pick him.
Good player.
It might not be a good decision for them, but in terms of, a good player, in terms of one of the best players available, he's probably one of the best players available.
I'm so out on this team.
I don't like the team building.
I'm going to start rooting against the Lions, which I've never done in my life because the rest of the world hates them. I'm going to start rooting against them because I hate what they've done. But the one thing I do like, Kilted Niners fan, what's up, James? The man, one of the executive producers of the show. He is a good friend and a great dude. He says, this is the most fun Draft, most funnest draft ever. Love the banter, guys. You're the man, dude. It was fun hanging out with you in Denver last year. I'm hoping we can do another one this year. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at Nick. He says Don Burr is probably happy, though. He probably is, but he's a Lions fan.
Yeah.
He doesn't know better. He doesn't know. I'm rooting against the Lions. They're my least favorite team in the NFC, not in the NFC West.
Well,
or
the draft is there next year, so just be a little
God
careful.
bless it.
Yeah, be a little careful because you don't
want to be.
Yeah, you don't want people to know your name before you get there.
Detroit, you're a great city. Dude, this is a joke. They really did go running back, linebacker, tight end, safety.
That's how you draft in Madden, though. If you're going to build a dynasty franchise in Madden, that's the way, but not in the NFL.
Oh, geez, man. Just jokesters.
They really should have went like defensive tackle, edge, corner, receiver, or something like that.
So the Patriots pick is in, but then we have another trade right after that. The Bucks have traded up. This is the most trades ever to this point. We're not even to pick 50. I think we've had 10 trades. We had 6 trades yesterday. We've had at least 4 today. Gosh, man, that is hilarious what the Detroit Lions have done. You freaking morons.
Is the Bucks, though, is this the Hendon Hooker trade?
He got to go soon. He's got to go soon.
I think
the Bucks trade up to 48. So 46 and 47 picks are in, and the Bucks traded up to 48. So the Patriots and the Commanders have already made their picks. And now they traded with interesting. So the Bucks traded with I guess originally this was Detroit at 48.
Yeah, it's moved a bunch.
Wow.
Yeah.
I can't really remember the last time and I could be wrong because like we're just in it right now, but it feels like there's been a ton of movement already. What's the most amount of trades that's ever happened in a draft? John Chapman, do you know the answer?
I do not know the most trades that have happened in a draft. I have no clue for that.
Neither do I. Probably a lot.
Clue.
No.
Rohan's camera. Rohan's with us, but his camera's on the fritz. So we're going to bring him back in whenever we get him a chance. When we get him a chance. But yeah, I don't know the answer to that. If somebody wants, what is the most
fun trivia question?
Fun trivia question. Most trades in the draft.
We got to Google it and then see who gives us the right answer.
Well, we don't know, so let's guess. Let's all take guesses.
We're at like 10 now, so I would say maybe 18
like
to 19. You're gonna say 52. I'm gonna say 18.
Well, I mean, we're in round 2. We've already done like what, a dozen?
Yeah,
I think we're at about 10 or 11
now because
I don't. It's like never like
12
this.
or 20 rounds. They used to be like 20 rounds in the draft.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Price is right. I'm gonna go in between you guys. 35.
35. There you go. $1.
Yeah.
Luke says the former records holder for draft day trades was Jimmy Johnson. John Lynch tied that his first year for most trades, but then kind of calmed down. Yeah, the first year John Lynch was GM, they tied the record for most trades ever. Every pick was a trade. Sebastian Vollmer making the pick for the Patriots. They went with one of the best picks in the draft in the first round when they got Christian Gonzalez after falling back. Let's see what they do here.
One's a good fit for them too.
They have 7 corners on their team already. No more corners, guys. No more corners.
I think this is a good pick.
You like it?
I think it's a good fit for them and what they do.
I hate the Patriots. Keon White, defensive end, Georgia Tech. I wasn't as high on him as others, but man, he's a player. And so you pair him up with Judon, with Josh Uche. They've got some
multiple
guys.
kind of 3-4 that they do because he's big enough that he can play inside or big end.
Yep.
So for them, I think it's a good pick.
He's a fun player. So now, we're about to see what the trade was all about. The Bucks, Tom Paralocero said traded up. Let's see what they gave or where they're at. I think they traded with Washington. Luke says if we want to trade up, do all these trades make it cheaper for us to do it now, or would we even want to now? Yeah, so people are paying less. People are paying less than the Jimmy Johnson trade chart is currently. So that is good news. That is good.
By
news.
how much? Have you been tracking it, or?
I haven't been tracking it, but the last couple trades where the team trading up was getting more points, if that makes sense. The teams are wanting to trade back and are taking cheaper deals because
That's a
this
good
is
thing
not
for
the
us.
value of the draft. This is not the. What did I say earlier? Where I was like, man, from 30 to 60, it's the same damn guys.
Yeah.
So the
But
value.
there's a guy hanging around at 70, 75, 80 that we really like.
Maybe.
Yeah, and so real quick, let's look at my big board, which again, shout out to Clayton. He is running this whole production so smooth.
Thank you,
is
Clayton.
a sexy, sexy man. He's running the chat, the banners, and he's watching the Warriors game, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
He is the best. He's the best. Let's go, Warriors. I'm not a fan, but I hope they win. Guys, I'd be cool trading up for, just looking at it. One of these tight ends is there. Darrell Washington's still there. You remember how everybody kept saying, like, man, how does he not go in the first round? Like, he's still there. Sidney Brown, incredible. Keanu Benton, DJ Turner. That's the fastest dude in this whole draft. Tucker Kraft.
He'd be worth trading up for.
Yeah, yes, he would. Tank Dell, he's a rush crush guy. Cody Mock, Byron Young, Kaylee Ring. Like, there's still way too many guys to even name.
Cody Mock.
Cody Mock's still there. He can
Man,
play everything.
That's a trade up
Play
for
everything.
me. I mean, if he gets close enough, that I like that guy a ton.
My biggest problem with him is I think he's best at guard, which Niners
Is
like
it the
those
teeth?
guys.
Is it the teeth?
The teeth, yeah, the no teeth, right?
Yeah.
Which I respect. And so,
That's the
yeah,
best
here we
part.
go. Hey, man, you do what you got to
Like
do.
you know that's like a cornbread Midwest guy with some
Incredible.
like some farmer strength, you know?
Yeah.
Where's
hockey.
my? Yeah, right there it is. Man, I had the draft. There it is. Draft trade tracker. They're not updating it now, and I hate every year when we get to this part of the draft. People are taking breaks, and I get it and all that stuff, but we don't get the trade details. You just get, oh, there's a trade, and you don't even know what it's for or what it is. And so we're officially at that part, and they're not announcing the details of these trades anymore. And so that's frustrating. Now, Washington's on the clock here. They kind of caught up to the clock itself. The pick is in, and they didn't even announce it. So Washington, they didn't even announce the pick. Oh, I'm seeing it here. Washington goes with Jartavius Martin, Quan Martin, huge 49ers favorite everywhere. The safety out of Illinois, he is off the board, and they're not even showing the picks anymore on ESPN. So we've officially reached that stage of the draft. Rohan, the camera is working. Give me a thumbs up whenever you want us to bring you on. You ready to go?
I'm gonna head out for a minute. I gotta eat, so I'll drop
Go
out.
get some food, man. Appreciate you. And we'll get you back here. Hopefully, Brian, enjoy your food, bud.
Yeah, I'll be.
Well,
All right.
we're back on the phone this time. And
Hey,
it
man.
seems to be working.
Handsome as
Unfortunately,
always,
plugged
no
out.
matter the device, Rohan.
Hey, appreciate it, man. But hey, I mean, a nice few picks. The one, I mean, as soon as Detroit traded up, especially with Green Bay, I looked right at the next pick. Who is it? It's in New England. You know, it's got to be Brian Branch. That's the way that it happened. And good pick. I mean, Detroit now shaping out to have a really nice draft.
I hate it. I hate
initial
it.
part.
I hate it. I hate the positions. I love the players, but they drafted literally the four least. Cody Mock off the board to the Bucks, who they traded up for.
No.
We just said his name, man.
No.
You just said it. He's a trade-up candidate.
I got to be quiet. I won't say it again.
No,
Sorry.
man, you're freaking on fire and Fuego
Oh,
over here.
Okay, just get them all out now. All the picks that 49er fans have wanted for the last 3 months. Quan Martin was the guy who I've been just hammering for. I even said if we want to trade up for Quan Martin, he goes at 47. Seems like the NFL understands his value.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
And now we're getting to the spot, and this happens every year in the second, third rounds, where people go after perfect scheme fits. So they might not be a top 50 player, but you're looking at somebody that's like, man, this dude makes our roster day one, versatility, can do all these things. He might not be a Pro Bowl player, but man, we're getting a starter at a huge position that we have been screwed over on. It makes sense. And Cody Mock is gone, much to my chagrin, and I am upset, but that's okay. Get used to it. We're in that space. We're at pick 48. We got 50 more picks till the Niners are on the board. So
only 50 more picks.
only 50 more picks.
So you think?
Only.
So you think?
Oh, we trading up. We trading up.
Oh.
We trading up.
We trading up for our sanity. That's how it works.
There we go. I love it. I want to trade up and a trade back.
Okay. This is Pittsburgh. This is going to be Keanu Benton. I think so.
I mean, it goes with the way they build. It's a huge need. Obviously, they still have Cameron Hayward, but if you look at their Montravius Adams is a starter for them. Larry Ogunjobi, long in the tooth, but man, he's still playing for them as well. You build in the trenches. I think you could go. Another thing that I think you could do, you could go interior offensive lineman here.
You definitely could. That was the other position I was thinking about. You went tackle in round 1. I think
they got your guy Isaac Siamalu, Chuck. They got they got Siamalu over there.
So I'm going to say this too. I'm going to give John some credit. I'm looking at your big board. One of the reasons that I love John's big board is that everyone else's looks like a dynasty mock, and this is pretty much, man, every year it's like pretty accurate. So you did a good job this year. You're hitting big time. I'm looking at all the people you thought that were going to go in the first. They're almost all gone.
I think, we've done all right.
Pretty accurate, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We doing all right. We're doing all right. We'll see if that continues. Oh, did we lose Rohan again? He disappeared.
Nope, we're good. I'm just
getting something. This dude is a worker, man. There you go. Celestial says we are officially halfway to our pick. That's what I'm talking about, baby. It's, I'll say this. The draft is fun all the time, and it gets lost on us when we're calling all these names and all these teams and what's going on with these kids are living their damn dream. This is the best day of their lives. All the hard work, the families, the coaches, the teachers, the parents, the friends, everybody. It's awesome, man.
All goes to this moment.
Yeah, I love it, man. This is just such a cool thing. And two, every single team has hope. All 32 teams have the same record right now, and they're all excited about their future. And if you have never gone to a draft before, I cannot recommend it enough. It is the funnest banter that you will ever have because nobody's pissed at each other. Everybody, like, you talk to Packers fans, you talk to Lions fans, and everybody's just, it's camaraderie. It's NFL, it's hope, it's fun as hell. Keanu White does not look happy to go to the Patriots. Nobody's happy to go to the Patriots, man.
I saw the little cut up. It was like, man,
Yeah. Coach Cruz,
like
he
I
said, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like I said earlier, I got a good feeling this got to be Keanu Benton. Just Steelers were the highest team on him in the draft process. They're not going to get him at their next pick. So I think so.
I don't mind commercials, but I get really upset whenever they take off the draft tracker thing at the bottom and I can't see the pick. That bothers me.
The next teams. Yeah.
And so for those of you at home, guess what time it is? We have made it to the time where it is alcohol Dos Equis time, baby. So the coverage is about to get a lot better than what it has been. I'm just saying.
So
go ahead.
So Jack Cooley says John's big board sounds like a Cali surf shop, and I 100% agree. And Coach Cruz just before that said, what's been the biggest reach in the draft so far?
Biggest reach in the draft, first round, 1,000%. It was Jamar Gibbs, number 12. 1,000%. If I had to go outside of that, Jack Campbell at 18.
Jack Campbell at 18.
The two biggest reaches in the whole draft were both the Detroit Lions. If I'm going to be nice to the Lions, I would say probably Anton Harrison, but they traded back to get him. So no problems there.
I'm not going to lie. Harrison was one of my guys. I actually like the Harrison pick.
Keanu Benton, Steelers. Dude, you just freaking home run that biz.
Did it come through?
While fixing your computer. While fixing your computer. The Wonder Kid, man. I freaking love it. That is awesome. Hey, man, are you on a NFL rosters team yet or something? Because it's only a matter of time, man. It's only a matter of time. Rohan, if y'all don't know, this dude is going to be working in the NFL in no time. I'm telling you. Have they been calling you yet, man? Come on. What's the next play?
We'll see. At the time, we're enjoying our time with the 49ers. Gotta stay true with San Francisco, and that's how we roll right now.
All right, I'll take it, and I'm very grateful. Very, very grateful. Look at this. We got another super chat. Appreciate you, Matt. He says, great content. You guys always make the draft more fun. It's got to be enjoyable. If we do anything here, it's to increase the fan experience. That's what it's about. Speaking of fan experience, the Packers, the pick is in at number 50. We are halfway through towards the 49ers. We got pick 102. So we'll see here. Who's up there picking? Who is that? He's talking trash, which I like. I don't know who that is.
I wonder who. So what have the Packers done so far? They took it Van Ness at 13. They took the tight end at 42. Could this be receiver?
It should be.
Although,
it should be Josh Downs. I hope for their sake.
Josh
You got to
Downs
get
makes a lot
somebody,
of
man.
sense.
Eventually.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Jayden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State,
is.
another 49ers kind of target guy. He does it all, man. He can be a slot outside returner, jet sweeps, all that kind of fun stuff. And they didn't have that because Samori Torrey out of Rutgers was their starting slot guy. Right. Now you step him in, and again, they keep going after these guys in their territory, which is smart.
This is Matt Harmon's from Reception Perceptions Draft Crush. Yeah. So he broke down his win routes, and wow, this guy, the percentages that he's winning with against the competition actually was pretty good. So a great pick, I think.
Celestial Scripture. I think I just heard Aaron Rodgers scream. Yeah, it's a good pick. And I think now we're into the strength of the wide receiver class. There's a lot of guys, and you just got to find your flavor. Jalen Hyatt, you want a vertical threat. You want a dynamic, undersized playmaker, Tank Dell. You want the big-bodied, strong possession guys, Cedric Tillman. There's speed guys galore, slot guys. There's a lot of guys there. And I think when the Niners get on the clock in the third round, there's still going to be a lot of options there.
If Nate 100%. Dell falls to the fourth, that's where I would love him there. I know he's very talented, probably can be even more productive than a fourth-round player. But the fact that he is going to be such a special teams guy on the punt and kick return, he's a fun one to keep your eye on. Do you think he makes it to the fourth, John, or no?
Who's that? Tank Dell? No, I do not. No. I do not. I saw a question that DeSoto says, anyone know where we can find the John Chapman big board? I'm going to post the link. Man, I hope I'm doing this right. It's hold on. Just give me a second. I want to make sure I do this correctly. Anyone with the access is a viewer. I don't want them messing it up. Good deal. I don't want to ruin this. I hope I did this correctly. I'm doing it. Who cares? In the chat, I just posted the link to the Google Doc. Now, if you want all the draft book, the profiles, all that stuff, you got to get that through Patreon. But I'm sharing with you. You can see the link there. Just copy and paste it. I'm seeing all the people jump in. So, yeah, somebody's looking at it now. And you can kind of see if they're yellow. And you guys, I guess I could share my screen, huh? I'm a smart person. Why not? I went to college. We can do this here.
Positive self-talk.
There we go. That's right. So you guys can kind of get a look at what the big board's like here. So if you want to follow that link, you can get access to that and have that where you can display that and all that stuff and whatever else. But I gave the raw copies on Patreon. So if you want to adjust your big board on who you think and move up or move down and kind of create yours, that's all available to our Patreon guys over there. We got another pick. Dolphins took Cam Smith, cornerback, South Carolina.
Wow. Okay.
Nice.
Mike McDaniel gets his guy. You were talking about Josh Downs earlier. I don't think he makes it. I don't know. I feel like he's going to go to the Giants in, what is this, 5 picks? I think Giants.
Josh Downs?
Yeah, I think that's where he ends up. Giants liked him. They were thinking receiver at 25, and the receiver run went right before their pick. Remember, it was 20, 21, 22, 23. They went to Deontay Banks, their corner of choice. And then now I think receiver could be on the board here at whatever this is, 50-something.
We're at 52. Seahawks are on the board. They took my favorite player, Derek Hall, my trade-up target, Derek Hall. They've got the slot guy, JSN. They got the corner, Devin Witherspoon. They're on the clock. The pick is in.
There we go. That board is rounding out, man. That team is rounding out.
I don't like it. KJ Wright. I have always liked KJ Wright. Or respected is probably the correct word. I love the way he played. They took Zach Charbonnet. They took Zach Charbonnet.
Wow.
Don't they have Walker?
Terrible pick. I mean, he's a great player. He's a great player. But for them to have Kenneth Walker,
they all take running backs.
No, but I mean, they definitely wanted to use Walker in what do you call it? They don't want to use him as a bell cow, and so he's the number 2. One thing I've seen a lot this week: Charbonnet is higher on NFL boards for sure than the media. I think he probably would have been gone, maybe even by the end of the second round. That that end of the second round, even last year, that was where we saw a little run on the running backs. Charbonnet, I guess, goes a little earlier here at 52. A little earlier than I anticipated.
Way earlier. Now, their running backs, they had Kenneth Walker, who was incredible, coming off an injury. DJ Dallas, that's it. They lost Rashard Penny. Chris Carson retired. So, they needed somebody. But, again, this is a team that has continuously valued the running back position more than anybody else, not named the Detroit Lions. And so, there we go. I love this pick as a Niners fan. I'm very, very happy.
Wow.
Derek Hall pisses me off. That's the best pick I think they made all draft. But Zach Charbonnet going there makes me feel a little bit better. Is
Kenneth Walker going to be healthy by week 1?
That's another good
who
question.
knows, man? Who knows? He's young, which is nice, but we see it. Chase Young, dude didn't come back from injury like we thought. And so, we're in today's NFL, we assume ACLs are just, 9 months, good to go. You don't know those things anymore. And so we'll see. And again, guys, if you are in the chat, we appreciate you guys. We're so glad everybody's here. We want to answer your questions, all those things. We are asking you not to tip the pick till we announce it here, because a lot of people have this just on the audio if they're not watching it or they're watching the Warriors game or whatever. So if you can, we'd appreciate it. But we love you guys. We're all glad you're here. This is a blast. I'm having the time of my life. I don't know about everybody else.
No,
I'm the happiest man alive right now.
This is the draft. We're all having.
I'm so happy.
This is Christmas. It's just the day 2 of Christmas. It's Hanukkah. It's another day. So who I'm hoping for at this pick is the kid out of Florida. I think that if
you're talking about O'Cyrus Torrance?
Yes, sir. And I think that go ahead and continue to build that O-line around Justin Fields. Trust in that process. Yes. You have the wide receiving core. It's a weird one, but it's fine. I don't think you can get a running back later. There's still some defensive prospects here. Not mad at that, but get yourself a premium guard who can basically elevate your run game and make you more effective there. I would love to see him just continue to build in the trenches.
Yeah, and build up around the quarterback. You got to find out. You got a lot of draft capital jumping back from 1 to 9. I mean, again, you said it's a weird wide receiver core. Claypool, Mooney, and DJ Moore. It's a good one.
Yeah.
Those are 3 good guys.
God.
But yeah, and then Cole Kmet, what's he doing? I don't even know what he's doing. What I do with my hands.
One thing I'll throw out there before this comes up, John Michael Schmitz. Would not be surprised if he's taken to be the starting center there, because they need a center, I think.
They do. I love Cody Whitehair. He was one of my draft crushes back in the day out of Kansas State, but he's a good player, not a quality player. It would make some sense. There's a lot of ways they could go. Running back, is this the start of the running back trend? They paid Dante Foreman to come over, but Travis Homer, Dante Foreman, Tristan Ebner, and Khalil Herbert, maybe not. They've got some guys there.
Yeah, I think that, again, this is such a deep – again, it's B+, B- running backs all the way down. Probably goes down to the 6th, really. You don't have to get crazy there. Continue to build your team from the trench, man. I just think
defense, let's look at their defense. It's not great.
Yeah.
No.
Jalen Johnson corner.
They could definitely use work on the D line.
Yes, sir.
That's a place.
Nickel corner they could use. D line. They're a bad team for a reason. They need talent. And so part of me just says, man, anything best player available. Yeah, O'Cyrus Torrance, like you said, makes sense. Just makes sense.
And this is a new regime for the Bears too, so this is sort of like I guess their tendencies aren't going to be known as much here.
God, this is awesome. I'm just so happy right now. It's not 99 yet. Why is Washington falling? I'm telling you why. It's because everybody's put such a premium on pass catching and medical. Do you know something about his medical that you want to?
Yeah, it was reported earlier today that they were Chiefs are on the clock.
Oh, we got another trade
at 54, I think. Because it says the pick is in for the Chicago Bears, but looks like the Chiefs are on the clock. So maybe they traded with the Chargers, their division rival.
Yeah, it'll be the second divisional trade today that we have seen, which I'm totally cool with.
Jalen Hyatt here, because that would be scary.
That could make sense.
I do not want Jalen Hyatt going to the Chiefs. I do not want Jalen Hyatt going to the Chiefs.
Arcane. another.
It could make sense because the Giants could select receiver 3 picks after, and so you trade up to make sure
the
you
Lions
get
are
the
there
receiver of
too.
your
They're going to
choice.
take wide receiver. They got all
They could-
suspended.
Yeah.
So here we go. The Bears pick is in.
Let's see who the Bears take.
Devin Hester announced that. I love Devin Hester. He's such a cool dude. I don't think he's a Hall of Famer, but he is amazing.
Nice.
He is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't seen it yet. Oh, here we go.
His return in the Super Bowl.
Gervon Dexter. I really like that cat. He was
There it
my
is.
number 1 defensive tackle left after Keanu Benton went. So all my first and second round worthy defensive tackles based on my grading system are gone. And again, if you want to follow that big board, it's in the chat. I put it up there. Just scroll up a little ways. You'll see the link. I don't know the best way to put that out there. Links are hard to click on if we put it in a banner, so it doesn't work. Chiefs are on the clock. I do not want them to get Jalen Hyatt. I do not want them to get Jalen Hyatt.
So they
Or Tucker
traded
Kraft.
up with the pick after the Chargers. So
they did.
We'll see. Yeah, because it says LAC KC. So they traded with the Lions. Got it.
There we
Okay.
go. Lions going to take a punter next. Okay, here are the trade details. Kansas City got 55 and 194. The
Okay.
Lions got 63, 122, and 249. Wow, so they paid. They paid to jump up. But they jumped up
what
8
is that,
spots.
4th round selection? Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's somebody here they really wanted. Yeah,
Gotta
they
be that
jumped up.
receiver,
That's a
man.
back of the 4th round.
Let me pull up the
middle of
big,
the 4th
like
round,
the
actually.
board.
It's
The
Andy
board
Reid,
of-
though. It's Andy Reid. And
So
yeah, he is a trenches guy. I think O-line is always on his mind. And even as good as their O-line is, Hyatt could be it. I mean, when he was with the Eagles, we took a lot of wide receivers in the second. So maybe that's where he goes.
yeah. There we go.
Looks
And man,
like
we're
it.
making
It
progress.
Could be,
We're
it could
getting there.
be one thing I'll say. It could be a right tackle. They could look to get DeJuan Jones here at whatever pick this is.
He kind of fits, man. He fell. He's a specific guy, but Andy Reid doesn't mind taking the bigger guys. He had Orlando Brown, not athletic, just big. Kind of fits what we're doing there. The Chargers, though, before their pick right here, they went and got Quentin Johnston, the wide receiver, earlier.
Mhm.
What are they going to do here? What are they targeting? Nick Hardwick. What's up, Nick? I love it, dude. I love having all these old players up here.
Seymour Butts says Andy Reid selects a bacon double cheeseburger with pick 55.
With a troubled pass and multiple arrests.
Yes. I had Portillo's today, so
look at you. Look at you.
I won the day.
Big you did. Portillo's is amazing, man. Chargers took Tuli Tulupopoloto out of USC. I'm sorry I messed up your name. I really do respect you as a player. I feel like he is a 3-4 guy. I kept screaming that all freaking year. I think he's a perfect fit there. He's going to play opposite of Bosa. Man, that is a good pick. I didn't think he was a Niners fit personally, but he's just athletic. I didn't know where to put him. I don't know where he's best at. Good pick. Good player. Good player.
Man.
I think 3-4 defensive end is kind of where I want him to play. He's a good
That's where
player.
he'll play there.
Yeah,
Is
that's
this-
what he'll do.
Is this a scheme need? Because I have a few other edge guys, a few other people over him.
It's a scheme. Yeah, you're right. It's a scheme fit, higher athleticism, local kid. Yeah, I mean, you're betting traits. It's just he wasn't a true edge guy. He wasn't a true defensive tackle guy, but he doesn't have to adjust really anything going there. And that'll help Joey Bosa be Joey Bosa, I think. Now, let's talk Chiefs, okay? Now let's go to the Chiefs. They traded up here. They traded up big, okay? This was not a small trade at all. Their wide receivers, they're not terrible. You got Justin Watson, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, Kadarius Toney, who they traded for, and Kelsey. They need wide receivers, man. And there's a lot of wide receivers sitting there.
Chicago just traded up. They're on the clock, so I'd assume they traded up with Jacksonville.
Jacksonville, they're probably going to be up next. The Chiefs do have Richie James Jr.
Yeah.
There we go.
Niners.
John
throwback.
Ross, Justin Ross, Sky Moore. They've got a lot of bodies, but none of those guys are really
It
anything to
depends.
write home about. Super young secondary. They got Charles Omenihu, which still breaks my heart to this day. I'm still upset about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, right tackle. Lucas Niang out of TCU is their guy there right now. I don't like that. They paid huge to bring over Jawan Taylor, brought him over. But yeah, this right tackle's the biggest need. Wide receivers a need. Defensive line's a need.
I think they're like, I think they go with one of those offensive positions because defense looks solid. It looks pretty solid. Like overall, at least it looks respectable enough for Spags. And I think that, an Andy Reid team here with a couple of places where they want to improve on offense with a big trade up seems like one of those two, especially because I can envision a run on receivers going right now because you've got, like I said, the Giants, you've got a couple of teams that can come up here soon and take one as well.
Yeah. And, if you look at what the Chiefs did, they went Felix, local Kansas City kid, or at least he played college there in Kansas or outside of Kansas City at K-State. So they went defensive end, could go defensive tackle, could go right tackle, could go wide receiver. And Craig says, I know the Chiefs like Tillman from Tennessee. Man, I just don't want them to get a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I just don't want that.
What about that? He's sort of like a defensive end, defensive tackle split. The kid from Northwestern. I can't say his name.
Yeah, double A. Awatamini. Sorry, I know I messed it up too.
A good try.
Adebowore. There we go.
Stick with one try.
Adamita Adebowore or something.
You are my hero, Rohan. You are my hero.
That was nice.
You are awesome. Eric says, who are you surprised hasn't been drafted yet? John Michael Smits. This is kind of the range I think he should go. Darnell Washington, the tight end. DeJuan Jones, who Rohan brought up earlier. I'm going to say DJ Turner. I mean, fastest dude in the combine.
Yeah. Maybe if you're talking because one thing is interior, you really haven't seen much. You saw Skoronski, then you saw Steve Avila. O'Cyrus Torrance is still there. And he was a guy who, Tippmann. Yeah. Oh, Tippmann went, but O'Cyrus Torrance is still there. He was a guy who Albert Breer projected could even go in the first round.
And I'll be honest with you, it's kind of shaping up. The first round was bananas. Based on the big board that we put together, it's kind of starting to level out. The guys that we thought would go are going. And so there's not a lot of surprises. The O'Cyrus Torrance one, that one's a little bit of a shocker. He's 16 on my big board. It happens every year that some of these guys, but there's not a lot of really late guys that have been picked, if that makes sense, on my board. I'm still pretty pissed off about Jonathan Mingo. I'm not over that. I'm still not over that.
He went 39.
That's
and
early.
We thought we was going to have a chance at 70.
Yeah, right. He was a trade-up option. Derek Hall's the one that still upsets me the most. Let's see. Craig, Washington is getting to the range of the Niners trading up for him. Oh, okay. I like that spicy take. Again, I keep saying pick 75 is about where we start cooking, okay? So we've got a little ways to go for that, but we ain't too far off now. We ain't too far off. We're at pick 55, and the pick is in for the Chiefs. Jags traded up. We are getting so many freaking trades. This is fun.
Holy cow. Okay. So it said Chicago's on the clock, but then it said Jacksonville.
They traded it. So here are the terms. Tom Pelissero, Jaguars jumped up to 56 and gave Chicago 61 and 136. So they dropped back 5 spots and picked up number 136. Trades.
Boom. Right now we have 5 edge off the board in the second round and 5 corners. I think that's sort of been the emphasis here, and tight end obviously too. So those make up the bulk here. And I think that's what we saw. I think a lot of analysts saw that this was a pretty damn good tight end class. The corners deep, and the edge, it's going to continue to be deep into the third.
I love it. Oh, and you know what else I love? The man himself, Brian Carter's back, baby. How was your sustenance intake?
Good. I had a little Chipotle chicken wrap, and then we took the dog around the block because dog needs to, use the restroom, as do all of us. What did I miss? What are we at?
A lot of trades. The Chiefs just picked. Rashee Rice. They went with a wide receiver, Danny Gray's teammate. I wasn't the biggest Rashee Rice fan. I'm just going to be really, really honest.
Interesting, though. He ran like he's not like the fastest in the class, I'd say.
No,
Not
he
even
is
like
not.
on the say. I mean, I think Downs is probably faster. Hyatt's definitely faster.
Yeah.
Huh.
I think it was like a
Cool.
4.51 was his official 40.
Or he's average. He's 6 foot 204, 22 years old. Body control off the charts. Okay, that was awesome. And very flexible, all that stuff. But man, he takes a lot of plays off, which that's a SMU offense thing. Not top end speed. Corners got their hands all over him. Half rep. Like, I just didn't like the effort. It was consistently bad effort. But basketball player, track star. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a big fan.
Did you see much of a route tree? Because I tried to watch a game or two of his later on, and it felt like it was basically.
Yeah, SMU doesn't do that.
It was like
SMU
go routes and hitches, and that was it.
SMU is
fake,
just go route.
come
city.
back.
It's literally.
You're like, yeah, you got 5 routes, man. Yeah, that's about it. So
you got speed. Guess what? Just go straight down the field. We're gonna throw it to you.
That's what it was, man. It's frustrating watching them play. I ain't gonna lie. And I like Dallas.
Go deep or stop.
Yep, that's it. So, hey, but they needed a wide receiver. I had a 3rd round grade on him, so it's not like a huge reach. But
I had a 4th just because he was just solid all around.
I have 6 guys in the wide receiver position ranked ahead of him. But again, they value things differently. The Bears, who they traded up, Devin Hester back up there to announce this pick. Let's go, Bears. Who you going with, baby? I kind of like the Bears.
If they go with another offensive tackle. What do you think about DeJuan Jones here?
He's gonna go soon.
I think it's a corner. Gotta think it's a corner.
Oh,
because
there we go. Tyrique Stevenson, cornerback, Miami.
There we go.
Big dude.
Yeah.
Fun player.
You've got the top 2, right? You've got who do you call him? Kyler Gordon, who probably slots in the slot. You've got Jalen Johnson on the outside. You probably want that 3rd corner now. That's Tyrique Stevenson, another guy who could have gone a little higher, and he probably slots in on the outside now.
He's definitely a man cover corner too, not as much of a zone corner.
They're investing a lot in the secondary, a lot.
I got a question though. So yesterday, Jalen Carter got the spotlight put on him, right? He fell. And then after that, it was Will Levis, where people started to say, all right, our evaluations aren't what we thought. Who is that person right now? Is his name Jalen Hyatt? Or is it somebody else who, the more that he falls, the more that we begin to say, all right, our analysis may be off.
It's hard to have analysis off on Darnell Washington. I mean, you just look at him.
Yeah.
You look at the production, you look at the blocking, even whenever he didn't get a lot of routes, but whenever he did, it was incredible. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
I'm honestly not that surprised, though, that Jalen Hyatt is dropping because, like we discussed a little bit earlier, the Tennessee offense, what he did there is not normal for NFL receivers. He basically just ran a lot of just kind of go routes out of the slot where he wasn't running complicated route trees. Yeah. He wasn't getting jammed, pressed.
Oh, John Michael Smith.
Not
there he
super
goes.
Translatable.
Yeah.
Where'd he go? Chicago?
Giants. John Michael Smith. Awesome pick.
Okay.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hyatt drops to the 3rd round just because he has
He's very specific
skill set.
You got to have a vertical threat. Like the Niners, I don't even think he's on their board. Not with Danny Gray on your team. With Brock Purdy, if you're building for Brock Purdy, why would you draft him? Right? Mm-hmm. But if you need that deep threat, we'll see here.
Route running,
just
a little bit. I don't know because of the route running, and especially because you got Gray, but he'll fit in somewhere for sure.
Somewhere, right? Exactly. So now the Cowboys, they're up. We talk about kind of what they did day one. I didn't like it. Mozzie Smith, not the biggest fan. Really.
He addresses a weakness, and I think that if you're going to pick on the Cowboys, you're going to attack A and B gap. He's going to help there. I don't think that he is going to assist Parsons in the way that fan base does, that he's going to be able to get pressure. That's not what he does, but I think he holds the line. I'm glad that it is actually like a mature decision on the Cowboys' part. They just missed out on Brian Brees is all.
They wanted the tight end, and they got leapfrogged and lost out on Dalton Kincaid. Drew Pearson's up there, who always does a hell of a job at the draft. He's always fun. He's always charging up the fans, which is awesome.
You saw the Giants pick already?
Yeah, Giants got Michael Smits. I love that freaking pick. And
I just don't want to be giving anything away because I'm a little bit ahead with the tracker thing.
Dude, you're the freaking man, dude. You are the freaking man. You just keep doing you, bro.
Just trying to be a good sport.
So,
I'd say tight end here to the Cowboys makes the most sense.
Tight end makes sense. So Darnell,
if you want receiving, Tucker Kraft.
Dalton Schmitz, Darnell, Kraft.
Yeah, because they lost their tight end.
Yeah, Schultz left. They have Ferguson,
Big Papa.
But
I was just kind of thinking that with their receiver selection, if the Niners go receiver, I think that'll tell us what they're thinking quarterback.
Luke Schoonmaker.
Okay.
I like him. Schoonmaker. I liked him. I didn't like him as much as this. I again, he was fun, and the more I watched him, the more I liked it. Rich Madrid hates his guts. Anytime I ever posted a video or a clip of him, Rich just came out swinging. So I bet he's laughing somewhere. But
he was really good at everything except he couldn't break a tackle to save his life, and it was so frustrating seeing him be good at pretty much everything else. But it was like 0 yards after he gets touched.
So the Eagles draft from the Georgia University and then Michigan for the Cowboys. So that's what it looks like so far.
Say that again. Say that. I'm sorry.
So they got Mozzie, and then they got this guy. So they've gone Michigan only so far, and we've gone Georgia only so far.
If only those two teams were like in the college playoffs, and
if only one of those teams was really good and the other one wasn't. I wonder.
Didn't they almost won though? Michigan almost won that game, right?
I blocked it out.
No, that was a year ago. My bad. There was an awesome comment here from Big Papa. I'm sorry I missed it. Thank you, Clayton. He says, John, do you think we'll be able to tell the Niners' way of thinking at quarterback by the way they draft? Yeah, talking about, deep threats, whatever else. Probably not. I think they're going to go with versatile weapons for Brock or Trey, but make no mistake, the plan does seem to be Brock. However, Trey's got a pretty big audition. And so we'll have to see the timelines, the injuries, all that stuff. I wouldn't read too much into it. I think we read enough into it. The fact that Trey hasn't been traded, that's what I would read into it. So yeah, we'll see there. That's what I would say. Breaking 80. Here we go. I'll turn this to, let's go Rohan first. Anyone where you see the 49ers getting antsy to trade up on? Are there any targets, Rohan, that you're like, man, if the 49ers did trade up right now, this is who I'd want them to grab?
You've got to look at two positions. I think right now it's a two-position thing to trade up. That's offensive tackle and that's safety. Safety, I think, is a little more realistic because there are more options I think the 49ers would be interested in. There are a couple that the top two on my board right now are Ji'Ayir Brown and then Sidney Brown. I think both of them would fit well with the 49ers. Brown. Yeah, I think both are good. Quan Martin was a huge guy for me. I think that you could look at safety, especially if a little safety run starts to go along in that third round range or in the late second. And then obviously offensive tackle, well, DeJuan Jones, that he's still on the board.
Do you think that the Niners even have him on the board, though? You remember what happened with Trent Brown?
He's a great scheme fit. I don't think he's a great scheme fit, and that's why I don't necessarily think he gets selected here. Obviously, I think the issues with him is his weight. That's why he's dropping. Same with Washington with the medical. But I think you could trade up for an offensive tackle still. Tyler Steen's available, and I think Wanya Morris. Those are two guys that I think they're pretty high on.
Why do you think Jalen Duncan has been dropping? Just Jalen Duncan, I feel like he was ranked in like the 70s or 80s, and now he's, at least according to PFF, he's down near almost 140. I thought Jalen Duncan had pretty good film, and I thought he'd be a good fit as well.
He's my top player in the 4th round, one of my top players, which I love that everybody's looking at our big board with us. I'm going to share this again because this is cool. So if you want to check out the board, and so the things that I'm referencing, you can kind of see there. I just put it in the chat again. I got to keep doing that every now and then. Just copy and paste that into another window. I like Jalen Duncan, and I think that he is a perfect 49ers fit. But I had a 4th round grade on him. Maybe I didn't like him as much as you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense around there. And we'll see where he goes, obviously, with how offensive tackle normally is. But, yeah, I mean, he could fit right there in that 4th round. Obviously, 4th for us would be drafting him for one of those late 3rd rounders.
Yeah, basically our first pick. There's still like 5 offensive tackles I think I like. I mean, Saldiveri, Freeland, Morris, Daniels, Duncan, they're all available. Like you
And
said,
they all
DeJuan
fit. They
Jones
all
isn't
fit.
on there. I've told you I think Steen is a guard, but he's still up there
Right.
and he's really good. But that's like
Yeah.
5, 6 guys that are still there, so that's good for us.
Hendon Hooker's still hanging out. Man, family's strong now.
John,
Family's strong.
when you're evaluating film, how much do you consider the conference and poor tackling and bad defense? I mean, I think about the Pac-12. When you look at some of these analytics and people are like, look at this guy's, he's, 6.7 yards per carry, but he's going against Northwestern Baptist. I don't know. Yeah.
Big 12's the hardest, man. Big 12 is the hardest. And I'm a Longhorn, right? So, I'm being very honest here. They run a 3-3-5 system on defense. So you're watching O-linemen double team on every single pass snap. So it's difficult. You're watching defensive ends rush from a 4-eye every damn. It drives me wild, man. So it's difficult. It's difficult. That's why things like Senior Bowl are so important. Because you get to see them in an NFL scheme against NFL players. And so that's difficult. That's why seeing somebody like DeJuan Jones fall here is interesting because he played at Ohio State. He had no problem playing against elite talent nonstop. But yeah, some of the Big 12 schools, the smaller schools, it's tough to gauge. Oh, here we go. Top player on my board. O'Cyrus Torrance goes to the Buffalo Bills at pick 59. The guard just fell and finally went off the board. Huge value pick.
Good landing spot. Good landing spot for a good value.
Man. Whew. Well, they may have a running game. Yeah, I think
O'Cyrus,
so.
I thought he was. I didn't have a problem with him at all. You kind of look at
like as both run and pass. Yeah,
me too.
I had a 1st-round grade on him. He was my number 1 interior guy. Maybe I was a little high on him. But, again, just his PFF grades, he had an 89.9 run block grade, which is incredible. Okay. So, yeah, he was balance and strength. That stood out to me in his frame, 6'5", 330. Big old dude. I don't know what happened to make him fall. I have no clue what happened.
I just ask because I know the Bills have really struggled with the run game. They've put everything on Josh Allen, and that's really hard on a quarterback. And they desperately need a run game, so that's why I was curious.
My play style comp for him, was Brandon Brooks, Chuck. So there you
everyone's saying Chuck wanted him 100%. I'm over here in agony right now. I'm like, let him drop. Oh,
yeah. You guys are up at 2 picks. What are you thinking, Chuck?
I know what I was thinking. Good Lord. It's nice.
Oh, DJ Turner just goes off the board to the Bengals.
60?
There we go. Pick 60. The fastest player in the draft, a true 4.2 guy, fun player.
It's a good pick.
Sorry, Chuck, I cut you off.
John,
listen.
Unfortunately, John, I myself, I've got to go right now. Got to head on my stream. But hey, it's been a great hour. Appreciate all of you guys.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you, Rohan.
We'll chop it.
Thanks, man. Well, so I think the Eagles don't have a lot of choices. We just have to keep continuing to go to Georgia. We just get Ringo at this pick, and we don't think about it. Or Washington. So Washington or Ringo are my 2 choices. Georgia only.
I freaking love it, man. I love it. That's awesome.
But on a real note, I'd be cool with Josh Downs here as well. Continue to improve that wide receiving core. I'm not mad at a running back here. To be perfectly honest with you.
Is there a guy you like? Tajay Spears. He seems to be the highest. Devin Archain.
I love Tajay.
I'm going to say
Roshan Johnson. Oh, he's Eagles all over it, man.
Do you know, I actually like Kendre Miller here as well mean, maybe not this high, but I like him for what the Eagles do. Arcane would be pretty wild just because the speed on that offense gets even wilder. But Washington, leave Washington alone. I don't know that he gets to you guys.
We got a little ways. So
I gotta say, I really like the DJ Turner to the Bengals. I think it's a smart pick considering once they get into the playoffs, it's just pass happy. So I think that's a good pick by them.
I'll pass on Washington. If we can get Ringo, and we'll move him to safety because we still need that.
Right. Yeah, I like that. And there's still so many studs available, no matter what position you want. Like there's good stuff all over the place. There's not a position that's devoid or has been completely ravaged. The edge position has gone. The corner position has gone a lot. But if you're still sitting there, here's my edge guys: Byron Young, Andre Carter, Yaya Diaby, Adebaware. If you look corner, Kaylee Ringo, Eli Ricks, Darius Rush, Jacorian Bennett. I love Jacorian Bennett. Like there are guys there. All right, so I'm gonna jump out for just a quick minute. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll be right back. Clayton, you guys take over, and I'll be right back.
Let's do it. So jumping right in here. How you guys doing? You guys having fun time so far?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Doing good. Real quick. Let's see. So it looks like the Jaguars pick is not in, right? Oh, DJ Turner.
I have it on my feed. Yeah.
I have it in too. Do we announce it yet? Am I allowed to do that? I was told
John is gone.
I am surprised at this.
Table. He's gone. We're gonna do it. Let's do it.
A 49er favorite is one of the guys that a lot of the Niners really wanted to get. I'm honestly surprised that he went this high, but he's awesome and he's been rising like crazy. Tight end Brenton Strange out of Penn State.
Wow. Yeah, that definitely has been a name. I forget who it was. There was somebody. Daniel Jeremiah said, right when I think I have my draft board right, I get a hold of Strange's film. And so I think from that point, it started to make the national, the Twitter started to get a hold of him. So pretty interesting how many tight ends have gone in this second. I think this is number 5 or 6 now.
There's still some good ones, but I thought he was going to draw it further. I mean, I really liked him. He was a guy where I was like, dude, if he's there in like the 3rd or the 4th, we should jump on that. But yeah, I mean, he's gone. There's still some really good tight ends though. Darnell Washington.
Yep, absolutely.
Who else is there? I think Wiley's still there. Who is it? Yeah, Josh Wiley. Tucker Kraft is still there. Davis Allen.
Yeah, route running.
Dane Durham. There's still some really good tight ends.
The good news is that in just a few picks, we're going to be in the 3rd round, and the Niners are going to enter their round finally. So
yeah, I'm thinking 65-70 is when it'll start kind of being our potential jump up range. I think I mentioned like 72-73 because that's the Texans and the Titans. We have those relationships there.
Yeah.
So that could be I'm thinking that's probably the highest trade up spot. That would be my guess.
So Eddie G just says trade. I'm not sure if that means a trade has happened. I don't see it on a board yet. I don't know if you guys do, but if that trade
the Lions are on the clock.
Oh, okay. For the Jags pick or the Eagles, I wonder.
63. The Texans already made their pick.
Gotcha.
62 is in.
Yeah. And it is Juice Scruggs, the center from Penn State.
Back-to-back Penn State.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
Dude, that's cool.
Right.
They are producing.
What's up, guys? How's
you
it going?
Made it back.
Did
you wash your hands this time, John?
Yeah.
No, we didn't.
I did because I didn't want the shame. The shame did me in. So the Eagles traded out, right?
I don't know. Was it us who?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Texans traded up.
Yep.
That's right.
Eagles
yeah. Wow. That happened.
Texans.
You were gone for too long, John. We totally missed that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta go faster, my man. No.
Hey, I'm trying. I'm trying, man. I love it.
You need a squatty potty.
I did.
John, what do you think about the Jaguars getting Brenton Strange tight end Penn State?
I hate it. I didn't think that he would be there when we picked. Did I think he'd go in the 2nd round? I wasn't sure about that, but man, he was a fun damn player. That's a good pick, man. That is a good pick. I hate to say it, but I think the Jaguars have had a really good draft. I think Trent Baalke's having a good draft so far.
So is he a more traditional type of tight end where Evan Ingram's going to continue to operate out in that sort of slot position, weirdly?
Evan Ingram's not a tight end. Evan Ingram is a wide receiver. He is a slot wide receiver. He cannot block at all.
Yeah, like Kincaid meets Evan Ingram. That's like where I
Brenton
see those
Strange,
roles.
he's a big dude. Yeah. So Brenton's going to have his hand in the ground.
Yeah.
Almost. But yeah, you look at the Jaguars, almost all their wide receivers are slot wide receivers. Like they just went and got all slot guys. But Brenton Strange he can block, and he's a damn good player.
He loves blocking.
Dude, how do we have two trades?
Like George Kittle, his
trades.
favorite thing is blocking.
The Broncos just traded up. Okay, so here's the Eagles trade, Charles. You gave up 62. Listen to this. You got 65, 188, and 230. So you dropped back 3 spots, and you got 188 and 230?
Love that.
Yeah.
Let's go, Howie.
I think so.
Let's
go,
Howie.
The next trade, Denver trades with Detroit. Denver got 63 and 183. Detroit got 68 and 138. I like that trade. They jumped up. They fell back 5 spots and jumped up 50 spots later. Juice Scruggs went to the Texans, which was just announced by the man himself, Clayton. I can't believe he went that early. But hey,
where'd you have him? I don't have your big board open. Where what round did you believe?
I had him low. I think I had him in the 5th round. But I liked him.
Too.
I liked
like
him.
4th,
Niners
5th
liked him.
roundish.
Niners met with him like 5 times.
I'm really surprised that he went before Victor or Luke, Michigan or Ohio centers. That's what surprised me, is that he went before them.
And it shows you the Texans took him. He was a Niners fit. And so it makes sense for him to go into the Texans. They're running the Niners scheme, one of, a quarter of the league now. And so, you look at the Texans, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Juice Scruggs. I like it. I hate that they gave up their 1st round pick next year, but they did get 2 of the best number 1 and 2 players on my board of the entire draft. I like.
And they do still have a first. They just don't have 2 next year.
Correct. They have the Cleveland Browns first next year, which will probably be like a 15 round the middle of the first.
Yeah, Cleveland's kind of trash. Probably really trash.
All right, man. We're winding out the 2nd round, which is a lot of fun. This is the last pick, which Kansas City traded up for. The Denver Broncos are now at pick 63. So this pick's been traded like wildfire, but this is the last 2nd round pick. It's gone quick. It's gone really quick.
Hendon Hooker, please. That's what
the Broncos.
Replace
Ware
Russell with
him. How great is it that DeMarcus Ware is making the pick for the Broncos and not the Cowboys? Burn. I freaking love it. Suck it, Cowboys. He's not even part of you guys. Not even part of y'all. I'm sorry.
I really like the guy they picked.
Still haven't seen it on my end. Let's see here. Marvin Mims. Yeah.
He's awesome.
Yeah. He was one of the top players left on my board for sure. Well, maybe not, but I liked him. I had a 3rd round grade on him. For him to go here makes perfect sense.
Same.
Yeah, he's a damn good player. That's what I got to say.
He's probably going to be a good fit with them too.
Yep.
I think so. And I think Sutton is just a guy whose knees have kind of unfortunately gotten the best of him. And I hope he makes a good recovery, but they do need more receiving options out there besides, Patrick flaring here and there. And I'm a believer in Judy, but let's see what Sean Payton does, man. I mean, the guy's been an incredible coach for a long time. Hard to not see him turning around this ship.
And Mims is good at catching things in stride. I remember watching that and he was great with those over the shoulder, just like catch him in the bucket catches that Russell Wilson does.
Right.
I think it's a good fit.
Yeah, and again, guys, for you in the chat, man, I'm so glad everybody's here. If you don't mind waiting to announce the pick until, we would appreciate that. That just helps keep the show flowing smoothly, the chat going with the stream and all that stuff. So if you don't mind that, we would appreciate it. So here we are. We're in the 3rd round, baby. The Niners got picks in this round, baby. Woo! Now we're talking. Right. 75 is the trade-up range, but now's all in. We're in range, right? And so if we're just looking at the 49ers pick 99, to pick 64, this is trade up area. You're talking about packaging 2/3 and next year's something to get up. You could do it. I think it's still a little too rich, but now we're getting into that territory.
There's a lot of good players still available too.
Yeah, and guys, again, I know the stream has a little bit of a delay just because the interwebs, the ARPANET, I didn't invent it, but it's what it is. And we've got the salute of service going on, and I love that part of the draft every year. I always think it's so cool.
John, I got a question for you. So with where everything is fallen right now, and we've seen that guys have gone earlier than we've wanted them to go. What is going on in the Niners war room based on what you know about this organization, the personalities that draft? Is there a situation right now where they're like, hey, we need if we're going to get this guy, we are going to have to trade up, and where do you see that being and who?
I think there's three positions that I myself, a lot of people disagree. A lot of people include safety. I don't include safety in this, but I think tight end, edge, offensive tackle. I think that's huge. You've got 3 picks here in the third. You look at the tight end class, there's 4 guys that I would love to get here. Darnell Washington, Tucker Kraft, Josh Weil, Payne Durham. If you get one of those 4, I'd be so happy. So you don't have to jump up there. The offensive tackle class is a little bit different. We've talked about some of these guys, Blake Freeland, Tyler Steen, Jalen Duncan, Braden Daniels, Nick Salvaderi. So again, there's names there. You do not have to jump up yet. Now let's look at the edge.
You really don't like Wanya Morris.
No, I don't. I have, I think, a 5th round grade on him. So I wouldn't mind if they took him in the 3rd. I didn't like him. I didn't think his tape was consistent. I didn't think his effort was consistent. But where do you have him? So this is why you're here, Brian, because I love this.
I have a 3rd round grade on him. So again, if we get him at the end of the 3rd round, I think it's good value. And I kind of also look at one of the things that I look at in the draft is my grade is not necessarily where I want to pick somebody. So if I have a 2nd round grade on a guard, I don't really want to get him until like the 3rd or 4th. Whereas like an offensive tackle, if I have a 4th round grade on a tackle, I'm okay with getting him in the 3rd round because of the importance of the position. Same thing with like edge, I'd rather overdraft a little bit on an edge and get a guy that I want.
Right.
Adebawore is still there. That's surprising.
Right. And so now if we're looking at edge, again, Byron Young, Andre Carter, he's a little too high for me. Yeah. Yaya Diaby, I think he's a fit. Adebawore, Isaiah McGuire, Akina, DJ Johnson, Ali Gay. Like, there's so many guys. There's no rush right now, 49ers rush, but there's no rush to jump up and go grab these guys because there's a lot. If I traded up right now, if John Lynch called me and said, John, you're trading up, you have to select somebody right now, I would say Darnell Washington. That's who I would go, the tight end. I don't know the medical stuff, but that would be my guy.
If John Lynch called you, you just pass out live on air.
I would probably make a joke that was inappropriate and get blocked from the organization for good. And it would be worth it. I wouldn't even be mad. Worth it.
No, but so how much would you give up to go get him? And where's that potential place where you're like, all right, right here, we can't wait anymore. Tight ends have just gone. What's that pick?
Again, it depends on there's 4 guys there that I like right now. When we're down to 1, that's when I would do it. I wouldn't want to trade up until I'm letting it just organically happen. Okay, the Bears just picked Zach Pickens. That was the Niners' target at defensive tackle. Tough player. And the Niners met with him.
Fun.
That was a good pick.
Eagles back-to-back.
All right, Chuck, this is all you, man.
That?
I want you to talk us through your feels. This is the 49ers' biggest rival or competition in the NFC, so this is why it's important. That's why we have you on, not because we're best friends.
Yeah.
Take it away, man. What do you want? What are your thoughts?
Double Bulldogs here. Ringo and Washington.
You just want to stick with the Georgia Bulldogs, man.
Just don't think about it. Only draft from them. No, listen, I think one of those would be great. And I want to be nice. I want the Niners to get something. So you know what? How about we trade with you guys and you guys get Washington with our 2nd pick?
I'd like trade back again.
Why not for you? But I do want Ringo. I'm higher on him than most. I'm not mad at really. Josh Downs is somebody you have a draft crush on, not because I think he's a wide receiver 1. I think he makes us better. And I think that he's just somebody who is going to be able to run and improvise with Jalen. So those are my hopes.
I like that. And I mean, that's the thing with the Niners and the Eagles. They are in the situation they're in for a reason. They establish depth in the trenches and they build through developing talent, allowing them to sign elsewhere without bringing in all the huge free agents.
Yeah.
And so I think that's huge. 3 straight first-round picks from Georgia. The pick is in. 65 is in. We'll see if the phones ring and you go somewhere else.
Are you specifically targeting Ringo just because it's Ringo, or do you want just a really good corner? Like if they picked a different corner, would that also make you happy?
Go Dogs.
Go Dogs. I actually think that Ringo could play that sort of like hybrid safety corner role. I like him for his versatility. So that's one of the things, but there's so much meat still left in the draft here. You've got the pass rusher from Northwestern. You've got Jones. I'm not mad at drafting a tackle to back up a position. Like once they get injured, it feels like your season changes. If you can change that right now and draft a guy who's going to be more than serviceable, it's smart for a team that's ready to contend. But I'm glad that both me and John suffered for years back in college when our teams would draft so horrible. At least both of us now have front offices that do things that make the draft fun. Like the Niners draft very well. I mean, you get Hufanga, you get Fred Warner, you get guys deep into the rounds. They're doing their homework. You get Kittle. Where did you draft Kittle? I mean, incredible. Fifth round. So it's cool, man. That's what makes the draft great is when your team knows how to draft deep, it really makes it makes the draft experience that much better.
And you got 2 teams that pay attention to positional value. They're not the Lions, right?
Yeah.
They go after premium spots that cost lots of money and develop it. So that way you don't have to pay those premium spots top end money because you drafted it. And that allows you to build a roster elsewhere. It allows you to trade for AJ Brown. It allows you to sign Javon Hargrave. It allows those things to happen because you've developed draft capital on cheap rookie deals, like your quarterback. Hopefully one of our quarterbacks.
I'm interested to see what happens with these 2 picks because it is going to be telling. Somebody said in here, Eagles are reloading. I think, our mindset is that it's like we've got to compete with the Niners, right? So this is a team that is extremely deep, the best front 7 in football. So maybe O-line is the place that we go just to try to stay competitive in the trenches. Might be something we do here.
I like that. Dan says, John, what Niners draft selection did you hate at first, but eventually come to love? Oh, Aaron Banks is the first one that comes to mind for me. I wanted Creed Humphrey so bad. I wanted Asante Samuel Jr. so bad. They were both there on the clock. We traded back. I liked the trade back. I liked that. But then Asante Samuel goes off the board. We are back on the clock. Creed Humphrey's there. They take Aaron Banks, a guy I didn't even watch. I didn't even watch him because I was like, this guy doesn't fit the Niners. And I was pissed. Creed Humphrey would have been the better pick, but Aaron Banks has been a stud. Absolutely incredible. And so that's the one that comes to mind. Tyler Smith finally made a live show from Australia. Welcome, Tyler.
Nice.
I freaking love it, man.
Good day, mate.
There we go. Hey, I want everybody in the chat. I want to know where you're watching from, if you don't mind. Put in where you're watching from. You can be as specific as you'd like. I just want to catch and kind of get a glimpse. We've got over 500 people in this across various streams right now currently, which is awesome. And I freaking love it. I'm so thankful. This is the best job in the freaking world. But yeah, let us know. Let us know. I want to see build the community and let us know where everybody's at because this is awesome. We're in the 3rd round and we got 500 freaking people watching this, which is crazy.
Stockton.
Oh, Stockton.
Oh, Munich. Let's go, dude.
Ooh, Berkeley. What's up, Berkeley?
I lived in Germany. I lived in Germany as well.
Oh, okay. Look at this. Converse living room. Oh, that is great. Yatsik, you're the best there is, my friend. South Dakota. Japan. What's up, Kenneth? I see you in there, big dog. I love it.
Oregon's the best. Favorite state. Love
there
it.
You go. Mexico. We got Brisbane. We got 2 Australias. Mates, if you will. Oakland, Alameda. I like it. I like it. Belgium. Good Lord. The faithful from afar, man. They represent. Dude, this is awesome.
The Niners, they have a really wide face.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Boy, they just ran them both in back to back.
They did. Everybody's standing up in there.
I mean, could you imagine?
This is awesome.
Oh, no.
Here we go. Now, Chuck, you announce this whenever you see this, and you just take it away, my friend.
I'm just a little scared that it is Washington. You guys are going to hate me the rest of the chat. No. That's my fear. I don't even want him. It's a
bulldog. It's a bulldog. you wanted Bulldogs.
I want
Little Rock. What's up, man? Couple Canadians. I love it.
I think that's part of the problem of being an informed fan is sometimes you see somebody go off the board and you're like, no.
Right.
On the
Exactly.
bottom.
There we go. Oh, it's
They put
on
it
there.
on the
It's already
bottom.
up there.
It
You
is.
took one of my guys, but not a Georgia guy. You branched out real far. Still stayed in the SEC East. You go with tackle from Alabama, Tyler Steen. Brian had him rated as a guard.
He's got versatility.
There we go.
Yes,
go.
they're looking for a guard. Yeah, we need a guard. Samalo left us, and so it was either going to be that Juergens moves because he was supposed to come into center, but Kelsey's going to stay another year. So you could see Juergens and this guy battling out for that last guard position. So not mad
both
at
your
it.
guards are going to be Alabama Crimson Tide guys. You got Dickerson, and then you got Juergens. So you go Alabama on the offensive line. You go Georgia everywhere defense.
Sounds like a plan. That's why don't overthink it.
That's not a bad plan, you know. If you're gonna pick,
there we go. We got Bakersfield. I love this.
I gotta announce this pick. I'm very happy about it.
Take it away.
Illini, Sidney Brown to the Eagles.
Are you kidding me?
Happy. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm sorry. But Washington is on the board. Go get him.
Yeah, he's trying to pass it off. That's a great pick, man.
Dude,
I mean,
perfect
he screamed Talanoa Hufanga to me. He screamed it. You watch him. And that's another reason why I didn't like Devin Witherspoon so much is because every time I tried to watch Witherspoon's film, I kept the whole time just going, dude, who's this guy? He is awesome, man. So Tyler Steen, Sidney Brown, great draft. You guys keep crushing it. Howie's the man for a reason.
Now we got to bring his brother home, somewhere later on in the draft. Go ahead and get Chase and let them just, let him hang out.
Yeah. Couple up. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brian.
I was just going to say, do you think he's going to play a similar role to like Chauncey Gardner, like a dime backer / slot safety kind of?
Slides right into that exact same role. Same role.
But again, we're young there. That is a big weakness of the Eagles right now. Epps left, CJ left. We really don't have anything back there. I was really hoping for a Budda Baker trade. But as of right now, if you're a Niners fan, you're looking at the Eagles and you're saying, all right, where are we going to exploit this team? Right now, it's the back end. We got the corners, but the safeties to support the run and to cover the back end tight ends, we're in trouble there. We don't, this pick, he's a rookie. Who knows how long it takes for him to develop. So
he was my second safety overall, number 2.
I really like him. Him, and I kind of hate that you got him.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
It's all good, dude.
The rivalry continues. The Broncos are on the clock. We're going to keep rolling here. Now, a couple updates, just so everybody knows. We'll be holding a Patreon-only Zoom conference call Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So all our Patreon people, we're going to get together, and this is the time we hear from you. If you haven't joined one of our Zoom calls, it's absolutely incredible. Building the community. You see a lot of these names in the chat. You get to put faces to it. It's absolutely awesome. So we're going to hang out for an hour, just kind of how we feel about that. Plus on Patreon, I'll be breaking down film on every single pick the Niners get once it's all said and done. That's all going to be there. So just pay attention to that. Just Google 49ers and Patreon. We're the first thing that shows up. Oh, here we go. Broncos with the pick. Linebacker Drew Sanders. This is where linebackers go, Detroit.
Wow.
Not top 20. Not top 20.
Yeah.
Wow.
67. This is not a bad pick, but this is about where he should go. But again, if you look at, I had Jack Campbell and Drew Sanders right close to each other, not far apart at all. And I think Trenton Simpson's going to be the best linebacker probably when it's all said and done out of Clemson. He's still on the board. Detroit's up next, though. So, okay, let's play this game.
Still there, too. Diane Henley out of Washington.
If you want coverage, that's your guy. If you want your middle linebacker that does it all, Drew Sanders is kind of one of those guys. Now, what's the next non-valuable position that Detroit can go here? They've gone running back. They've gone linebacker. They've gone tight end. They've gone safety. What's the next least valuable position? Maybe a nickel corner?
Is it in fullback?
Yeah, a nickel corner or a guard. I don't think they play with a fullback. A nickel corner, a guard, or a slot wide receiver. If they go with one of those, the pick's in. We'll see here. I'm excited to see if they can just stick with this trend of trolling the NFL and taking the least valuable players.
I think this is a smart pick.
Yeah.
Is it already out there?
It's coming in. Brian gets it before us. Let's see. Yeah, long snapper. I love it. Lions take a ball boy. I love this, man. This is awesome. They take a kicker. This is awesome. Yeah, you guys are the best. I love this chat, man. You guys are lighting it up. Y'all keeping us going. We are 2.5 hours in and still rolling. There we go. But yeah, there's still so many good players that are just sitting there.
Houston just traded up to 69.
Oh, nice trade, if you will.
Giggity. All right.
Yeah, there we go. Trades everywhere. There we go. All right.
Yeah, this is a lot going on here.
Yeah, everybody's moving around, and we're getting close. That 75 threshold for the Niners. But I'm going to be honest. The way this draft has gone, it's been evenly dispersed. There's not one of the main positions of value the Niners need that's devoid of talent yet. So I am not trading up if I'm the Niners. That's just me. I'm waiting because there's spots at all the positions of need still sitting there.
You see the pick yet, John?
No, I haven't seen it yet. They haven't announced it.
Okay.
So, yeah, I've got it on ESPN and I've got it on NFL Network simultaneously. And neither one of which have announced that pick. So that's where we're at. But you let it out, big dog. You announced this pick. Take it away, Brian.
All right. The Lions, the wait is over, and the Lions select potential quarterback of the future, Hendon Hooker.
There we go. That is a valuable position. That is a valuable position. So there we go. I love it. Absolutely love it. So I think that's a good pick.
Goff.
I would have taken a quarterback earlier if I was them, but hey, that's okay. They went and got a second round running back instead, and that's okay. What's up, Sebastian from Argentina? I love it, man. I love this. So yeah, 25-year-old backup quarterback coming off an ACL. This is going to be a draft to forget. That's all I got to say.
True. But again, you give him the year, and then next year you can make a decision on if you want to keep Goff or not, and you see if he's the guy.
Right. Yeah, I like that. It's not a bad pick. It's not a bad pick.
When did he tear his ACL? Like, would it be possible for him to return to practice during this season, or was it too late?
He just did his very first workout video stuff yesterday. And so let's see here. I have the date. He tore it in late November. So if you're looking at, so you might as well just say December, 9 months. You're talking August. Okay. The rehab process has started, but I mean, how do I say this? He and Brock Purdy are on a similar timeline.
Yeah, he will probably start practicing with the team by mid-season is what you're kind of thinking. Like practicing, not contact, like a blue non-contact, probably mid-season.
Yeah. Right there, Backdoor says, word is Darnell Washington is falling because of his knee issues. There you go. And when players fall, it's because there's a medical we haven't heard about. And so that's what that is. We didn't know about this. Teams knew about it at the combine or pro days or whatever. We didn't know about it. And so we don't get that access. Like, here we go. Can I send the big board again? I got you, big dog. Just give me a second. Let me copy and paste this bad boy. We are here for you.
I got to say, I really like how this draft is shaping up. There's legitimately probably like 10 or 15 guys that I still really like who are available that I'd be happy to pick. And we're coming up pretty soon. Like, I know we're still 28 picks away, but we're 28 picks away. There's still like 15 guys that I would love at 99.
And this is where it starts getting crazy. This is where you're going to start seeing 4th round guys. You're going to start seeing 5th round guys. Like non-consensus kind of fades through the wind once we get to this point in the 3rd round. So you're going to start seeing a lot more sporadic drafting. So let me ask you this, Brian. If the Niners traded up right now with everybody that's still on the board, who is the guy that you would say you would pound the table for? Draft this guy. if they traded up right now. We're at pick 69. Nice. Not saying they should trade up, but if they did, who would you want them to take?
Well, 69 and 70 are both in. I think what I personally would probably do is I would probably go with my number one edge rusher available, which is Isaiah McGuire. And I say that because there's still 5 offensive tackles that I like, and there's only one edge rusher that I really like. I know that other people like other edge rushers, and there are still a lot of other edge rushers, but to me, like, Isaiah McGuire would be the guy that I would probably go up for right now, because I think one of the other offensive tackles is going to fall, at least one of them. And to me, they're all fairly similar. Whereas I have Isaiah McGuire as a tier above the other edge rushers that are available.
He's the best run stuffing defensive end in this draft. Like, and I'm not talking like
bend.
Yeah, he does. The production's not there. Some games it kind of disappears, but like I mean it whenever I say like he might be the best run stuffing edge player of this entire draft, not just of guys that are available. He is elite versus the run. And was coached by Steve Wilkes just 2 years ago. So like we know a lot about that, which is crazy. Is why they had meetings with him afterwards, which I thought was interesting. Like, don't you know enough about this guy? And David, to your point, he says, looks like we'll get 3 really good prospects there. I want to sit. I want to sit right now. There is if there was a position that only had one guy left, I'd be like, no. But like Tucker Kraft is sitting there. If you're out on Darnell Washington because of the knee thing, I don't know the details, whatever. Tucker Kraft, South Dakota State tight end, holy cow. I had him rated higher than Dalton Kincaid because I thought Dalton Kincaid had medical stuff we knew about, and he hated blocking. He was not physical at all.
Yeah.
So,
no, I totally agree with you. I remember Tucker Kraft was getting like first round, second round hype. I watched it and I put like a 4th round grade on him, but if he falls to us, I would love Tucker Kraft at that point. At this point, he would probably be my number 1 tight end that's currently available out of the tight ends. But again, there's still like 4 or 5 of them that I like. I don't know what's going on with Washington's knee. That could be like a immediate no-go.
Yeah.
We all know how much we like that.
Tank Dell off the board to the Houston Texans. Man, you're going to get CJ Stroud and like Tank Dell. Oh, I freaking love that, man. And if you're a fantasy guy, Tank Dell, shoot that dude up your rankings because there is no competition at the wide receiver spot. And he's tiny, but I'm telling you right now, he was my number 1 wide receiver. Like, he is incredible. Incredible. That's a fun player. Man, way to go, D'Amico.
That's a smart place to pick him too. Like, you're higher on Tank Dell than me. I really liked him. The size is a legitimate concern, but we're in the 3rd round now, and I think he's a really good value pick when you get to the 3rd round. I mean, he can get open against pretty much anybody.
Yeah,
and it's going to be nice having just somebody who's always open for your rookie quarterback. You know,
if that dude would score touchdowns in flag football, nobody can touch him. Nobody can get close enough to touch him. Like, he's that damn good. Which that's awesome. Happy for D'Amico. Go get that dude. And Houston, it's a Houston kid. He stays in Houston. I love that too. There we go. Raiders on the clock. They are making their selection at pick 70. That's what's up, man. Here we go. The guy talking for the Raiders.
What would you say the Raiders need? I think you were saying O-line and D-line.
O-line, D-line, big time. Yeah, they need a lot, though. You got to protect Jimmy, man. You got to protect Jimmy. So this is pick 70 right here. If we look at what the Raiders took earlier, they took Michael Mayer. They got the tight end. And then went edge Tyree Wilson earlier in round 1. He's talking all kinds of trash. I love it, man.
Yep.
You go, big dog. There ain't nothing I like more in this world than trash talk. I don't care what it is. You talk trash all the time. It's fun. I'm usually nice to everybody, but somebody talk trash to me, it's coming right back, baby.
So why do you think DeJuan Jones is dropping so much? Because I thought he had 1st round hype, but here we are in the, almost midway through the third round. Is it just because of a scheme fit thing, or do you think it's a medical?
It might be something else that they didn't like. I mean, he is unrealistically large for that position. It just doesn't exist. They went
He's
defensive tackle, Byron Young. So there's 2 Byron Youngs. They went defensive tackle. Makes sense. And guys, just in the chat again, for some of those that are just joining us, we appreciate you guys. Try not to tip the picks till we announce them here, because some people, we want to keep it as organic as possible. Glad to have you here, though, Caesar. Glad you're here, brother. But yeah, let's wait on until we announce the picks, if that's okay. I know there's a little delay, but we want to keep it as authentic as possible. Freaking love it, man. So yeah, I saw Byron Young and I got scared, but it's not the Byron Young we wanted. Niners did meet with this Byron Young as well, but they met with all Alabama players, because you can't trust Nick Saban and that staff. They are liars. And so yeah, that's what we got there. What's up, Sin? Look at this. Appreciate the super chat. She says, "Hey, John and Brian, which good players are left for the Niners?" There's a lot. We've talked about edge. We've talked about tight end. We've talked about offensive tackle. Let's talk wide receivers, because there's a lot of wide receivers. Cedric Tillman, I think he's a fit. Josh Downs, slot guy. A.T. Perry, Raheem Jarrett. I like Raheem Jarrett. You want like a Debo style guy? I think he's somebody that fits really, really well. Jalen
You really
Hyatt,
like Tyler Scott. He's still available.
Yeah, he's like a Tank Dell light is kind of how I see it. Oh, Keandre Miller, another running back off the board to the New Orleans Saints. For my 3rd round running back people, there are 2. There are 2 that if they got picked, I wouldn't be pissed. Okay. Devin A-Chain out of A&M, I had a 2nd round grade on, and Tajay Spears. That's Wayne's guy.
Tajay Spears is the one running back that I would be okay with us getting. If we got Tajay Spears, I would be okay with a 3rd round running back. He's the only guy. Yeah. He's awesome.
There we go. Look at Daryl. He says, JC, I'm in Connecticut with Breezy, UConn champs, bro. Hey, congrats to you guys, man. Congrats to you guys. Texas lost. They shouldn't have. It was a terrible fall apart at the end, but respect game. I like seeing what guys are like getting picked here, because the guys we want are still there. Not our guys. Yeah. Now, let's talk about corners. There's so many corners there. Now, we've got back-to-back picks here from NFC West. We've got the Cardinals, then the Rams. Cardinals pick is in here at number 72. But Kaylee Ringo, Georgia, Eli Ricks, Darius Rush, Jacorian Bennett, Caillou Blues Kelly, like there are guys that are available.
So I think that actually the best one, if we need a slot corner, Clark Phillips is still there out of Utah.
Yeah.
He could be a really good slot. If we're looking at an outside guy, I'm really big on Riley Moss and Jacorian Bennett. They're probably my favorites as far as guys that are coming up available.
And so, if you look at the 49ers, the most draft picks invested since Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch showed up, it goes corners number 1, then it goes wide receivers. Those are the 2 most drafted positions since Shanahan and them have showed up. So that's where it gets interesting. Now, safety, for you safety people, and there's a lot of them, Christopher Smith, Antonio Johnson, Brandon Joseph, Ji'Ayir Brown, Jordan Battle, Jamie Robinson. There's so many there. And again, safeties fall, not a premium position. I want to wait on safeties. There's good guys there. There's great value there. I'm just saying I want to wait till the 5th. That's just
at this point, they're dropping so hard. Like, yeah, I would probably wait on safety. Wow. Surprised at this next pick. And the Giants. The Giants just traded up to 73. So Cardinals.
So the Rams trade out.
And the Giants are on the clock. So Giants are on the clock right now at 73. And I'll when you see the Cardinals one, I'll let you give your comments.
Here's the Rams trade details. Rams dropped back from 73 to 89. So they dropped back 16 picks and picked up 128. So they fell back far.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot. Shot J, appreciate you, man. He says, "What's up, chat? Remember, everyone is watching different feeds. Don't tip the picks if you can." Appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. We're keeping it going, man.
Yeah.
We're having a good time. We're having a good time here, man.
I will say though, picking up 128 with how the board is falling, 128 could be a good player.
It could be. That's why I'm telling you, I don't want the Niners trade up. I kept saying all day, I want the Niners to trade up once we get to around 75. Nope. Not now. Not now, I don't. I want us to just chill. There is no pressing player. And again, the reason why whenever I'm talking about trading up for a player, are there players worth trading up here? 100% yes. But you're looking at the board vertically. When there's 2 or 3 positional players, let's say you want to go edge, and they're all still there, what's the dire need? John Lynch mentioned this in his pre-draft presser. Well, we were looking at 2 edge guys, and they both were still there. We offered a couple, like we reached out to some teams to maybe trade up. Nothing came to fruition. We stayed there and got the guy we wanted. Now every GM says that. But again, like maybe the Niners have somebody that they're super high on, like a Byron Young out of Tennessee, who I did not think would make it this far. You trade up for him, that's cool. I know you're not as high on Byron Young out of Tennessee.
I just think that what he does is he does one very specific thing well, and I want a little bit more. I want to get a little bit more than just one specific thing.
Gotcha.
I just have some concerns. You know, you have a 25-year-old pass rusher who doesn't really have very good pass rushing skills, and he's already 25. He has elite speed, and if we just want to put, hey, wide 9, go get him, I totally get it. I would just prefer something a little bit different, but I totally understand
Isaiah
why
McGuire, right?
Yeah, just because, you know, I think he can do a little more. He can play the run on the edge. He can pass rush. You can kick him inside. You know, he can play all over the defensive lines. That's just my personal preference. But if you just want speed from the wide 9, I totally get Diaby, Byron Young. It makes sense, and I wouldn't hate it.
Right. We got the Cardinals. They selected cornerback out of Syracuse, Garrett Williams. Strong pick, good pick. Yeah, he's going to be out for a while, but again, the Cardinals, they're not competing this year, man. They're tanking for Caleb. This is a Trent Baalke pick. He's a good player, but yeah, I was not near as high on him as I guess they are. I was pretty far out on him. I'm just going to be really honest with you, but that's okay.
I'm just surprised they got a guy who literally tore his ACL mid-season. Like he's probably not even playing as a rookie. Like at all.
Yeah, good call.
And they spent a third-round pick.
Man,
they must really like something about him.
They paid something. There ain't no doubt about that.
And the Giants did make their pick. The Browns are still on the clock.
So, yeah, here's the pick for the Giants. Jalen Hyatt. The fall stops. Finally goes off the board. Jalen Hyatt, he was the highest player ranked on our board. Again, scheme specific. He's a vertical threat only. Think Danny Gray, but a little bit elevated.
I kind of like it, though, because, I mean, Daniel Jones, I'm not the biggest Daniel Jones fan, but he does have a pretty solid arm, and he's got a deep ball. And if you want someone to help spread the entire field and make it easier for Daniel Jones, you know, it would make sense to have a guy that can take the top off, threaten deep, and just kind of open up the rest of the field. And so many of their other receivers are like slot guys. Do they have like 4 slot receivers?
Yeah,
so this is somebody who can take the top off. So it's not the worst pick in my opinion. I can understand the logic there.
Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense big time. I mean, you watch his highlights. There's nobody ever within an arm's reach of him. Like he is a go route extraordinaire. And so, and this is a third round. He's a specific guy. He kind of fits with the wide receivers in this draft. Smaller, right? Like slight frame, all that kind of stuff. Not huge by any stretch. Which stretch is funny because that's kind of what he is. So yeah,
I just had a little bit of a little epiphany kind of thought thing. So Dayball was Josh Allen's quarterback, right? Or sorry, coach, offensive coordinator. Jalen Hyatt is their Isaiah McKenzie.
That makes perfect sense. Different build, but same role
Yeah.
for sure.
So I think that's what it is. That
Pick
just
number
occurred to me.
74, the Cleveland Browns pick is in. They are up there. Ooh, Hanford Dixon. I love that, man. Blast from the past. I just love these old players. They make me so happy. Even if like guys I didn't root for them, but like they just like send me back to the DeLorean back in time, and it just makes me happy, man. Gotta respect the past. I freaking love it. So here we go. He's giving a speech. I wish I could hear what he's saying, but there it is. The Browns, number 74 overall, select Cedric Tillman, back-to-back Tennessee wide receivers. I like Tillman, man. This one kind of hurts a little bit. He would have been a perfect Juwan Johnson's replacement. But there we go. Yeah, sorry, Juwan Jennings. There we go. I like that. I like that. Thank you for the super chat, Roberto. You are the freaking man. I freaking love it. Thank you so much. It's very, very kind of you. That's a good pick. Tillman's fun, man. He played through injuries. He's just tough. He does all the dirty work in that offense. Very, very fun player.
And the Browns need receivers. They, I feel like they used to have a pretty good receiving core, and it kind of got depleted a little bit. But you have Cedric Tillman. You pair him with who's the guy? The Raider Cowboy, Amari
Cooper. Yeah.
Him, Cooper. They've got like Peoples Jones over there, so getting to be a decent little decent receiving core. Not a bad
I
pick.
like it. I ain't even mad.
Yeah.
I ain't even mad. Not even a little. So
the Atlanta Falcons pick is in.
I'll look at Tyler. Look at this. He says next year, not this year, Texas and Oklahoma are joining the SEC. I'm excited about that. That's going to bring more prospects that are easier to evaluate, which I'm very excited about. I'm with you there. That is pretty cool. Not upset about that at all. It's just going to be better football, too. You get better college football play. You get better NFL play. That's just the way that it goes. All right, Brian. You're killing me, Smalls.
I'm sorry.
You're killing me. You're the best. I love you.
You got like a delay. These next two are interesting.
So we've got the Falcons, who have been kind of interesting, and then we've got the Patriots on the clock. Then the Rams are back up, so they're in the hole right now.
What do the Falcons need? If you were building their team at this point, like what do they need help with?
They're actually pretty solid everywhere. They could use a quarterback. Definitely some more wide receivers. There's no doubt about that. Which, man, if they waited for a wide receiver, that's perfect. Corners are all right if you believe in Jeff Okudah, but linebackers there as well. Edge they could use, but like one of my favorite things about the Falcons, like they could totally win that division very easily. Actually, I think they're going to over the Saints. Is they don't have bad spots. You look at teams and the way they build a roster, the Falcons don't have bad spots on their roster. Now there's some not great stuff, but yeah, I think the Falcons are in a good spot. Was the Bijan pick the smartest? I don't know. It made sense to me. We'll have to see. He's going to have to be great. He's going to have to be great for that to work. Look at Kenneth. He says 500 people in here, only 156 likes. Hit that like button. Help us out, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you. But yeah, the Falcons can go a lot of ways for sure.
Yeah, I like this pick by them.
Yeah, both channels are on commercial right now, so that's why they're waiting to announce it. So the way that it works is they turn the pick in, and then all these other sites tip the pick, which if that's what you're into, Brian's into that, you can find that. I love seeing the announcement. Like, I need the organic. The 1 year, we talked about this yesterday, where they tipped the pick and they showed like the players getting the phone calls. It was the worst year of the draft ever. It pissed me off. I couldn't stand it. I remember just like not watching the draft like past the second round that year, like the only time since I was like 10. Like I gotta feel it. And so whenever it's tipped or whatever, I get pissed, man. I get hot. Clayton, can you jump in and give us a Golden State Warriors update when you get a chance? I'm curious what's happening over there. When you get a chance, jump up here and let us know. Now. And yeah, we're in the zone. I've said over and over again, pick 75. This is where the Niners' range of trading is. And you see Aaron, he says, use one of those extra third-round picks next year to move up. We'll see. This is where you would have to do it. And so we're at pick 75. So let me just give you the numbers because I think this will make sense. The 49ers are picking at 99. That pick is worth 104 points. This pick, which the Falcons pick is in, the next pick is worth 210, New England. So this is where you could package two of those third rounders. You're picking 99, 101, 102. You could package two of those and jump up right here. I don't see it. I don't want to trade up. There's nobody that's screaming at me. Now, if you had a couple edge guys go off the board, then the conversation could happen. But for me right now, that's just not there. I do not want to trade up just for trade up purposes. I don't think that suits the way the 49ers want to build their roster. Here we go. Zach Harrison, edge, Ohio State. I like this pick because he was not one of my guys. I did not enjoy his film at all. I did not. Did you like Zach Harrison's film?
I like Zach Harrison's potential. That is what I really liked about Zach Harrison. He's big, he's strong, he's fast, he's really long, and the kid's only 21 years old. So I don't think it was great film, but I think it's great potential in terms of what he could develop into over the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years, if that makes sense.
Okay. I like that. Look at this. Nick says Jed York just tweeted. So apparently there's a draft going on. Who knew it started yesterday? So there's Jed York. Thank you, Nick, for looking out. I just looked it up. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's hilarious. Yeah, and I can't say this. Let's go back to kind of the themes. Trey Lance ain't been traded, guys. He ain't going to be traded. It ain't happening during this draft. I told you it wouldn't. Everybody else kept chirping it. Not everybody else, but a lot of people. Eventually, you're going to have to start listening to the people that are right sometimes, not wrong all the time, but that's okay. What's up with the Warriors?
Accurate.
Shocked about Trey Lance, by the way. Just shocked.
Shocker.
The Warriors, they are down. They are about, I got to get my glasses, really.
You're the youngest guy here, Clayton. Come on.
I know, but I was not blessed with good eyesight.
Marte Mapu off the board to the Patriots. Niners fans, that was a perfect fit. Anyway, I apologize. Clayton, go ahead.
No. Sac State, local kid. You like to see it. Looks like Harrison Barnes is down. He is from the Kings. Looks like he's holding his hand.
That's no good.
Or something. But yeah, the Warriors, they are losing to the Kings. It's like I think 74-66. So
okay, so it's still within range.
It's hanging in the balance. It's a game of runs, basketball. You gotta love it. I had to switch out the residency hats.
Looking sharp, brother.
I think Wayne still has a code with them. Like
SF Breezy.
SF Breezy. That's what it is. So go check them out, man. They've got all sorts of great hats.
Support the man.
And support our guy Wayne Breezy. But yeah, it looks like Harry B's getting some free throws here. And right. I mean, I'm hoping they pull it out. But I'll say this about Sacramento. I think it's cool. I think they've been a really fun story and a great team. It's cool to see them in the playoffs again. So, if it were really to go to 7 games and the Warriors were to lose, obviously I'd be pissed. But, I'd probably root
Rams.
for...
The Rams just took Byron Young.
Be right,
Byron Young. Gosh, man. My 2 favorite edge rushers in this damn draft stayed in the division. Derek freaking Hall and Byron Young. Man, he's going to move automatically into that Leonard Floyd role. Amazing story. Hate to see him go in division. This happens every year. You fall in love with these guys, and they go to your enemies, and it just breaks your freaking heart, man. That stinks. Now, let's say this. Let's jump to where we are with the edge-wise. I still don't think it's time necessarily to move up. This hurt. This was my highest-rated player for sure, but I don't think it's Yaya Diaby makes a lot of sense to me, but
yeah, if you want a speed guy, Yaya, KJ Henry are both there.
Yeah,
2 speed rushers.
Right. So if you're sticking with that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
So I want to go back just a pick or two. Marte
Yes, sir.
Mapu. I couldn't find any film. I really wanted to watch some of this guy.
Can't
Did you have
find
a
it.
chance to find anything? Scout him at
Can't
all?
find it. You can find some highlights,
No?
but that's about it. But
Okay.
he's
I was
gone.
bummed out because I was hearing about him and I was like, oh, where can I find Sacramento State defense?
Yeah,
And,
Ishmael says can't risk losing Yaya. I love it. But yeah, you couldn't find film on it. And also, Marte Mapu was the first non-combine invite drafted. So you got that going as well. Packers selection. Here we go. At pick 78. Tucker Kraft. Bless it. This is where the pain starts, ladies. Didn't they already draft a tight end?
I was gonna say this is their second
They got
tight
Michael
end.
Mayer.
They really must not trust Jordan Love.
Yeah, they got Luke Musgrave and Tucker Kraft.
That's 2 tight ends in the
Yeah.
first 3 rounds.
They're a best player available draft. They do not care. I mean,
You
remember that 1 year?
all in on the run game.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. We'll see, man. I mean, I don't know how both those guys are going to get work done, but hey, good pick. Great pick.
Yeah. I was gonna say this is probably about the range where I was starting to look real hard at Tucker Kraft.
He was my number 40 overall player, and he went pick 78. Whew.
Yeah,
It's
he
picking
was
up
fun.
steam. It's picking up steam, ladies and gents.
Well, there's still some guys available. We're looking at tight end. I am guessing that Darnell Washington is probably a no-go at this point. There's got to be something medical as to why he's dropped all the way to
the value will
mid-third.
be there at some point. So here's my question. Let's say his knee's bad enough that he doesn't even play this year. Would you be willing to take him in the 3rd round? I'm asking the chat too. Darnell Washington, the tight end out of Georgia, would you be willing to wait on him, redshirt him? The value's got to be there eventually. Oh, Josh Downs, wide receiver, Colts. Man.
I mean, Wiley's still there. I know you love Wiley. Payne Durham is still there. Davis Allen is still there. I mean,
yeah,
I know
there's
you
a lot
love
there.
Wiley. I like Wiley. I like Davis Allen. I like Payne Durham. I think they're closer to more 5th round guys, but I mean, there's still...
I got a 3rd round on Wiley, but I'm higher on him than anybody else. So
yeah,
that's fair. But I also thought I was higher on
guys
Schoonmaker,
available.
And he went in the 2nd.
Yeah. But like you said, trading up, why go with Darnell Washington when you can get one of those 3 guys?
Right. I like that. 49ers are 20 picks away. Lots of players still there. It's going to get tight. Remember, we got 3 picks. So if you do trade up, you're losing something. Now, we're at pick 79. I think that pick is in. So to get to pick 80, again, going back to the chart, you're talking 190. So if you traded 2 of your 3rd rounders right now, you would get back something. So if the Niners traded 2/3 to jump up, they would get back a 6th rounder probably, or a 5th rounder. Does that make sense?
Okay.
So 2/3 to jump up now. Again, I'm sticking to my guns, ladies and gents. I'm not trading up. The 2 tight ends I like: Josh Weil, Payne Durham, Darnell Washington. If you want to get risky, right? Tackles. The 2 tackles I like. Blake Freeland's there. I didn't think there was a chance he'd be there. That's a possible trade up target.
Freeland, Daniels, Saldivari, Morris, Jalen Duncan. There's 5 offensive tackles. I'd be okay with picking at 99, 102.
Edge, I'm going Yaya and Isaiah McGuire. I'm totally cool with that. The fact that if you got out of this round, this day, the day's almost over. We're 3 hours strong, baby. 3 hours strong. I'm feeling pumped up, man. I'm pumped. I ain't even wearing down. But I'll say this: if you got out of this draft with 1 from each of those positions, you freaking crushed it. Now, if you wanted to go a defensive tackle, I saw somebody bring up Clayton Tune. Yeah, I don't want to spend this pick. If I was
love
going quarterback,
Claytons. We love Claytons out here, though. We do.
We do like Clayton. I didn't put that into my draft analysis. I missed that totally. That's on me. I would go Tanner McKee if I was going quarterback here. He is the only 3rd round quarterback I have. Jake Hayner's there. I've got a 4th round. Tune, I have a 5th round.
If we're keeping Lance, though, it makes 0 sense to go quarterback until
early
6th, 7th round, because
he's not making 3rd camp for him.
He would have to beat out Sam Darnold for a job. Like we would have to cut Sam Darnold, or Purdy's would have to
He's
have
almost
a serious
uncuttable
setback.
with that salary. There's no way.
Yeah, exactly. So
There's
there's
no
no
way.
point in taking a quarterback until like the 7th round, and that's just because you want your guy in camp and you hope he's on the practice squad.
Yeah. DTR. I love DTR. I have a 6th round grade on him. Niners met with them. Maybe 3rd round, but that's crazy. Yeah. Luke. Yeah, we talked about the Jed York tweet. That dude's something else, man. But hey, I got to give him props. Jed York came to our event when we threw a party in Santa Clara. That was really, really
That's
cool.
so cool.
So here we go. We got to trade up. The Panthers traded up. Here are the
Panthers
details of
trade
the
up to
trade.
80.
They jumped up big. So they jumped up from 93 to 80 and gave up the number 132. So they paid a premium. So the Steelers
They really
dropped
like
back.
this guy.
Yeah, this is a big trade up. This is not a small trade up. I don't want the Niners to do a big trade up because you're seeing what it's costing. I don't want that. If it took a 3rd and a 5th to jump up to go get one of these guys, I'm okay with that. 2/3, I'm not okay with. Now, according to the chart, if we look at the picks for, just the value wise on what it would take to jump up there, let's see here. If you combined 99 and 155, that's 28, 132. That only gets you up to about 91. So if you gave up a 3rd and a 5th, you could get to 91. You still got time. I don't want to, unless you put in future capital, right? Which I don't know if I want to do that yet. Oh my gosh, David, you're my favorite person. He says, let's grab Ezekiel Elliott off the waiver wire as a backup center. I love it. You are a smart man.
That's funny.
That's some quality right there.
Funny. So, question for you. What did you think of Adebawore?
DJ Johnson, edge, Carolina. He was the Niners target. I didn't think 3rd round, but yeah, he's a player, man. That dude is a player.
He ran I think a sub 4.5.
I had a really 4th round grade on him, but he is freaking awesome. He was a good player. He was a perfect fit. But again, I'm looking at my stuff of him. I had him 137 overall, but there's not that big of a difference whenever you're getting to these players now. 3rd, we're at all these players now. We're in the middle of the 3rd round. These guys are essentially 4th round picks, unless somebody falls. But they like DJ Johnson. Hats off to him. He was a Niners guy that I thought could have went.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice pick. Nice pick.
Man, I'm
Thank
getting
you, David,
excited.
for the
It's
super chat.
getting so close.
I'm so pumped right now, man. We're close.
New players here.
We are 18 picks away, completely in the range of jumping up.
Oh, you got to share that. You got to share that, Ulysses.
Oh, what's up? Someone leaked the draft board for the 49ers. Yeah, I don't know about that. And Niners are they're pretty tight with that. Yeah.
So John, there's one guy who I'm surprised is still there. AA out of Northwestern. You know what I'm talking about? Adebawore.
Right.
Do you think he would be a good fit? Because I'm surprised he's lasted this long.
After the combine, everybody goes crazy, right?
Yeah.
And, they get weird around that time, and everybody's just like, oh, this guy, that guy, and he's going to be in the 1st round pick and whatever else. I didn't feel that way. And whenever I watched his tape, I was just like, man, I don't even know what to do with this guy. 6'2", 282. He's a tweener. He's not normal. Crazy. 4.49. He's the heaviest player to ever run a 4.4 in the history of the combine. Elite athleticism. Terrible hands. Decent bend, but not great. I just don't know what to do with him. Is he a defensive tackle? Is he an edge?
Put him at 3-tech.
Yeah, that's cool.
I didn't honestly watch the film because he was getting such hype, but I do remember watching the Senior Bowl, and he was really good at the Senior Bowl. I don't know where Keanu Benton went, but I think that Benton and Adebawore, they both looked really good at the Senior Bowl. And that to me just like raised his stock up.
Gotcha.
But I didn't watch any film, but the Senior Bowl to me was impressive.
Yeah.
Johnny Dell liked him. He was there. He was there with Wayne.
Ooh, that is fire. That Oilers old freaking jacket. Oh, that is so clutch. That is so clutch, that jacket, man. I miss the Oilers stuff. Jason McCourty, what a cool dude, man. He only played there for like 2 years, which is funny. The Titans have been interesting, man. They've been a weird team this draft, I feel like. Not in a bad way, but just weird, you know?
That is a sick jacket.
That's so clean, man. That's so clean. I love it. I love it. Oh, we're getting in range, guys. We're getting in range.
I wonder if we're actually just going to stay where we are and just go like back to back to back picks. That'd be crazy.
I wouldn't mind it at all.
It'd be fun. I'm taking a shot every time we take a pick.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Cheers, brother. Cheers. There we go.
I haven't had anything yet, and I'm saving it, but
we're going to celebrate together, brother.
We make a pick
with everybody else here, which is so cool. Like, this is awesome. Yeah, he's talking. There we go. And again, we'll announce the pick here. I appreciate you guys. I do like the McCourty brothers. I like them a lot. I hate almost everybody out of New England. I can't stand that franchise. I can't stand the organization. I just hate them. But I do like the McCourty brothers. They are freaking awesome, man. I ain't gonna lie. He's up there still talking trash. I do want that jacket though. I would wear some Oilers stuff. I ain't gonna lie. I would sport that. Man, he's still going. Dang, bro. I love it. I love it. You go, big dog.
Point across.
Hey, Tajay Spears, running back, gone.
Oh.
Wow. So now you got Derrick Henry, Tajay Spears.
That's a great 1-2 combo.
Ooh.
Because they do opposite things. You know, like he's like a third down receiving option that's elusive. Henry is just like your hammer. I really like Tajay Spears.
Yeah, that's a cool pick. That's a cool pick. Right here, Brad says, who is the best available player despite any position? Darnell Washington, but you got the medical. DeJuan Jones would be next, but he is not a fit for the 49ers at all. That would lead us to
a medical.
And probably a medical. Kaylee Ringo. That's my number one. 47 corner. 47 on my big board. Trenton Simpson, inside backer. He is a size freak. He is a big inside backer. Blake Freeland. Then Christopher Smith back to Georgia. Those are the top-rated players on my current big board. And again, I'll share one more time. It's been a minute. I'll share the link to my big board if you want to check it out. And you can kind of see the players that have been selected. They're highlighted in yellow. Shout out to the man Clayton. You're doing triple work right now, bro. We're gonna have to up your pay. That's just all there is to it. That's all there is to it.
Dude, listen to some of the safeties that are still available. Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M. Jordan Battle, Alabama.
Okay.
Anthony Johnson, Iowa State. Jamie Robinson, Florida State. J.L. Skinner, Boise State. Ji'Ayir Brown, Penn State. Chris Smith, Georgia. And Ronnie Hickman out of Ohio are all still there.
Yaya Diaby off the board to the Bucks. Damn it. Sorry, I cussed. Yeah, that's a cuss word one, man.
See, this is where I call the Dolphins.
Now
and I'm
the conversation is happening. Now the conversation is happening because it's Isaiah McGuire. That is who I would want. And there's not a lot of guys that I would be okay with at the edge position. So if you are one of the guys,
Henry, maybe. I'm not as big on Henry. I love McGuire. Henry does provide that speed off the edge, but I would call Miami.
KJ Henry? Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of him, but that's just me.
He's fast.
He is fast. I just didn't like his film. So, like, maybe
this guy's all about Gervais Owens.
Oh, yeah. That's Josh. He helped with all the draft work, man. Josh, the best there is. We got a trade. So the Seattle Seahawks and Denver Broncos trade again. So there we go. They're not through trading. Maybe they traded back for Russ. Is Russ back on there? Maybe that's what happened. They traded Russell Wilson back.
Can we give you Russ back, please?
I am so happy as long as Geno is the quarterback of the Seahawks. Fear no Geno-led team. He's decent, but sorry, man.
So what would we have to spend to move up to 84 for McGuire? Because if I'm John Lynch, assuming that the Broncos don't pick him, that's who I want at 84 because there's plenty of tight ends. There's plenty of tackles. There's only one edge that I like.
So there's a couple different ways you could do this. You could do 2/3 and get that pick with like a 5th or 6th rounder back, or you could do a 3rd rounder with a 3rd rounder next year, right?
Ooh.
49ers have 3 3rd rounders next year already.
I might do that because
And
we'll have our 1st and our 2nd and our 3rd plus a couple comp picks.
Right. So exactly. So you could trade our original 3rd, which will be a late one, but we got 2 comp picks coming. One for the D'Amico Ron Carthon, and then one for Mike McGlinchey getting paid. So if you wanted to jump up right now, and I think it would be Edge or Blake Freeland, but like, how long is he going to stay there? How long is he just going to keep falling? But again, if you don't like Mike McGlinchey, you don't want Blake Freeland. That's all I'm telling you right now. If you don't like McGlinchey, you do not like Blake Freeland. They're so similar. They have the same problems.
Not only that, but I mean, if you're trading up for Blake Freeland, like, wouldn't the Dolphins also be interested in Blake Freeland because they run a similar system?
They would be. So that would be a little bit difficult. But if you look at their team, they have a little bit more tackle situation than we do. Yeah, because they've got Austin Jackson. That was a 1st round pick as their right tackle.
That's right.
And then they
their
got
left
Teron
tackle is
Armstead.
from the former Saint.
So I'm not sure that's where they would go, but maybe they would. Maybe they'll just Austin Jackson hasn't been great by any stretch. So yeah. So we'll see. We'll see. And yeah, I mean, we're getting crunch time. And every time we did like a mock draft or whatever, it's like you get in here and you'd simulate all the way down to pick 99 and you'd see like 5 or 6 guys just go right in front of you. And you're just like, ah. So you got to wait. You got to wait. We got 16 picks. It's not dire straight time. It's not dire straight time. It's not panic time, but you are a couple picks away from it's going to get tough. It's going to get tough.
I'm this close to panic time.
Yeah. So tackle and end. But again, somebody asked, need an edge to help Bosa. Look, there's a lot of bodies there, and I believe in Drake Jackson, but the philosophy of this team, you lost 4 contributing edge players. And what did you replace them with, right? That's the question.
2.
Do you believe in Cleveland Farrell? Do you believe in Austin Bryant? I don't. I want more guys there.
I think Farrell's making the team and he's going to contribute, but
I do too.
I don't know about Bryant. To me, Bryant feels like a bubble player.
Yeah, I agree, especially if you get a speed guy here. Broncos selection. I like how everybody kept telling me Yaya is a reached in the 3rd, and he wasn't even there when we picked. But that's okay. That's okay. Denver with the 83rd overall pick. Who they take? Take a quarterback. Riley Moss. Oh, they're leaving. We're leaving them.
I really liked him.
The first white corner in forever, man.
I really liked him.
Oh, that one hurt.
Struggled versus Marvin Harrison Jr. I love how that's like their one comment.
Who didn't struggle?
Like, I know that's my exact thought. Like, oh, really? You struggled against like a top 5 pick? Who'd have thunk?
Yeah. That's all right. Good spot for him. Happy for him.
And there's still corners, and I don't feel like corner is a big need. I would love us to add corner depth, but I mean, we've got our number 1 corner. Diamador Lenore held down the outside, and I feel like at that point, we've got a 2 to 3 way battle for slot, which is a good thing to have.
There's a lot of guys there. I'm with you there. I am with you there. Yeah.
So we've got depth. It's just a matter of finding the right guy. I saw R. Moss broadcast, and I assumed Randy Moss must have a kid.
Yeah.
It's so his brother from a different mother.
Yeah. And man, you're looking across the board. There's good defensive tackles if you wanted to go there. I mean, both the Texas guys are there. Kobe Turner out of Wake Forest. There's amazing linebackers. I don't want to do that. Kaylee Ringo, man, who I never even thought would be an opportunity. Oh, Devin Archain. There we go. A-Chain just went to Miami. That is a huge pick. That dude's going to get a lot of playing time.
Mike McDaniel woke up and shows violence.
There you go, man. That's a good pick. I had a second-round grade on A-Chain. And I hate that team.
Him with McDaniel's system, that could be dangerous. He is fast.
He's super fast. The fastest running back in this draft. Yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be fun, dude. Miami has some speed. I hope Tua can stay healthy because,
gosh,
dude, that offense was so good when he was in.
McDaniel just gave the fist bump, looking smooth as always. I do love Mike McDaniel so much, man. Yeah, fastest offense. Miami's got it tight. Speed. That's all that it is, man. Perfect fit for McDaniel. Perfect fit.
Yeah.
Right here, any chance they take interior O-line, kick Burford out to right tackle? You know, I thought that might be a possibility, but when John Lynch did his presser, he said, we really like where he's at. I don't think that even seems to be in the cards. They didn't even mention him whenever he was going through the tackle depth. It's a possibility, but I think they want to keep that position there. Chargers are on the clock here.
Think of who might make sense. If we were going to add someone at right guard and kick out Burford, the guys that are standing out on the board to me right now is Luke Whippler, Chandler Zavala, and Victor Oluwatimi.
Yeah, I think him.
Any one of those three guys, you could
Dayon Henley,
right guard.
Dayon Henley off the board, linebacker to the Chargers, pick 85. And this just in the update, the 49ers are on the little ticker thing 10 spots down. So we have finally in the frame of reference of a pick. And so, you know, that's we're that many ticker spots from making a pick, baby. After
I thought you were going to say they traded up. I was like,
no trade has been announced yet. Doesn't mean it will not happen.
Ravens.
Doesn't mean it was not happen. Yeah, Henley was awesome. Johnny was waiting for him, and I will tell you, we're going to be doing a super show Monday at 10 a.m. with Johnny Dale, Wayne Breezy, and myself. I am so pumped about that. That's going to be a lot of fun. So, just want to let you know, it's time to get excited. We got Juan Solis. What's up, Juan? I hope you're ready to do some film cut-ups, buddy.
I like Moro Ojomo.
I do too.
He's the one interior defender that I would actually take at this point because I think that he has the burst and the length to play base end and then kick inside and play 3 technique. So he's like the one DT that I think would make sense at this point.
There we go. Yeah, I'm a big fan of him, obviously. But man, yeah, this is awesome. This is fun. The anticipation is building. Kaylee Ringo's the number 47 player on my board. I didn't think that he would even have a chance. I don't know why he's fallen this far. I don't understand it. So my big board, again, Darnell Washington, medical, DeJuan Jones, not a scheme fit. But then Kaylee Ringo, corner, Trenton Simpson, linebacker. I don't want to take that pick, but man, if you're just going best player available, Trenton Simpson's for real out of Clemson. Blake Freeland, Christopher Smith, safety. You got Victor Oluwatimi, center guard guy, Owen Popo, Antonio Johnson, Brandon Joseph, a lot of safeties.
Oh, yeah. There's some good late round safeties too. I mean, the guy's been just harping about Gervais Owens. I really like Jordan Howden, Jay Ward. There's a lot of potential 5th round safeties, you know?
Yeah, I like it. Chuck, what's up, buddy? You're back.
What's up, man? Had some responsibilities with the children. And so
totally get it, man.
Yeah.
Thank you for returning.
So
we appreciate you guys.
So give me a little recap.
1 second. I'm going to grab my bottle and get ready.
Cool. Yeah, no worries, man. I will say this, Fat 420 Sack says, who had the best day 2 so far? Man, Tampa Bay, I think crushed it. Cody Mock. They go back and they get, one of my freaking favorite players. I was really upset. There's been a few times I've been upset today, but yeah, they got Yaya Diaby, Cody Mock building in the trenches. I think that they had a really good day.
Yeah.
Is there a team that stands out for you, man?
You know, what's funny is that sort of, I'm not really sure where people stand, but there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like loving the Lions draft, but we're not. I don't think that we're really into that. I think that the Eagles have had a solid day. I'm really interested to see what happens. I think, you know, the Colts have made some, you know, some solid moves. I think you got to say too, the Jags have had a great day. Yeah, solid days. Not loving what the Lions are doing. I think they've made some splash plays, but
right.
It's interesting.
Yeah, it's just weird all in all. You know, the 49ers are trading up. It is happening, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir.
It has just been announced.
Let's go.
Get your popcorn ready. It's go time, ladies and gents. I'm saying right now the pick should be two guys, Blake Freeland or Isaiah McGuire. I'm going to say Isaiah McGuire. That's who I'm saying I would take in this particular situation. He's not the top-ranked guy on my board.
Ooh.
I like it. I don't want anybody tipping this pick. I'm going to turn off the chat. I don't want to see it because I want to live through this organically, baby. So I'm pulling the chat down for a second. Here we go. We got it. Niners traded up, and we'll deal with what they gave up once we get through the pick. But again, the Niners have officially traded up to pick 87. We'll deal with what they gave up afterwards. Nobody tip what it is, please. Let's go through this. Brian's got his whiskey. I think it was whiskey. This is awesome. This is what we have been here for, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the big show.
Whoa.
The Niners about to get their first player, but not going to be their last. Not going to be their last. So the Ravens are on the clock, pick 86. We traded up to 87. Who was at 87? Was it Minnesota? We traded up with the Vikings. All right, so here we go.
Switch the hats out here.
Trenton Simpson just went off the board. There we go.
Interesting pick.
I've been saying for a while, dude's an absolute stud. My guess is this pick is Blake Freeland or Isaiah McGuire. I would prefer Isaiah McGuire personally because I think there's a big drop-off after the edge position with 49ers run fits. With the way all that goes. Here we go. We're glasses up. Let's do this, baby.
What about Washington? Is he there?
Darnell Washington's still there. The medical board knee is everywhere. All that stuff. Okay. And here we go. We jumped up 11 picks. The trade, we'll see the details. We'll go over the details afterwards. But, man, the wait has been long. The pick is in. Pick number 87, baby. Third round. Life is good sometimes. And I do know just by looking at the board, we traded our last third rounder, not 99, not 102. Okay. We traded 102. So just based on the little ticker at the bottom, Minnesota has moved back there. And here we go. The pick is coming in.
Got 87,
Joe Staley is
99,
going to
and
be announcing this. Yes.
Yeah, I love Joe.
How much time do we have before the pick comes, John? How much?
I don't know.
Let me ask you. Time. Let's ask: is Ringo? How are you feeling? Plus or minus if that's the pick?
I would love if it was Ringo. It's not a need, but I would love Ringo. He is my top-rated player on the board that doesn't have a medical flag on it. Here we go, Joe Staley. It's the Joe Show, baby. He's up there pumping everybody up, looking sexy as hell. What's up, Joe? I love it. Here we go. The pick. The 49ers select pick number 87 that they traded up for, which means they love this guy. Here we go. Oh, I'm so pumped up right now. Can't wait to break down all this film. This is incredible. Here we go. Who's it going to be? Ji'Ayir Brown, safety. Huge 49ers fit. I haven't been big on the trading up the safety role. He's probably the best free safety fit in this draft. Physical. Love Penn State DBs. This is awesome. I didn't think they trade up for a safety. I was wrong. Tell me what you think. You did a lot of film on him. What were your thoughts on him, Brian?
Sorry, I was muted. I was listening to Joe Staley. He gets me so hyped.
That is awesome, man. Nothing wrong with that at all.
I love Joe Staley. He's gonna be the next jersey I get.
Dude.
Yeah.
Ji'Ayir Brown, thoughts?
Ji'Ayir Brown. Sorry, I'm scrolling. I'm trying to find my write-up here. No, if I remember correctly, I had like a third round grade on him. Yep, because I'm getting into my third rounders here.
My thing with him, I had a third round as well. And so he was my number 6 overall safety, which 6 safeties haven't gone off the board, but I did think that he would be gone by the time the 49ers picked.
Yeah. Quick trigger, good burst out of his stance. I really liked his ability to just plant feet and just go in a different direction. He was a good blitzer. He played split safety. He played single high, good feet, good play strength. Yeah, I mean, he could play box or split. I had an early 4th, and I said he was a great fit. So it's right where we need. And this is another guy where this is potentially like a red shirt free safety kind of guy where, him and Tayshaun Gibson are probably going to rotate a little bit throughout the year, kind of get him some seasoning into the NFL. And he can start developing there, play some special teams, maybe some 3 safety sets. I like it. I really like it. It's a good fit.
My favorite thing about him, if you look at just this year, he allowed 0 touchdowns with 4 interceptions. You go turn on the Michigan tape, and it's him against Ronnie Bell almost every single play. It was awesome. I mean, the dude shows up. Now, is he a perfect player? He's not. He's not at all. 5'11", 203. I keep screaming from the mountaintops that the 49ers love players that are 6 foot, 200 pounds. This dude's as close as you're ever going to get to that in the defensive back range. Change of direction, 1 out of 10, he had a 6. Frame, 1 out of 10, 6. Physicality, you got to play. You got to be tough to be a Niners defensive back. He had a 7, awareness 5, speed of 4. He ran a 4.65. Niners have not coveted speed at the safety position. They just don't. They like awareness. They like physicality way more. My draft write-up, wound up athlete, can get downhill in a hurry. Big hitter, will set the tone for a defense. Good ball production. I think that's huge. Can do everything and will be on every team's big board. High character. 10 picks in 2 seasons. That is awesome. He plays all over the place. Just this past year, 58 snaps on the line of scrimmage, 345 as a deep safety. Again, I think that's his best fit, that free safety role. 157 in the box or a strong safety, 11 snaps against the slot. Lot of raw talent to work with. Risk taker, not always sure. They are calculated. Like, he feels something, he goes. Good and bad. Good and bad. Very aggressive.
I like, all that kind of stuff you just said. He had a couple missed tackles in space that I saw on film. But I did really like one thing that I noted on there specifically was he had a really good wrong shoulder, and he was really good filtering through traffic and getting to the ball carrier, which is great for a safety because you got to come downhill. You got to get around guys, past them, like dip underneath them. And he put his weight into his tackles. So he had a couple missed tackles in space, but he was hitting guys when he was trying to make a tackle.
Yes.
So yeah. I like him. I really do like him.
Well said. Well said. Now let's look at what they gave up. I'm trying to find the trade details, and it's interesting. Here we go. Yeah, they're not announcing it anywhere. Has anybody else seen what it is that they gave up? I'm not seeing that at all anywhere from. I'll keep refreshing the feed, but they're not reporting that. 49ers don't let any information out ever. Not even what they traded. Every single trade has been announced, the details of it by this time, but it hasn't happened here. Now, somebody asked, what are the measurements? Okay. 5'11", 203. He's got 31.25-inch arms. That's small. 36 percentile for safeties. Huge hands. 10 1/8 inch. That's 92%. 40-yard dash, 4.65. That's 18th percentile. Not a speedster. 10-yard burst is average, though. 1.56. That's 55. So he's an average speed guy. Vertical, 32.5. Not good. Broad jump, 119. Not good. Bench press, 18, 63 percentile. So you're getting a better football player than you are an athlete, which is what Tayshaun Gibson is, which is what Talanoa Hufanga is. Instincts and ball skills. You go from Jimmy Ward, who I love, and Jaquiski Tartt, who I love, with little to no ball skills at all, to Hufanga, was leading the league in interceptions at one point, and Ji'Ayir Brown had 4 picks last year. Ball skills, ball skills, ball skills. Chuck, thoughts? What are you thinking here?
I think you got to trust John Lynch to know what he's doing at the safety position. And I think that I just think about how much of a nightmare Hufanga was against us. He's predictive. And I think that John Lynch values that guys are going to be able to mess up the play kind of like before it gets going. I remember Hufanga blowing up screens. Like if it's like you say, he's got more of that football knowledge, more of that ability to predict the scheme and what's happening. I think he just fits right in with what you guys are doing. And I think you guys can still get a tackle edge here just in a little bit that I think you'll be happy with.
Yeah. Well, Charles, I know you got to bounce. I want to say thank you, man. These last 2 days have been awesome. Really do appreciate you. Congrats to your team. Y'all have had a hell of a draft. And just thanks for all you've helped us with, man. Thank you.
Hey, man. I hope the best for Niner Nation tonight. So I'll be pulling for you guys for the rest of the draft.
Look at that.
Appreciate
True Eagles. Good dude. Thanks, Chuck. We'll talk, brother.
I'm in.
Tisha, I want to say thank you so much. So she's putting out the details. The 49ers got the 87th pick from Minnesota, and the Vikings got 102, our last third rounder, 164, our middle fifth rounder, and 222, our first seventh rounder. Now, if we add this up, this is all based off the Jimmy Johnson trade chart. Can we put that one back up there just so I can add that up, Clayton, if you don't mind, the Tisha one? The 87th pick is worth 155 points. Okay, we traded 102 worth 92 points, 164, 24. So that's that 118. And then the last pick is 2 points. 120. So we paid cheap. That means they were trying really, really hard to go down. This is what John Lynch has done. He always wants to move. He tries everything, but he's not going to overpay. He's not going to overpay. And we got pennies on the dollars. Like, this is awesome. This is a good trade. How you feeling about it, though, man? Like, this is awesome. We got a great player.
It's not the edge that I wanted, but it is one of the safeties that I wanted. So, we still got time for an edge. We still got time for a tackle. And this guy, he's going to make plays. He's going to be an impact player. And I remember really liking his film. Again, like the grade that I had on him, early fourth round grade. We're at late third. It's not a bad value. I like it. And it was fun to watch. He was fun to watch.
Oh,
I really loved. He came down. He was weaving through guys. He made tackles with an impact. Like, he was fun.
And I'll say this, like 100% wrong right here. Like, I did not have us trading up for a safety. It didn't make sense to me. I was wrong. Yeah. And I'm 100% fine admitting that. Like, I'm not here to promote me. I'm here to promote fandom and understanding. And I was wrong. And I'll clip this and I'll post it with everybody and I'll tag whoever I disagreed with. I didn't see us trading up for a safety, but I also didn't think Ji'Ayir Brown would be there in the third round. I had him going much higher than, pick 87.
I gotta say, I think the worst part about this pick is that I'm going to have to figure out how to spell Ji'Ayir the correct way without looking at it every time.
I'm getting closer. I did a couple film breakdowns. So if you want to watch Ji'Ayir Brown film, I have it up on Patreon already. I did several Penn State games. So if you just go over and you type in Ji'Ayir Brown in the search field on Patreon, you can go watch all 22 tape broken down of him already. That is up. Now I'm going to do way more. You're going to get a lot more film. And again, if you've never joined us on Patreon, we have a 7-day free trial currently. And I'm going to be breaking down film nonstop for the next month on all these guys. Ji'Ayir Brown's the first one. Now, I just looked up on Dane Brugler's Beast, who does a hell of a job. The background on Ji'Ayir, he was a stud basketball player. Listen to this. In high school, he averaged 12.4 points, 10.4 rebounds, and a state best 6.7 steals. You want to talk about ball skills? This dude jumps and reacts and goes and gets the ball well. That's what he does. And yeah, Alan Chase, he says Steve Wilks looked very happy with the pick. Remember the guy Steve Wilks has coached at the safety position. He's coached the best of the best. This dude is going into the best position. And on top of all of it, he gets to wait. You get to sit behind Tayshaun Gibson and sit behind Huff, learn, and then step in. The 49ers red shirt factory belt continues to go. I mean, this is fun, man. This is fun.
Yeah. What you were saying about the Beast, they have him ranked as the number 4 safety. Out of all the safety class, they have him ranked as a top 4 safety, 3rd round grade. They have him at 84th overall. We picked him at 87. There you go.
What did we have him at?
We picked him at 87. The Beast has him ranked at 84th overall and the number 4 safety.
I like that. Where did I have him? I wonder. I had him 70th overall. So I was higher on him than they were. But yeah, we got him. I had him 70th overall. Clayton, he's feeling it. He's pumping it up. Let's go, man. Bring it up here. How you feeling about this?
I'm super excited. Welcome to the 49ers, Ji'Ayir Brown. I wanted to jump in real quick and get us caught up here. So with the 88
guys,
pick,
real quick, I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Take it away, guys. 30 seconds.
Awesome. Getting us caught up here real quick. We have the Jaguars picking running back Tank Bigsby with the number 88th pick. We have the LA Rams, same old, sorry Rams, picking with the 89th pick Kobe Turner from Wake Forest, the defensive lineman.
Yeah, I really like Kobe Turner. He's fun. He's I think he's a good fit there. He's a twitchy, like a quick twitchy 3 tech. I think he's like 6'2", 290, 6'1", 290, and just like fast off the snap, good hands. I really liked him. I really like Kobe Turner. So I think it's a good pick by the Rams.
Another problem for the 49ers next year. Then with the 90th pick, we have Demarvion Overshone, the linebacker from Texas Hook'em. We're missing John for that one. With the 91st pick, we have Dorian Williams, the linebacker from Tulane, going to the Bills. And wow, that was lightning fast.
Linebackers coming off the board.
I have no problem with that at all. I have no problem with linebackers going.
Yeah.
So, John, we just got ourselves caught up. I wanted to get your thoughts on the linebacker going to the Cowboys with the 90th overall pick. He is a Texas guy. Demarvion Overshone going to
fun, man.
Cowboys.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun. That's a good pick. They always go after name brand schools, and so it makes sense. He was fun. He's all over the place, very rangy, not a downhill guy. It's weird how much the Cowboys have spent on linebacker, and they still are drafting linebackers. That's the thing that's weird to me. And I love it. The more linebackers that go off the clock, the more opportunity there is for end and tackle or, a top-tier premium player to be here. Because we're at pick 92. Niners picking in 7 spots. We're not far at all. So Niners about to be right back on this board, which is great news.
McGuire is still there.
McGuire's still there. The Niners I can't believe they somehow, I guarantee you this, the Vikings did not want to trade back. They did not want to trade back. I'm sorry, the Vikings were dead set on trading back, but we didn't give them our first 3rd rounder or our second 3rd rounder. We gave them the 3rd one.
Yeah.
I guarantee you they were like, no, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. Well, throw it at 7th. Okay, cool. Now, I said over and over again, if they trade up, I want them to trade back. But part of me is saying, man, I don't want them to trade back now. Like, there are guys there. There are guys that are available that I really, really like. And I'm a little behind on the picks that are coming in on the big board. Tank Bigsby went to the Jags, running back. Kobe Turner, defensive tackle, to the Rams. Overshone to the Cowboys, which Clayton talked about. And Dorian Williams, linebacker, to the Bills. Man, I want more linebackers. I want more of those spots because I'm totally cool with that. I'm feeling good, man.
Yeah. I'm surprised how many corners are still on the board.
Yeah, I'd be fine with Kelly Ringo. I'd also be fine with what's his name? Jacorian Bennett. I would love those 2 picks. I would love those 2 picks. Now, I do want to tell everybody we're not going to be live for the whole day tomorrow. I'm going to be jumping in and out doing live shows. So once the Niners make a pick, I'll jump on, share thoughts, breakdowns, all that kind of stuff. It's happening. But I'm not going to be live all day. We've done over 10 hours of coverage the past 2 days, which is awesome. But yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, but give pick specific coverage when the Niners pick. So just make sure you turn that notification bell on if you haven't done it yet. And check out our Patreon. Our Patreon's going to be the best. Wanya Morris, tackle, just went to the Chiefs. That was your guy, Brian. That was your guy.
I thought he would be a perfect right tackle, but you know what? There's still like 3-4 other guys.
They got 2 OU guys over there now. They got Creed Humphrey and Wanya Morris.
Yep. That's a smart move by them too, just like stocking up on offensive line, trying to protect him.
Yeah, he might be forced into some early playing time there. So, yeah, we'll see here. Now we're up to pick 93. Niners 6 picks away. I'm like, man, there's so many ways you can go. I'm going to stick with Blake Freeland. I want to stick with, my edge rusher, Isaiah McGuire. I think you and I both agree Isaiah McGuire would be a great pick. It is interesting they traded up for safety. It took Ji'Ayir Brown, but, man, he's a perfect free safety. He's a perfect fit with what it is they want. And they got him dirt cheap, man.
Yeah, I was really surprised that they traded up for a safety, but just because, again, safeties are dropping and there's so many of them. But, I mean, hey, you find the guy that you want. I'm like 99% sure he's making the team. And it's hard to find guys that are going to make the team. And they targeted this guy. They said, this is our safety of the future. And they went out and they got him. And all it cost him was, a throwaway 7th rounder and
a 5th. It cost a 5th round. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Now, back to Ji'Ayir Brown. You look at just how he got to where he is. He did not immediately go to Penn State. He had low academics and SAT scores, which is a little different than what the Niners usually go for. However, he went to Lackawanna College in Pennsylvania for 2 years, then transferred to Penn State. It didn't take him long to catch on. This dude balled out. And whenever he left Penn State, he was the team captain, voted team MVP by the players. He was all over the place, led the team in tackles and interceptions. He had a 70-yard fumble return for a touchdown. The year before had an 87-yard interception return for a touchdown. Ball skills. I mean, he's got 10 interceptions in 2 years.
That's crazy.
It's really, really good as far as you just look at the production that he has brought in. Now, this is Dane Brugler's write-up on him. His strengths: competes with contact-driven mentality, loves to get busy downhill, quality run fitter, isn't shy throwing his body around. He just goes on and on about just how tough he is. Consistently finds the ball before it arrives, swallows the football with his massive hands, doesn't let interception opportunities go to waste. That's what's crazy. Like, you look at Tayshaun Gibson, who had 6 interceptions. He had like 5 drop picks this last year. That ain't going to happen here.
Yeah. And I know you keep bringing up the interceptions, but I was just looking at the other stats. And 2022, he had 7 tackles for a loss, 4.5 sacks, and 2 forced fumbles. So it's not just interceptions.
Right.
Like that's other big time plays, Yeah. As a safety, like that's a really good blitzer. If you have 4.5 sacks as a safety, that
he's aggressive.
Wilkes is looking at that. And like I said, really good weaving through traffic. That was one of his best traits that I thought was just his ability to get through traffic and just like filter through the trash and get to the ball carrier.
Yep. These are quotes from an NFL scout. Quote, "I wish all our guys practice like this dude. Would make my job a lot easier." End quote. He earned the Iron Lion Award for his strength and training through the PSU program. Made plays on punt coverage. That's how he first started. Started every single game the past 2 years. So if you're one of those people that's just like, man, why are we always drafting injured guys? This ain't an injured dude. Started every game for 2 straight years. Now, let's balance that. What are some of the weaknesses? Sometimes he plays too red hot. He's got to calm down. Not very controlled. His missed tackle rate's a little high. I did some research on this. He had a 13.9% missed tackle rate. Way too high. Now, safeties usually have the highest missed tackle rate of any position, but that's high even for a safety. That's something he's got to calm, cool, collected, right? Let's see. Strength doesn't always match his intentions. Over eager to make plays. Yep, we talked about that. Doesn't explode out of his transitions. Has man cover limitations. We don't do that. We don't do that with our free safety. We just don't. So, man, can be manipulated by deep coverage by savvy quarterbacks. Okay. Yep. Darnell Washington just went off the board, number 93 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So we don't have to worry about that pick anymore.
The drop ends.
The drop ends.
And it's interesting hearing all that because that sounds very similar to Hufanga. And a lot of those things that people would call a negative, like, hey, sometimes he's a little bit too intense. I'd rather have a guy that I have to reel in a little bit than a guy I need to amp up a bit. That was one of the reasons why, we both hated Daniel Scott was it was like, soft. Hey, cool, athletic testing off the chart, but we would need to ramp you up constantly. I'd rather have a guy where it's like, hey, maybe don't bite so hard on that play action every time.
every time. And so again, 2-year starter at Penn State after transferring, which we talked about. Versatile, can do everything in Manny Diaz's scheme. He's a former Longhorn DC. Then he went to Miami. Then he joined Franklin at Penn State. So if you want to know kind of the scheme, Manny Diaz also coached, Adrian Colbert, who is one of the 49ers' first safety picks ever. He was with us. We moved him to corner, back to safety. Then he kind of journeyed around the NFL. So the scheme matches. Dude, I like this pick. I ain't even mad.
Yeah.
I ain't even mad.
No, it's fun. I like him. I literally had in my notes, great fit. Like I went through and I was doing my final draft of what I sent you, those 85 pages of notes. And I went through and I said on each guy, it was either I would add great fit or my guy. Like if it was my guy, I was just like, hey, I love this guy, whether or not he's a fit. I just love him. Great fit was this is perfect for the Niners.
Cardinals just took wide receiver Michael Wilson, Stanford. That was a Niners target. Sorry, what did you put down? I'm sorry I interrupted.
Oh, just great fit. Like I targeted this guy and said he would be perfect on the Niners. So
I love it. Quick reminder for those of you just joining us. I love it. Over 750 plus people watching this. We really appreciate you guys. Please don't tip picks in the chat. Let's allow some people on a delay. Once we announce them, you go ham. If you're one of those people that don't want them to ruin your experience, just go ahead and close the chat. The Niners are going to be on the clock here in 5 picks, but that's a long time. You got 7 minutes. We're still about 15 minutes away, unless the Niners trade up. But I doubt that they will. I think there's a higher chance that they trade back with one of these picks than if they trade up. And I say that, and they're probably going to trade up immediately after, which I wouldn't be upset with.
The 2 guys that we both want are still there. They're sitting there. What do you think about this pick by the Cardinals, Michael Wilson?
Yeah, I mean, they don't need wide receivers. They need everything else. So might as well go get more wide receivers. Makes perfect sense.
Yeah,
Michael Wilson's a hell of a player, though. I do like Michael Wilson, but
he's such a good route runner.
The only way that I like that pick is if they trade DeAndre Hopkins, which if you're trading DeAndre Hopkins now, you're getting a 4th for him. That's dumb. So, yeah, it's not good. It's not a good decision. Bengals, their pick's about to take place. A little bit more on Ji'Ayir Brown, who the 49ers traded up for. The dude just, again, this is the overall assessment from Dane Brugler from The Athletic. Brown must introduce more discipline and body control in his play, but he's a physical presence versus the run with anticipation and ball skills to move up in coverage. He has the football character and skill set of interchangeable starting safety play at the next level. Listen to me say this, okay? When you draft a player at your spot, you like them. When you trade back and draft that player, you're okay with them. When you trade up and draft that guy, you love them. This is a Niners character check. Perfect scheme fit, attitude, character, body type, checks all the way across the board. The only 2 things that stand out to me that are a hindrance is poor academic performance and missed tackle rate. Those are small things for a guy that you just got 87th overall, if that makes sense.
Do you think that Do you think that he'll be a fit actually playing single high? Because he's similar very much to Hufanga, who we typically think of as more of a strong safety who can play single high. But I don't know. Do you think that he's an actual single high safety, or do you think he's
I think
similar
that's his
to
best
Hufanga?
position. No.
Really?
So, like, if you look at his snaps again, 345 snaps deep, 157 in the box. One of the reasons why I tagged him was I think free safety is his most natural position despite his speed. But he loves to come up and hit. Niners use an interchangeable safety, whatever. But
Yeah,
he's a perfect pairing with Hufanga. And one of the reasons why I didn't like Sidney Jones as much as everybody else did was that Sidney Jones has to play in front of at the line of scrimmage. He's just too damn good at that. If you took that away, you're taking away the best thing of him. Ji'Ayir Brown, he gets to sit for a year. And just if he can learn to just stay over the top, he's going to be fine. He's got the awareness. He's just so aggressive. And like you said earlier, very well, Brian, I'm okay taking some of the stuff back, the aggressiveness. You can't coach it up. You can't do that. And we got to trade. Lions traded up. They're on the clock. But before that, the Bengals take Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama. The safety run has begun. And we want more safeties to go because we're not going to take another one.
Do you like Ji'Ayir Brown more than Jordan Battle?
Yes. Yeah, I had him ahead of him. I believe I did. Let me check. Yeah, I had him back to back, but I had Ji'Ayir Brown higher.
I had Jordan Battle a little bit higher.
Okay. But yeah, they're close. Now, I did have Christopher Smith higher. I had Antonio Johnson higher. I had Brandon Joseph higher. But if you're asking me who's the best 49ers fit out of those, I'd say Ji'Ayir Brown or Christopher Smith. So, like, again, whenever I do my big board, I'm trying to look at, okay, these are the best players, not necessarily who the best 49ers fits are. But I do like Ji'Ayir Brown, and I think he can play nickel as well. I liked him. Lions just traded up to 96.
Nice.
Let's see here.
Did you see somebody had a question earlier about whether or not you think Ji'Ayir Brown could play slot?
Yeah, I have him graded as a safety / nickel. And again, you go back, his change of direction, I had him rated as a 6 out of 9. So, like, he's shifty enough and physical enough to do so. And, the Lions traded up for Broderick Martin out of Western Kentucky, the Hilltoppers. So he was another, he's a big old dude. But back to Ji'Ayir Brown, the Niners go after these versatile guys. Like, we have so many guys that are 6 foot, 200 pounds. They're interchangeable. You want them to play corner? You want to play nickel? You want to play safety? You want to be free? You want to be strong? You can do all those with these guys. So yeah, he could be everywhere. And maybe that's his best spot because of how aggressive he is. Maybe you move Isaiah Oliver back to safety, which he played for the Falcons. And maybe you move him up at nickel. It's a possibility. Look at what the Seahawks did. They drafted Jackson Smith and Jigba. Who's going to be able to cover that guy in the slot? You know what I mean? Like, honestly, you've got options.
Do you want to know who I think would be the best option to cover him?
In the slot, Demo is who I would say.
Sammy Womack.
Yeah. I want Womack to start. I don't know how he's going to. We are now 2 picks away. Washington Commanders are on the clock at 97.
Did you see who the Lions took?
Yeah. Broderick Martin, defensive tackle.
I think that's what they should have done earlier, was go defensive interior, but I'm glad they're finally beefing up the defensive interior.
Yep, there you go. I ain't mad. Now, I see that in the chat. Tig, that is his nickname, short for Tigger, from Winnie the Pooh. His mother, Joy, gave him the nickname because of the way he would bounce around as a kid. So there you go. I freaking love that. I love that. So, and again, a Senior Bowl guy. Niners love Senior Bowl guys. If you want to play for the 49ers, you freaking go to the Senior Bowl if you get the option. That's what's up, Kevin. How you doing, man? He said, made it to work, hopped on the stream. Glad you're here. This is awesome. Nice. So, Niners pick in 2 and then 4 picks.
Let's
Brian,
go.
Who are those 2 picks? Make both picks for us now. I'll do the same. If you were in charge, you're the GM. Who you taking?
I think we both agree with this. It's Blake Freeland and Isaiah McGuire. They're sitting
I'm
there.
cool with that. Yeah.
They're sitting
It's
there.
the biggest positions of needs. I have no qualms with that whatsoever. If I was going to throw in some dark horse candidates, I'd say Josh Wild, tight end, Payne Durham, tight end, Braden Daniels, tackle / guard, Ali Gay or Akina Nwachukwu, the Rice guy. I could never pronounce his damn name.
A chew, excuse you.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Great movie. Men in Tights, Robin Hood.
Yes.
I really liked actually the kid out of Rice. I remember you put out a video. He wasn't even on my radar because PFF has him as like 300 something. And I remember watching him. I'm like, dude, this is like a 4th, 5th round, like freaking defensive end. Like I really liked the that Rice guy.
He was fun, man. He was fun.
Yeah.
So
Perfect scheme fit too.
That's the weird thing. It's sitting here. I can make the case for 3 defensive ends. I can make the case for 2 or 3 wide receivers. Raheem Jarrett makes sense. Ja'Cory Bennett's still sitting there at corner. Not the biggest need. I love Ja'Cory Bennett. I just love the way that dude plays.
Did you see his Senior Bowl tape?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude,
that's what turned me on to him.
So good at the Senior Bowl.
This is awesome. This is such a good day, man. I'm so pumped about this. Again, reminder, we got our Zoom hangout Sunday at 5 p.m. where you guys tell us how you think the 49ers draft went. And we're just going to keep bringing so much content. If this is your first time with us, I want to say thank you. Hit that subscribe button. We're a year-round podcast. This is my full-time job. This is all we do here. Positive 49ers coverage. Doesn't mean we're not critical, but we're not clickbaity. That's not what we do here. We have a good time and increase the fan experience. So if you haven't yet, hit that subscription button, hit that thumbs up. It helps us out a lot here. And go check out my man's podcast, Brian Carter 99. Everybody type it in. On Spotify is where I listen to it. He does a hell of a job. Brian Carter 99. Go check it out wherever you get your audio podcast. He does great work. Great work.
Thank you. All right, so we got Washington. They're about to announce it. The Browns are on the clock, and then we're up next.
Ricky Stromberg. I like that guy. I like Stromberg. He was fun. But again, I don't think the Niners need a center. I think they're backloaded at that position. And again, as we're getting close, reminder, please don't tip the picks in the chat if you don't mind. And if you're one of those people that would piss you off, you can just go ahead and click hide chat. So that way you don't get pissed off, because we want you to be happy. We want you to have a good time, because this is fun. If you're not having fun right now as a Niners fan, you need to check your damn pulse. When was the last time you got this excited about pick number 99? I don't know. I can't think of the last time. But, man, I'm pumped right now, and this is incredible. The Niners are getting better. Our safety for the future is already in the wings. Now we got 2 other positions going in. Whew. This is just like the long anticipation period, man. Any chance we go running back here? Kyle Shanahan always goes running back. I'm not saying they should, but if they did, I think it would be Roshan Johnson. I don't know if Texas
is gone, so
no, that was your guy. My height. These are my running back. My running back rankings: Roshan Johnson, Kenny McIntosh. Did Kentre Miller go? I think he went.
He
Devin.
did. He went in.
He went.
Yeah, he went earlier. I think he went in the
next.
60s, if I remember correctly, like 68 or something.
Devin, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat. He says, love the coverage, brother. Appreciate that. Ooh, Siaka Ika out of Baylor. I wasn't a big fan. He played lazy. But he's huge. Huge.
Yeah,
not a Niners target.
Just like a big defensive, like nose tackle almost, if I remember correctly. I don't think I watched much.
The 49ers, ladies and gentlemen, are on the clock. They're on the clock. Let's go, baby. I want this to be Blake Freeland.
Third round. This is third round pick.
That's what I love, man. Dude, that is a clean jersey, my friend. That is awesome. And I'm glad that they were patient here. You know, they traded up their last pick. This was the pick I assumed they traded. The pick's already in, so we're not trading back here. If the Niners do trade back, it'd be the next one. The pick is in for the 49ers at 99. We're just waiting for them to come up and announce the pick. Do we get Joe Staley up there again? I hope we do. But, man, this is awesome. Here we go, baby. Build in the trenches. O-line, D-line, come on. Either that or a huge value play. Man, this is awesome. This is great. And I think a lot of it just has to do with, remember, what are these picks? These are bonus compensation picks that we got because teams keep poaching our coaches and our exec guys because we are the desired franchise of the NFL. Here we go. With the 99th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the 49ers select Jake Moody, kicker.
No,
and I'm not even joking.
You have to be kidding me, right?
I'm not joking.
Nuh-uh.
I'm not
this has
joking.
To be a joke.
Oh
what
my
the
gosh.
That's some bullshit, man. A fucking kicker? I'm sorry. Are you kidding me?
What?
Oh my god.
This is no.
Oh, that's too funny.
A kicker should
they listen
never
to the podcast, man.
This is the highest drafted kicker. This is the second highest drafted kicker in 10 years. This is a joke, man.
Am I dreaming? Is this real life?
I wish you were dreaming, man. That's
oh man,
stupid,
that's incredible.
They're clapping for a freaking kicker.
I was told Zane Gonzalez was the answer.
Yeah, this is stupid.
Man.
That's stupid, man. Now, okay, let's talk this out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pissed. I'm pissed.
Let's give our man some respect here. Welcome to the Niners, baby. Welcome to the Niners.
Dream come true. Awesome. Nothing against kickers. They play football sometimes. And, like, if he's the next heir apparent and great kicker, if he's Justin Tucker, this is the second highest drafted kicker in the past decade. And there's starter caliber players available. That's what I don't like. He better be great. The pressure is huge. I cannot stand this. Now, you do have one of the most conservative go-for-it coaches in the NFL. Kyle Shanahan doesn't like going for it on fourth down. Damn it. I don't like this. But maybe he's good. I am not breaking down kicker tape.
You don't want to break it down? Come on, John.
What do my first
wow, you really got that one through there, man.
My first coordinator position was special teams coordinator. So I'm not sitting here saying kicking doesn't matter, special teams doesn't matter. That's all I'm saying at all. I'm just saying, good God, this is a freaking joke, right? This is a joke. I was in Nashville whenever they drafted Wisnowski in the 4th pick, and I was pissed.
Our second pick in the draft. Second pick.
Can you imagine the Vikings? You trade with the Vikings and like, we want your number 99 pick. No, that pick is indispensable. We will only trade our number 102 pick. Now, I love Kyle Shanahan. I think he's a top 4 coach in the NFL, and I'm glad he's our coach. I love John Lynch. Doesn't mean we don't criticize. But good gosh, this is – everybody's laughing. Everyone is laughing. There we go. George says, still pumped about that 99 pick, JC. I am not, George, and you know it. And you showed up to just twist the knife, and I love you. Oh my gosh. Jake Moody.
Coach Cruz likes it, though.
Dude, he's a damn kicker. Oh.
He can be him. He can be him. What if we just drafted the next Justin Tucker? That'd be pretty. You'd spend the 99 pick on Justin Tucker, would you?
Yes, I would.
Yes, you would.
But guess what?
You could probably also
the 99 pick on Justin Tucker. The Baltimore Ravens.
This is
because
true.
He did not go at the. When did Justin Tucker go? And everybody knew Justin Tucker was the best that there was before, like, it even started. When was he drafted? Oh, I'm trying to look it up. He wasn't.
Oh,
He wasn't drafted.
Doesn't look like he was. No.
This beer is not strong enough. This beer is not strong enough.
The kickers drafted in the 2012 draft: Randy Bullock, Greg Zuerlein, Blair Walsh, good kicker, and John Potter. Not
good
Justin Tucker, though. That's unbelievable.
Legitimately do not have words.
But hey, if he's great, and again, I keep trying to like go to this happy place and like spin this and be like, yes, this is why. And every time I go there, it's just like, no, you can't do that. Kickers don't matter. Most of them don't. Here's what they're going to say in the press conference. I'm just telling you this right now. Well, we were there picking, and we couldn't figure out, if this player was going to make the roster. And, you think about how many games come down to the kick, and therefore we had to. Jake Moody was really high on our board, and we didn't want to be at the lack end, and if somebody else would have taken him. That's what they're going to say. It's time to be faithful, Big Papa. I love this team. I mean, it's not pushing me anywhere, but I disagree with it. I think it's crazy. Yeah, they were slapping their hands in the war room. They showed a picture, and they were actually clapping. Whew. Traded up. Maybe I should stop making fun of the Lions because we traded up for a safety who I like, and we drafted a kicker. You talk about positional value. Let's be honest.
In the 3rd round.
Oh, man.
The only good news is that we pick 1 pick from now. Man, that is just bad. That's crazy, man. I am not. I can't believe that, man. Now, the only rationale is the Niners say this was a free pick. This was an absolutely free pick. We got it for losing a coach. It's free. So who cares? We got our kicker of the future. You better freaking be. Watch Zane Gonzalez beat him out.
Oh, that'd be funny.
No,
I don't like it. I'm mad.
Second pick.
Gosh,
Your
man.
second pick.
There are Josh Wild, the tight end, like freaking awesome. Blake Freeland.
There's
Isaiah
100
McGuire.
other players.
Corey Bennett. I mean, Moro Wajamo. Like
Poor Craig. Poor Craig.
What I miss.
Stayed up until 4 a.m. to watch.
Oh,
us draft Jake
Craig.
Moody.
I love you, man. Going to bed. Oh, dude. You got one more pick. The pick said, I'm gonna pull the chat down. Jose says, can't wait for the full breakdown on Patreon, John. God dang, there's no such thing as NCAA kicker all 22 tape. It just doesn't exist. 101.
All right,
Redeem
let's
yourselves.
watch him kick.
Redeem yourselves right here. Here we go. The 49ers pick 101. They're going to take a long snapper. Here we go. What do they got? Good Lord. Cameron Latu, tight end. Johnny Dale loves them. They got a tight end. We literally went for the 3 lowest positional values. I like Cameron Latu. I don't like him a lot. Man, I didn't like this draft. I didn't like the 3rd round. I had a 6th round grade on Cameron.
Ooh.
6th round grade.
Too.
Yeah.
I think I said he'd be perfect in a spread system.
Yeah.
And we don't run a spread offense.
We do not. He's
Maybe he's the fullback of the future.
He's a move guy. 6'4", 242. Not big, not strong, not fast, not long arms. Doesn't really have a lot. 6th round. He was my number 13th tight end. He had 30 catches last year with 4 touchdowns. Had the lowest blocking run grade of almost any tight end in this class. It was really, really bad. Now, the Niners met with him as they do with all Alabama players. But, high football IQ, knowledge, versatility. Could be a fullback, no separation. He's got more wiggle, though. So he's a move guy, not a tough guy by any stretch. Whiffs on a lot of blocks in the open field. Great drop step after the catch. Smooth route running. So the Niners have gone with guys like Charlie Warner. Blocker, 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 blocker. This guy's not that. This is a true move tight end. When he was coming out of high school, he was the number 5 weak side defensive end in the entire nation. He's an athlete. And then he switched over to tight end. Once he got to Alabama, he was also a wrestler in high school, finished 5th in the 2016 state championships, played rugby throughout high school. Man, there were a lot of really good tight ends there. I hate this. I don't like now. He's gonna work his way in, but I don't know. What were your thoughts, Brian?
Is he beating out Charlie Warner and Ross Dwelly?
I think he offers something neither one of them do, and that's receiving routes. Like he does that. He's a move guy. He's 23. He's out of Salt Lake City. Cameron Latu is how it's pronounced. He was the number 12 tight end from Dane Brugler. Latu was Johnny's guy, so I can't wait to talk. Johnny's going to be on the show Monday, and I can't wait to see what Johnny liked in him. I don't know, man. I was not the biggest fan. He redshirted when he came out of college, transferred to tight end in 2019. He did set the school record for tight ends by a tight end. He had 8 touchdowns in 2021, and I thought his tape was better then. But yeah, he's not a blocker.
I think I had 4 or 5 tight ends that are available graded higher than him. Just looking real quick at who's available.
It's hard to, like, he's a 4.78 40. Like, he's not fast, but he's a route runner.
Well, here's my thought is, like, if you wanted a receiving tight end, like, go Will Mallory. Like, Will Mallory at least runs
Way
like a
more
4 or
guys
5,
available.
and he's a really good receiver.
Yeah. Now, and again, just because we didn't like the pick doesn't mean it's not going to work out. I love this. I would take this. I would take 10 Cameron Latus over a kicker. Like, I would have, like, whatever. And yeah, right there, Uncle Salty, Freeland, McGuire, Adeware, all on the board, and we go with a kicker and a tight end who can't block. Yeah, if you want to be upset right now, I totally get it. This did not go the way that we wanted to, but, you know, again, okay, back to strengths. Let's focus on some positives. What is it that Cameron Latu brings? Coordinated athlete, not explosive, but man, his routes are good, very fluid, smooth. Uses his body to lean well, very soft hands, natural catcher. Again, once he catches the ball, that if you want to know the thing he does best, once he catches the ball, the immediate drop step, which you always hear George Kittle talk about, like that's kind of where he is at his best. Right after the catch, has the vision to maximize return yards after the catch, physical hands, all that kind of stuff. He's a willing blocker, but just misses. Yeah, he had 6 penalties in 2021, only 1 last year. Coaches say his pass catching confidence improves with each game. Don't like to hear that. Yeah, 12 touchdowns last 2 years. That's huge. Set the tight end record for Alabama for most touchdowns.
Yeah. So my write-up, I wrote solid route running and hands, fluid mover. He's a little thin, probably 10 pounds lighter than you'd like for an inline tight end. Solid blocker, not impressive, but gets the job done. Not much of an anchor, more of an on the move and walling off blocker. Versatile. He can play slot, inline, fullback, quick get off, good speed. He's assignment sound. Best in a spread scheme as a move tight end, not a good fit in a heavy blocking scheme. 4th to 5th round grade in a spread scheme. So that was what I wrote up.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, like, you know, again, you look at, he's got some injury history. He had 2 fumbles the last 2 seasons. Nothing too bad there. Missed the season opener as a senior, just 1 game. He had a foot injury, not a big deal. Then had an ankle injury in November, missed a game or 2. How many games did he miss? 11 out of 11. I think there were 14 games. I think he missed 3 games, but, you know, he's played in a lot of games. It's just average size, strength, speed. Not elusive. Doesn't force missed tackles. Only 2 forced missed tackles. Like, I don't understand why the 49ers were high on this guy, but they're going to use him as a move tight end. That's it.
I don't even see him on the Beast.
Yeah, he's on there.
Never mind. He's 12th. They have him as 12th. A 5th round. Okay.
Yeah, here we go. Some more stuff from Dane Brugler. Combo tight end. Bill O'Brien coached him. He split his snaps. 45% of his snaps were in line, hand on the ground, and 55 detached. That's where I think the Niners want to use him. Former linebacker. Then he became a tight end. Yeah, a reliable outlet for Bryce Young. He liked him a lot. 80% of his college receptions resulted in a first down or touchdown. That's huge. That's a great number. Huge conversion rate there. Not many explosive plays on his tape. Runs his routes with excellent pacing. As a blocker, he is physical into engagement, can still at the second level, but his handwork, angles, finishing strength, not there. Yeah, this is rough.
So the one thing that's kind of popping into my head now all of a sudden is are we going to trade Juwan Jennings? Because this guy could be a Juwan Jennings replacement, kind of power slot.
Yeah.
Kind of guy.
Juwan was playing tight end at Tennessee his last year. Yeah, I mean, it could be a Juwan replacement, right? So if you're looking at this, like, I don't think they're going to use him in line. Maybe they will, but it doesn't seem like that's really what he does. He could definitely be that kind of Juwan Jennings tough. Now, if he's blocking as a slot, physicality is going to not be an issue, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be tough. That's going to be tough, man. Ooh.
I was so excited, and then they drafted a kicker.
This is the way we play the game. So we didn't trade back. So tomorrow the draft starts early, but not for the 49ers. Their first pick, which they traded, the 164 is 155. So the next pick up in the draft is 103. You got 52 more picks once the draft starts tomorrow, which it starts early, I think 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We're not going to be live. I will go live once they make a pick, probably right before. And so you guys just make sure you turn that notification bell on. And Brian's face kind of is where we're at. Drafting a kicker in the third round. The joke of the NFL currently. There is no doubt about that. You waited all that live time to go trade up for a safety. Not a positional value whatsoever. I do like the player a lot, but
I like the safety.
Yeah, Ji'Ayir Brown, that's what you got to hang your hat on tonight. So for those of you that are pissed off, rightfully so, that's okay. There we go. Look at this. At least the Warriors lost tonight. Did they lose tonight, Clayton? They did. We got a game 7. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, and hey, for those of you that are talking about the draft, look right here, baby. Christian McCaffrey, okay? If you are one of those people that's like, man, this draft sucks already, we got Christian McCaffrey. That's what we spit this on. And Trey Lance, who's still on the team, has not been traded. Brandon Ayuk still not traded. Javon Kinlaw still not traded. So we'll see here. Hopefully, where have the Niners been amazing? 5th round. Hopefully we get our studs there. What do you think, Brian? Come on, give me something positive, Brian. Come on, Brian.
The Niners always draft Pro Bowlers in the 1st round, and in the 5th round, and we have 2 5th-round picks.
There we go.
I guess tomorrow we're getting the next George Kittle and Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw.
There we go. And if we do that, then this draft is going to be a huge success. I want to say thank you to the man behind the scenes, Clayton. You were freaking incredible. All the people that joined us on or off the stream, thank you. And our executive producers, Timothy R., David G., Philip K., Kilton 49ers, and 49ers George 365. You guys make it happen. Patreon. I'm going to try to find kicker tape. I'm going to do it. I'm committing to breaking down kicker tape because God bless it. Damn it. That's okay. Love you guys. And I love this team. Do I agree with everything they do? I do not. I will not be a lackey to just always saying positive things. That was dumb as hell, man. But
I can't wait for the kicker highlight reel. Like, oh, no way. It went through the uprights.
Man. All right. That's going to do it for us. Man, 4.5 hours strong, back-to-back days. So fun. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. And as always, you might need this tonight. Until next time, stay strong, faithful.